Do 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 do.
Hi, I'm Dots the Sauce Master. You might remember me from such classics as Your Mom's Bedroom last night, but today I'm here to deliver a different kind of reading. Burn the Witch. So first, some introductions. This is actually the third episode of Worst Anime Ever Made. It only took 5 years. And going into the show, I've been seeing the hype around the new arc of Bleach really heating up recently. And pretty much every time that happens, I honestly feel jealous. I'm out of the loop, if you will. I am loopless. I feel naked and afraid in the presence of Bleach fans. So I think it's time I at least dip my toe into the universe. And what luck that we have Burn the Witch, a spin-off series to whet my appetite with. Now, obviously, me writing this after getting mad enough to title the video what I've already titled, it doesn't really make any sense. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. I do not / did not harbor any ill will towards the Bleachverse. And I primarily never talked about it before only because Endless Jess's review of it was kind of perfect. You don't need anyone else to talk about it. And I don't even care if it got taken down. That video will always live on in my heart. It was also better than this entire anime. We open on an alleyway. A girl on the run from the paparazzi wearing a hoodie and sunglasses enters the frame. She then uses Google Lens to fucking platform 2 3/4 isekai herself like it's a Japanese Final Fantasy XIV commercial. And then this legitimately stupid narration finally ends.
If magic only works on fools, then better off being the one who's casting the spell.
We'll come back to that later. Trust me. This is Penny and Stocking. They are on a quest to...
Oh god, this is gonna be fun. Hey, Coffee Bean, what's going on? 1 second. I don't know why I can't hear. Oh wait, I forgot. I know why. Hold on, I know why. Hold on. Do. Okay. Oh wait, it's not on. Okay, you see why. There we go. Oh wait, that means. Okay, that's off. Okay, that's off too. Cool. Alright, back to that.
Defeat the god deer.
Edge of my voice. Revenger Joe's Iron Key.
Hold on. I went to my ear. Let's see here. I want this to be sent to. There's some sound. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Trouble. Hello. Let me see. That's alright. Wait, no, don't do that. Go to. There we go.
Master that for the PS3. Get used to them saying random Mambo number 5 type shit like that, by the way. And if you think they ever once explain what these schools of magic are, you clearly don't know what you've gotten yourself into. Oh, but while I was talking, they did it. They beat the deer. Anime's over. I don't have to talk about it anymore. Nah, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately. I want to apologize ahead of time if I start to sound cinema-cincy just listing off every single individual thing that's wrong with this shit. I want you to know I'm self-aware enough to understand that even people who usually enjoy these types of videos don't necessarily like hearing that shit, but... maybe if we knew the stakes of whatever the fuck is happening in the second scene, or, God forbid, who these characters were, it'd be fine, but this shit goes by so quickly it's almost like you're expected to not think about it. You look at something like the cold opening in a buddy cop movie where they're chasing down a criminal. They're not stopping to turn to the camera and introduce themselves, obviously, but the stakes are extremely clear. And even if it's something as simple as a lady's purse being stolen, the writer is expected to...
Can you guys see on YouTube? Hold on. We're watching some guy do a critic on, be a critic on, Burn the Witch. Okay, good.
Take it upon themselves to spice things up and show you how a situation like that can branch out. Then we got this deer that was probably just minding its own goddamn business. It wasn't using magic to hurt anyone, and I know that despite it not being shown, because Stocking literally asks it to not use magic after trying to kill it.
No, hold on! Please don't use magic! Your magic, it'll make your antlers blue!
It's just funny because in the context of her hunting down a wild animal, you gotta ask yourself,
why?
What did you expect? She's dead ass only saying that because she needs to explain out loud how hunting for achievements works in this universe, something that never comes up in the plot again. Also, and this is important, The deer can't understand words? Actually, wait, what happened to the deer after this? Did they just toss it in the meat grinder? Basically, to summarize here, we're watching a character we don't know anything about do something that makes no sense unless she knows she's in an anime. All while the anime would literally make more sense without having this scene, regardless of context. But see, that's the great thing about Burn the Witch. It doesn't matter how important a scene is or how much context they give you. It's still bullshit. Here's some of the most crucial clips in the show. We'll juxtapose it. Watch.
Dragons, mythical creatures, but in truth, they are neither mythical nor creatures.
You got some balls, you know that?
72% of deaths in London have been caused by grotesque beings known as dragons.
There's some fucking balls, you
know? That is the reason why they are so prominently displayed on London's coat of arms.
You got some balls, kid.
For those of you who may not know, this shit is 3 episodes long. 4 if you count the super bonus flashback episode. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop dumping exposition like you desperately need world building. You don't have time for that. I know that because you don't even have time to set up and pay off the one world building thing that actually matters. Case in point, the dragon interaction law or whatever the fuck it's called, but I'll get into that in a second. Genuinely.
The what?
This is no exaggeration. At least 80% of this show is either people stating the rules of the fantasy world, explaining the plot to each other, or setting up mystery boxes to open up when this inevitably gets a grand total of 0 new seasons. Now, some of you might counter that argument by saying it still deserves the ability to set up long-term story arcs and I should be more tolerant.
But to answer your question, yes, I do stream games.
Which I say, shut the fuck up. Bleach, as well as generally any good anime, does more in its first 3 episodes than this show ever could because it understands the difference between withholding information for no reason and doing so for setup. If you take the first 3 episodes of Bleach as a self-contained story like this, the only
I would play games like first-person shooters and games like that, RPGs, JRPGs type stuff. Like, I will play, like, Marvel Rivals, or Overwatch, or, I haven't played Valorant in a good while, but I will play, Cult of the Lamb. I like playing indie devs from lately. We played a bunch of Repo lately, and I finally got all that editing done. There's a first-person shooter I want to play, but I don't think it's out yet, but I think you have to get... Hello, Emma. You have to. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. How are you? There's a game I really want to play on stream. It's a first-person shooter called Fate Trigger. I want to give it a try. I don't know if everyone's gonna jump on it, but I hope TikTok at least pushes it a little bit so I can get paid to play that too. So let's hope.
Questions you have are, why can't Rukia sense hollows as good as Ichigo? What are the inner workings of the Soul Society? And isn't it a little awkward that hollows can use a Reaper sword to kill/exercise themselves? Now, whether or not those questions are going to be as game-breaking as the ones I'm posing in the rest of this video, your mileage will vary. But damn, at least it's only a few questions and not 49,000 like this show. And with the dialogue, it's that stupid thing where people who convince themselves they can write try to make it so the characters talk out exposition and conversation so you don't have to have exposition. Except for the part where there's still exposition. Like, we're not even 5 minutes into the show and it already has 2 narrators. Like, Kite, what are you doing, bro? And you know what's crazy? The first 5 minutes is the best part of this shit.
Rice cakes!
I hope you're strapped
in. Let's get that rice cake!
I just want to say that no amount of thigh shots are worth having to type out, draft, record, and edit the process of me explaining to you how stupid this plot point is. This might be world building at its worst. We might have finally found it. Like, this is what you show someone so they know what not to do when writing a script. Okay. London has dragons. Witches fight the dragons.
The Sea Lot warrior strikes upward toward the neck.
Harry Potter London and regular London are kind of the same place. They do a terrible job of explaining it. Because only people in reverse London can see dragons. Most of the time. And it's only a problem if you do if you're in reverse London. For some reason, they never explain why it doesn't apply to both Londons. I mean, whatever you say, man, let's just go with it. But just so we're clear, when I say it's a problem, it is 100% illegal to come in contact with a dragon. If you are a regular citizen and that thing so much as brushes up against your shoulder, the witches give you a breathalyzer test. And no, we do not have time for me to make a joke about how I'm not making this up out of my ass because I haven't even gotten started yet. Because did I mention you are executed if they catch you with an above average dragon interaction rate?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Are you kidding me? So wait. So if you even come in contact with a dragon that's higher than less, you get destroyed? Why? That doesn't make a lot of sense. why execute the person? What can they do? Like, what is it? What is with the interaction with the dragon that has to be like, nope, you gotta go, bud. You have to die because like you had an interaction with that giant lizard with the wings. I don't know. You need to go, bro. Just ain't happening here.
What is it with these jabroni-ass animes trying to see a comic get killed? You ever notice how the worst shows in history always throw around the concept of execution and death like it's going out of style? Only for the actual plot to be that meme of SpongeBob and Patrick riding that 1-foot-tall roller coaster. Like, no humans die on screen in the show. And yet, still, the one dude they used the breathalyzer on was just on a roof and got knocked off by a guy hanging onto a dragon. But nah. They still had to test him to see whether or not he should die. Keep in mind, the only reason he even got close to a dragon in the first place was because the witches have a pet dragon dog hanging around, and the dude who takes it out on a walk was hanging from it. Don't fucking ask. I guess it doesn't count as a dragon as long as it's in its dog form.
Osushi's wings usually appear when you try to bark like Osushi, or whenever you sneeze, or when you start cracking
Yeah,
up
you're
with
so
something,
cute. You're around, little
when
thing.
you're in mortal danger, Balgo.
Either way, when the dog sprouts its wings, that's when any regular person who touches it has 3 million stars in GTA. I think that might be the single most responsible thing ever written into an anime. I see no ways that could take a turn for the worse. And the people in charge of the witch place are definitely interesting characters. Can you tell because of how stupid they are? I love it when no one in an anime is competent, meanwhile I'm expected to root for them.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Oh, but I'm not the only one who thinks this. Literal Sele from Evangelion sits at the table and they're like, hey, you know that guy who walks the dog? We should kill him. Now, of course, they do it for all the wrong reasons that I'm not even going to get into, but even if they did, wouldn't it make more sense to kill, you know, the dog? They make a joke about that later on, too. We got ourselves another one of them self-hating animes. Now, mind you, you only get executed if a witch or someone above them doesn't turn a blind eye to finding out you fuck with dragons. So you better at least make friends with one of these random-ass teenage girls employed by this agency to help you if you happen to trip and fall over a dragon in a city where fucking dragon insurance is a thing.
About that chimney.
Your dragon insurance should cover it.
Dragon insurance is a thing?
Right? I'm not the only person that hears something that contradictory and there's an alarm going off in my head right away. It's like, alert! That doesn't make any fucking sense. Alert! If dragons destroying property is such a common occurrence that people have fucking insurance to cover the damages.
Okay, so if you want to get more of my commissions, you have to go to my link in my bio if you're watching from TikTok. Are you watching? Yeah, if you're from TikTok. You go into my link and you should be able, let me show you real quick. I'll just navigate you through it. A lot of people either don't know or they can't see it for some odd reason, so we're going to go here real quick. Okay. Oh my god, fucking. Okay, then you click on this link tree thing right here, and then you go here where it says digital commission requests, and you click on that, then it should be able to take you to this menu thing. And it shows you my menu. Now, I will be transferring this menu to my VGen later on, but that doesn't that doesn't matter. So if for whatever reason you choose not to purchase and you want to come back later, this won't be here anymore. It will be in my VGen VGen, my VGen account, where you can click on it and see my prices there. But this is the right now the current price right now. The prices are not going to change for anyway. It's just how it looks. So if you want to get a chibi fan art commissions, you look at these. You can scroll through them if you want through your phone. There's a bunch of them. Anime fan arts, chibi style OC commissions, which I'm doing right now. So this character is what I designed for my client. The same client who got this is getting this. So the same model you're seeing here is from the same client I did for, and she allowed me to use the model that I made up for her as a model for people to understand where they're going to get that from. So this is a new version of this, and she wanted a painterly version of this, so that's what we are doing. So I'm upgrading this one to this. This is what she wanted in the overalls and everything. She wanted the painterly look, so we're doing it painterly 3D style instead of the cel shaded version of how I have it here. So yeah. Anime style OC version. This is a anime style. The difference between these two, this one's chibi, and this one's the regular size one, like a normal size OC. Depending on what you pick, whether it's headshot, half body, and full body. Full body is like with feet and stuff. The reason why there was no feet is because I just wanted to make it look aesthetically pleasing, but you get what I'm saying. I'm working on the models for the OC design sheet for the PNG tubers and the VTubers, those versions. So if they're blank, they just don't have the model yet, which I'm working on to put on the side here, so you guys have a representation of what that's going to look like. I am working on that as soon as this is done. But today, once we get this done, I will have to play Peak with my mods. So yeah, so when we get this done, and also if you're looking for stickers, if that's something that interests you as well, I have anime stickers as well. You can go to my same yay! And also, I just uploaded Sukuna up there. I'll be adding Yuji either today or tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we put Sukuna in there. Sukuna's there now. You can get Sukuna now. For those who's wondering if there's any JJK, I put in Majin Vegeta. We got Chun-Li, Crimson, Ultra Instinct Goku, Base Vegeta. Cammy, Genshin Impact. I gotcha. And if you guys are wondering what their prices are, they're only $1 at max $2, I think. But yeah, so we got Rudo from Gacha Okuda. So he's new and Sukuna is new. So I'll be adding more characters as we go. I'll be adding most of the Dragon Ball characters from Dragon Ball all the way to Super, GT, and up. Different versions of each character and characters in general. I'll be going through Naruto, JJK, Demon Slayer, Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter x Hunter, the works, both video game and anime and manga-esque type characters as well. I don't know if I'm gonna make the manga versions. There probably might be black and white. I don't know yet. I know that's gonna be a thing for most people. That might be a thing. I might start a new thing. Manga stickers. I don't think that's a thing, but I don't think that's a thing. But yeah, we'll see.
From it. Why is the dragon go suck a dick law even a thing? Oh man, that dragon's tail just went straight through my brick wall and grazed me sitting at my kitchen table. Okay, but did the tip of the tail tickle your cheek?
No, sadly, I wasn't really
paying attention on account of me suddenly being
I don't
homeless
do custom
now,
stickers
so yeah, I don't
because
really know.
I don't have the funds to do that yet. I want to do that, but I don't have enough to do that yet. So I do on-demand print instead. That's more easier for me to do and get stuff done faster. But if I were to do it custom made on my own, I will have to do that like manually and have like a machine and stuff, and that costs a pretty penny. I don't got the funds to do that just yet. So right now it's like, if you want anything from me, most of the stuff that's gonna be sticker wise is all fan art type stuff, because that's what people gotta recognize, unlike something that's original. I'm doing well. Hello. Hello. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well.
No, hi, bro. I'm gonna need you to get down on your knees and touch my flip phone with your tongue. We might have to take you down to the precinct to tie you to an electric chair. I'm laughing, but only because that sentence just unironically came out of my mouth. Which reminds me, the other 20% of this show is just banter between the characters, and it's... words lack the parameters to describe. This is the type shit that makes you realize ChatGPT can write anime better than most people. There is one funny thing in this whole show. This is it right here.
I'm gonna try to go in from the roof. You keep her distracted from there.
Oh, I don't do animations, sadly. I'm not well versed in animations or backgrounds, but I do make character designs. I can make a character design though, if you're looking for that, but that's gonna cost you a pretty penny, because character designs are a little different. Because if it's a character design sheet, like if you want me to draw your OC, that's still gonna cost you, but it's not gonna cost you as much. But if you're looking for like a turnaround and all that stuff, that's gonna cost you a good cut. It's up there on the menu, so you can go check for yourself if you want to check it out. But yeah, I do character designs. I'm a character designer. I make like monsters, weapons, characters, all that type of stuff.
Nini, wait!
That was fucking hilarious, and you want to know why? Because when you write terrible characters that are stupid and don't have anything likable about them, it's funny to watch them get hurt. And I'm being entirely serious when I say these two are the best
so
possible
if it's
examples.
just a drawing, it's up here on the... if you're looking for something original, like it's right here. So the prices are right here. So if you want to check that out. Right here. I'm pretty sure what you're referring to is OC stuff. If you're looking for an OC commission drawing, like you want me to draw your OC, it's the prices here. So if it's like, so if you don't know how to read this, so like it's going to be headshot, and if it's just a sketch, it will be 85, just a headshot only. But if it's like the full body but just sketch, it'll be 95. If it's going to be half body. If it's full body is 110, but like if you want it with line art, as in clean line art, like how I'm doing it here, just to be clear, the line art, the difference between the sketch and line art, a sketch will look more like this. Like it'll look very, let's use it for example. So like this is the line art. See how the line art looks, or the sketch? It'll look like a crayon, and it looks really sketchy and has that texture and sketch. But something different like this, it'll be more line art and it'll be clean. So should make us a sticker just for being. But like, you know, the line art, everything, this will be this is more of a cell shade type thing. But she ordered the high price for a 3D painted version. Thank you. You know, fly, go away. Thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, but it's been taking me some time to actually get this right, because I finally figured out how to, I would say, paint better. I can paint better than I could before. I usually would just cell shade it and call it a day, but now I'm doing more painterly work like this, so hopefully this will turn out good, and hopefully my client will like it as well.
I love that.
You're doing this for the money. I'm doing it for the prestige. But so we don't sound awful, we're doing it for society!
Multiple times throughout watching this shit over and over again to make this video, I kept asking myself, who are the good guys in Burn the Witch? It's not the main characters. It's not this gay lord.
And if my arms start to slide out, they might brush against your boobs. Just the thought of getting to bask in the warm aura emanating from your body. I've been craving and burning to be held by a man.
He's the second most important person in the plot, by the way. The most important person is the dude who hands out the contracts to the witches. But unfortunately, to explain him, I have to explain the plot.
It's perfectly fine.
God help me. So Penny knows this lady. This is an unedited shot. The first shot of episode 2, actually, where they dump exposition about her. I want you to see how bad it is.
Macy Bonjour abruptly left the widely popular...
Like, I could make 20 videos about those 5 seconds alone. Why does that text fade in only for them to cut right here? Find me the person who edited this. I just want to talk to them. Anyways, the lady finds this dragon and starts feeding it. She makes a point of saying that it doesn't poop, which is very strange. You could have just said it grew up really quick, because it's technically not fat, it's just bigger than when it was a baby. What was that show where the dragons didn't poop and their stomachs were just constantly on fire and burned everything? I'm seriously asking. I know it's not World of Warcraft because they got giant diabetes dragons in World of Warcraft, so what the fuck was it? Whatever it was, I like that. Whoever wrote that should have written Burn the Witch. Or make them fight a diabetes dragon. Just anything but this. This is the most boring middle ground route they could have taken compared to those two concepts. Then Cyberpunk shows up and he's all like, hey, I should technically kill you if you say yes, but can you help me frame someone in Shadow London and tell that dragon to blow up a building? And she's all like, whoa, I get to be a terrorist? Finally, I can feel like I belong. So of course she can't control the dragon and it transforms into Cinderella. This is the only cool shot in the whole show.
Everyone in McKinney is dead.
And at the same time, Cyberpunk was trying to frame the dog walker for being a total gay lord, but now that there's a bigger threat in the city, he teams up with Penny and Stocking to beat it. Which they fail horribly at. All of a sudden. Like, just ignore the fact that Penny and Stocking were overpowered as fuck in every other scenario.
The Sealot warrior strikes upward toward the neck.
You're telling me them plus Spray Paint Man couldn't even put a dent in this thing?
So his powers is spray painting? He used spray paint as his powers? Huh. No, that's original. I didn't think of. Wow, I did. Wow. I, hmm. I, hmm. That's a. Hmm. So wait, you. Well, I guess it's not totally original because like there's been many like anime characters that use the power of paint, I guess, as a form of like ability per se. I'll use Sai from Naruto as a perfect example of this, but like uh there's been other animes that did something similar, but I never seen someone use actual like spray paint. You know what I'm saying? Usually when people are using like paint as a form of power, it's usually or that one character from Black Clover. Yeah, there we go. He got it. He just got it. I just said it as soon as you said it. The dude from Black Clover, he uses his powers. He actually uses his powers to fight. I mean, legitimately fight. But in most cases, when a character uses paint as a form of power, they're usually some form of oracle individual. 9 times out of 10, they're usually telling the future or some shit. That's usually what happens 9 times out of 10. I think. Yeah.
Good question, actually. Let's see what they do. So instead of attacking it directly, the girls build some spears around it. Then Cyberpunk opens up a drape around it and assumes it'll try to blast its way out, which it does, and then the explosion bounces off the trap and ends up in its face. But again, that doesn't work.
Yeah, okay.
For some reason. Wait, I just realized. So they trapped it, and then trapped it with a better trap.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing none of that mattered, because the guy who does the paperwork uses the Yu Yu Hakusho finger bang and kills the dragon instantly. You know that word? That thing where main characters actually have any kind of influence on the plot whatsoever instead of some random old dude? It's that thing that no one does anymore. Is it agency? I think that's it. I don't know. It's a concept so lost to time, it's hardly even in the public lexicon. Oh, and I'm gonna give you minus 3 million guesses whether or not they properly explain anything about whatever the fuck that attack was.
Chief Banks Jr. Well, I must say I'm glad I wasn't mistaken about you, you son of a hero.
You son of a hero?
That was horrible.
Then the final scene is fan service.
Son of a hero? Was that supposed to be an insult? Wait, is that her way son of a bitch? But she says son of a hero. That sounds really weird.
The end. My first question. Why is Cyberpunk not in prison? You went to regular London, found someone who was almost breaking the law, didn't care because you were there to exploit her, brought her to Shadow London so she could actually be breaking the law, told her to blow up a building, all of which is off screen, by the way. What's the reason people can't interact with dragons again? Oh yeah, they never explained it. How silly of me. Remember when I was talking about how they wasted a bunch of time at the beginning? Yeah, this is the type shit they should have been spending it on instead of fucking deers. Because, you know, you could have said maybe they slowly go insane or literally anything like that whatsoever. Maybe it's zombie logic and you start to turn into a dragon. That'd be sweet. But even then, there are 100% docile dragons. These two broom things, panty and stocking rivaling like a couple of Pringles cans could spell their demise. So you're not about to tell me it's just irresponsible to keep any dragon as a pet. It has to be something that affects people who don't have mana. And listen to me trying to fix this unforgivable shit. I feel like Bofang Chang right now. Oh yeah, and after the battle, the lady becomes like a janitor or something, meaning this poor girl that just wanted a pet dragon is now assumedly forced to work for a dude who has no problem killing his own employees. I will only give points for that if it's an allegory for working conditions in Japanese animation studios. So yeah, in closing, even the basic shit they can't get right, bro. Like in the fight against Cinderella, you got all these explosives blowing up right in everyone's faces, only for them to have 0 blemishes and perfect hair seconds later. Are these characters just resistant to explosions? I'm really trying to think. Do they ever show anyone getting hurt by this thing unless it's convenient for the plot? Penny literally took more damage from the funny skyscraper explosion in episode 2 than she did from the drones. Like, we've got a super mythical Cinderella dragon that can only damage buildings. So it's the exact same as all the other dragons. And I say convenient for the plot because, of course, they gotta have Penny loop back around to that random shit she was saying in the first scene. We gotta add some weight to it. This is the scene where the main character pumps up their chest and shouts out their philosophy. So let's make her take damage once before giving the worst speech in anime history.
Macy, we're supposed to be the ones casting the spells.
Oh snap, hold up. Flynn is back. Flynn says hello for my graduation day of basic training. Hey Flynn! I just realized Flynn just literally... What the hell? Flynn's back! How's training? You have a model... You have a model? What do you mean by do I have a model? Apps? What was that question? I'm not sure if I answered that question or not. Did I answer that question? I don't know. Did that ring in my ear? I hope not. I hope it did. If it didn't, I probably didn't pay attention to it. I'm sorry about that. If I didn't answer your question. Well.
Okay, let me get this straight. The moral of the story is, if you're in a fairy tale, make sure you have magic or someone's gonna fuck you over with their inconvenient magic.
Yeah.
You might be wondering how I pick anime for this series, and I want to tell you right here and now. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to leave me speechless? Me. Das the Sauce Master, the fucking viado who never shuts the hell up about anything. I could take my most favorite thing in the universe and list everything wrong with it to you for an hour. So if I can't even fully convey how literally mindless Burn the Witch is with words, yeah, it's going on the list. The only saving grace of this anime is that it's just 3 episodes. That's 60 minutes. 60 minutes you could spend doing literally anything else. Write down random
Yeah, but
words
what's the point of Burn the Witch? Is it? I know it's supposed to be what, a Bleach spinoff. It's supposed to be like the Soul Society in London or in the West, right? And that how that works? So like, question is like, is it supposed to be like a spin-off, but yet it was supposed to like get popular enough to get its own show, and that didn't happen? Or is there still in the works of a actual season? Was it like a pilot episode type thing, like series kind of? Like what they did with My Little Witch Academia when you watch the first My Witch Academia, it's an actual pilot movie. It's not like an actual, like, I don't think it's canon. I think it's literally like a pilot movie. Is that 3D? Yeah, it's 3D, but I'm painting it 3D. And to answer your question, it's click to paint. I'm not using any like 3D models if you're thinking that. I have to paint everything.
Pieces of paper for 60 minutes, put them in a hat, and pull out a handful of them. Whatever phrase you create doing that will be a better written piece of media than this dog shit anime. I'm not even going to give this a rating out of 10. It doesn't deserve that shit.
Anyone would have taken one of your blueberry pies.
Huh. Oh, it's done. Shit, that was fast. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Sorry. God, I hate when that happens. Netflix. Let's see here. Let's see here.
And that is how Dracula do the scrape and lick. Now, Dracula gonna separate you into 2 groups. Ugly and dummy. You ugly, you ugly, you ugly, you a dummy. You ugly, you a dummy, and you ugly. You in both.
What purpose does this serve?
Dracula didn't ask for no lip. Dracula trying to bring you an education. Now, dummies, stand over there and face that way. And uglies,
Dracula is the GOAT. I'm telling you, Dracula in that show was the GOAT. He was the GOAT. He was just so mean for like no reason. Bro was literally the GOAT, I tell you. Looks cool, thank you. I'm doing a commission for a client.
Now what? Dracula didn't tell you to look over here, dummy.
So after years of purposely ignoring the existence of OAs, I think I'm officially out of ideas to the point where I can't anymore. I've basically talked about every real anime that actually airs in Japan that I can make jokes about at this point. So, Castlevania. Now listen, don't see this as the beginning of the downfall of my channel. This is an exciting new beginning. Think of me as Christopher Columbus.
Anime critic.
One of one of the guys. We're breaking new ground on American soil. We will plunge our shovels deep into this ripe, unsuspecting soil and nut. One thing I do like about American anime is the important people aren't just the ones with bright hair 100% of the time. And I will say Castlevania is probably the best looking American anime. Unfortunately, that's not all too big of a compliment though. The animation is pretty much what you would expect. I'd say the only time it ever really tries to break out of its shell and do something unexpected is the most recent season. But yeah, you're gonna see random frame rate drops, random fluidity increases and decreases whenever a fight's starting or ending. Whatever the fuck this is.
Wait, is this actually the show?
Also, as this is an American anime, I'm finally authorized to critique the voice acting. Imagine that. And I'm not gonna lie, this show gets off to a bad start. Like, this is how the first episode ends.
The Belmonts? We should have killed all
he's so quiet, and he's not the only one. No one knows how to speak the fuck up in this recording studio. I mean, generally speaking, the acting's aight. There's one guy's even voiced by Ricardo Montalban back from the dead.
What I have done here today is not a courageous act. The courage lies with
he's alive still?
Who has the guts to say no.
Oh my god, that's the grandpa. You guys, do you know who that is? That is the grandpa from Spy Kids. Oh my god. The toy maker thing. I thought he was dead.
Restaurant and eat a salad instead. To say, I will eat this salad with pride. I don't care if I look like a gay person. So to all of you salad-eating homosexuals, I say thank you.
Seriously though, this show has a lot of my favorite MMO voice actors, like
Yeah.
the literal goats.
I
Them
thought he
getting
was
the
dead.
dude that played Khadgar in World of Warcraft to do a Spanish accent alone was enough to keep me on the hook. That man has been my profile picture on Tumblr for who knows how many years now. He's probably the closest thing I have to a dad. Anyways, after that we have the music. Except we don't. Because the music was never going to be as good as the video games. Like, what did you expect? Heel vs. Babyface made the soundtrack. How are they ever going to top that?
No, that's bullshit.
I would like to point out that I'm fully aware this anime is a comedy. It's pretty obvious, especially with moments like this.
Where are the speakers?
I've put them somewhere safe. I swear it just moved. You.
See, that was funny. That was some Family Guy cutaway gag type shit. But that was also an outlier, if we're being honest here. The rest of the shit feels like a 13-year-old just figured out what all the curse words are and went goofy mode writing the dialogue, mainly since the protagonist is less posh than most of the other characters. Then you got the plot. Stop me if this is also in the video games, but for some reason they really wanted Dracula in this series to be smart. Like he's a legit scientist with a meth lab and a library and shit until his wife dies. Really the only thing that happens after that in season 1 is the characters falling down a bunch of random cracks in the ground. Fortunately, it's the same destructive floors from the Ring City DLC though, so they don't have to worry about falling damage. And you know, Miyazaki might not always see eye to eye on everything, but at least he contributed that much to this season. I can appreciate that. But yeah, then they find Alucard and head out to find Dracula. And speaking of the man himself, actually, Dracula is a very unenthusiastic villain. I mean, in season 1, he's just pissed. He sends a bunch of spooky kooks and babadooks out into the world and...
Babadooks.
Then that's it. At some point they had to add the minor detail that he can't keep making them without help though. But in season 2, he looks a little sleepy.
They will suffer. The suffering doesn't really matter to me anymore, Isaac.
Then this one lady bursts into his castle and she's like, you know, vampires are technically immortal. If you care so much about your wife dying, it probably would have been a good idea to bite her. And then Dracula gets really angry. Like his eyes get all bloody. He starts digging his fingers into his throne. He stands up all overpowered. He casts this huge ass shadow all over the room. And you just know he's about to fuck this bitch up. Like, how dare you talk that much shit in front of me and the homies? And guess what he says?
You talking to me? Step into my office.
What the fuck? Are you serious? No. Bullshit.
You know, we're like a third done with this arc. If the villain could, I don't know, maybe kill someone, that'd probably be helpful in making sure I don't fall asleep or anything. This anime seems very adamant that you'll care about the individual goals and backstories of these generals Dracula has, and for the most part, I eventually did. There's just one problem, and I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but they're Dracula's generals.
What?
Dracula. One of the most overpowered characters in fiction. What does he need a war council for exactly?
We've lost the party sent to Argesh.
Taking Argesh is bloodshed for its own sake.
Argesh
There is no
has
strategy.
no real importance.
Any city built over running water.
Taking the biggest riverport town in the
Bitches
region
are talking. Shut the fuck up.
has
Stop
no
talking.
importance.
Oh my god.
Who the fuck wrote this shit, bro? This is not Rage of Bahamut. There's not a holy army with fucking kaiju mechs that are gonna awaken to try and stop you. This is medieval Europe. Horse. Lantern. That is the extent. That is what you're up against. Occasionally, a person who knows magic, granted. But you are an immortal vampire with a teleporting castle. If you accidentally materialize that thing where Trevor Belmont happens to be standing, the whole show is over, you win. I especially love how in the first season, none of these people were so much as mentioned. Dracula just let the copy-paste gargoyles do all the killing for him. He's like, fuck it, I'll kill all of humanity without even lifting a finger. It's beneath him to do the shit himself, like, obviously. But then in season 2, they try and strike this middle ground for some reason. You realize if you just wrote him to be more powerful, you could have skipped out on all these people. I mean, one of them is voiced by the king of Skyrim and ESO, so I can't get too mad. But think about this from a practical standpoint. He's allying himself with people he clearly only just barely tolerates, when if he wasn't depressed as fuck, he wouldn't have to talk to them or worry about getting stabbed in the back. But now, let's have all these conversations about the shit. Bring the show to a complete stop so we can argue about which town we should have sent the gargoyles to. Next, you're gonna tell me Dracula's about to spend a whole episode upgrading the barracks to level 3 and training more archers. They're like, nah, we can't spare any people to investigate the possibility that the Belmonts are bad. Aren't y'all the people to spare? You wanna know the first time one of these people dies? It's not because they find Travis and underestimate him by only sending one dude. They infight so much that the black guy kills Godbrand just because he's probably untrustworthy. Dracula's henchmen are literally better at killing each other than they are the human race. I'd like to remind you that the only reason any of this is even happening in the first place is because a woman with 7 minutes of screen time got roasted like a turkey. Then they finally do attack a city at the end of season 2, and they send the fucking Legion in there. And the only reason they even attack this place is because there's water, which of course means it would be strategically advantageous to kill all the humans in this particular part of Europe first. Then we got the main characters. This whole season, they're just chilling in a library. There's a couple of good bits, but it's still pretty much 8 episodes straight of going to and standing in a library. Then we got whatever the fuck this is. Please tell me one of y'all gets reminded of Phantom Menace when you see that. That's like my favorite type of horrible directing, just the swoosh technique. Fuck showing where they're going, fuck blurring it correctly, just drag the characters like a PNG across the background and cut to the next shot. That's all you need. Then magically incline character 2 minutes after moving an entire castle remotely without even using the focusing 20-face die casts an ice elevator because some staircases broke. Let's talk about how a good writer wouldn't let this happen because theoretically there's an invisible mana pool that the character has and they can't cast 2 convenient spells in a row. But I guess there aren't rules in this show. Except there are. Because it's a show about vampires, and there's all kinds of specific rules about vampires. You can't even die if they aren't verbally allowed to enter your home. I'm pretty sure in Vampire Diaries, they kill vampires by incapacitating them and just moving their unconscious bodies to a room they've never been invited to. And, you know, shit like that.
I always wondered that was a thing. I always kind of wondered that. What? Don't I know that they can't go? I know. Okay. I know in Vampire Diaries that if the... I'm surprised that was never like a plot point. No one uses that as a real true weapon. Like, I seen Vampire Diaries with the girlfriend because she forced me to watch it, and I ended up kind of liking it. But then it's like, the only character I actually liked in that show was Klaus. But like, I noticed if they can't go through a room or they can't pass a room, they'll start burning, I believe. Or some shit that they started having a real problem. So that should be always a thing. We should like do what Patrick did. We take him on the other side and push him in the other room. Let's see where that goes. That'd be great.
What makes a show like this interesting because you actually have to come up with unique ways to work around the rules in a satisfying way. Instead, in this show, they just get mildly annoyed whenever there's sunlight, and besides that, none of the rules really apply unless it's convenient for the plot. I mean, fuck it, if they don't care, I don't care. So the air quotes monster trio go inside the castle, and for some reason, 6 episodes worth of infighting just instantly stops because they sensed humans. Why does this feel like something they either threw into Crunch Down on Time or put in the trailer? Toonami is proud to present Style Over Substance, the animated series, next Saturday night at 9, only Toonami. Then they finally fight Dracula alone in his castle because all those other people were so secondary, even the show admits it. Then Dracula starts crying and they show this painting. I'm gonna give you a second to pause the video to get all the laughter out. What if I just put Ski Master Slump God into this? How appropriate would that look if I just edited it perfectly? Kylo Ren then kills Han Solo, and that's it. Season 3. Except not season 3. Hold on, actually. Let's talk about the Mexican girl for a second. So, the show's a masterpiece now. Are there new writers?
Oh.
Maybe. don't want to look because I'm actually interested in what happens now. Like, it is genuinely astonishing how good Castlevania, a show about Dracula, is when it doesn't have Dracula in it. Seriously, if you want to stop the video here and just watch the first 2 seasons on 4 times speed or some shit and then enjoy the rest of the show, go ahead. I don't want to spoil the majority of it unless you just know for a fact you're not going to watch it. Mainly, though, in season 3, this Sylvanas-looking-ass lady actually becomes her own character.
You're nothing. You.
Wow.
Oh,
Nothing!
This might be the first video in years where I won't have to spend half of it talking about how pointless everyone except the protagonist is. Except for the part where I already did that back when I was talking about season 2. But yeah, her and the black guy, that's like its own, like, you could consider them to be their own protagonist. And basically, Alucard gets his dick sucked by 2 Japanese people. Sea-Dog VA and Iron Mouse help out another ESO voice actor enter whatever the fuck that Halo-looking ass shit was. And the villains they'll be dealing with next season get stronger in the background. We've still got a good bit left until these stories wrap up, though, so let's take a look. So season 4 is weird. It's not stupid or incompetent like season 2, just weird. I mean, the last season did end with Alucard getting a 43 yen sloppy. I don't know how you just casually continue past that.
I'll make that deal. How about you, bitch? You make that deal? I'd make that deal. I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
Unfortunately for Alucard, these 2 Japanese people in particular were destined to become the ancestors of Studio Trigger animation directors, so he had to kill them, I'm sorry to say it. Anyway, King Emmerich of the Daggerfall Covenant is back in this season, and he's a villain now. Look at y'all trying to spoil me and shit. The last time Bill Nicky played a villain was Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean.
That was him? Oh my god.
Real treat. Oh, sorry, something's happening. Looks like B-plot. I guess I should listen to what they're saying. Hold on.
is that Isaac?
Oh, these are the least interesting people. Okay, that's all the confirmation I needed. I just wanted to make sure this was a B-plot. I'm not the only one either. These 2 just stand there looking at the B-plot, and they're like, do we really need to go up there? And the other one's like, there's a Wendy's like half a mile down the road. We can come back later. And then they legit turn around. They don't even help their sister. What's weird is I could have sworn
there's a Wendy's, y'all.
Going to fight Sylvanas themselves. Now that I think about it, they didn't even know she existed. Is that bad writing? I guess it might be. I mean, I could talk about if it is or isn't, but that's all time I could spend fast-forwarding through this. Yeah. So Tracy finds this cross on the ground and he's like, hey, this would be really good to fight vampires with. Then 30 minutes later, some vampires show up and he waits like way too long to use it. Like 10 people die in the time it takes for him to take it out of his pocket. Then he kills Death, and I'm not going to talk about this fight scene because literally everyone turned it into a meme to the point where if you, even if you haven't seen the show, you've seen this fight. Yeah, season 5. So this season is pretty funny. They got disco vampires now. They got this girl.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyone who likes this season of 3, I'm not saying you have a bad taste, but this was a horrible. I remember watching this and then watching Reaper's review and I was like, wow, this is horrible. This is actually quite horrible.
Possible rent and unpayable taxes. My mother hasn't paid her taxes for years now.
Broke nigga alert.
My mom hasn't paid her bloody taxes in 47 years because my mom knows how to turn water into soda. Take me back to when you could get a Tesco shower gel for just 40p. We didn't know how well we fucking had it. We've got to rise up against these rich bastards and show them what a real Tesco ham sandwich is. The good thing is if you put these in their lunch boxes, you can expect them to come straight back home the next night, and you can play this game for 3 or 4 days before the sandwich goes bad. I've done it. So the plot is it's the 1700s, and there's still Belmonts and vampires, and the show follows this guy.
Yeah, man. I'm done.
Again, is what Tri Dollar Sign did. Also racism, but it's not the 1800s yet, so it's further below the equator racism.
Hey, Pixel, wait, hold on. Now I know for a fact this thing is not working. Hold on. Hold on. I'm under the... Hold on. Shit, let me see. Is this thing acting... Oh, that's why it's not reading out. That's why. Fucking stupid. Pixel, if you're still there, can you say hello real quick just to make sure everything's working? I hate that crap. God, I hate that. I'm so fucking... Or Bri, can you do a real run check and see if it's working? That's like the second person who's around over there said something, I didn't even hear it.
Not that I'd like to see slavery. Let me start over. Black people. Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
There will be no spells cast on my plantation.
You gotta think, man, if this show took place like 100 years later, that guy could have had a southern accent and that would have been the funniest scene of all time.
I'll say, son, what do we got brewing in here? I was walking by when I picked up the smell of 11 herbs and spices.
I think the first character that gets killed off is handled.
Oh my god. The Longhorn Frog. Oh my god. Okay, it says okay, it's working. Thank you, Bri. Thank you, bud. I appreciate it. You can run back over here if you want. I was just wondering if it's checked. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Really stupidly though, like you're obviously
I
trying
gotta
to
hear
do
that
a
again.
well-written
That shit was
black
funny.
man character story, but you're killing off her mentor.
I say,
like 3
son.
minutes
I
after
say.
he's introduced, and then doing the flashback to how they met.
I
Like,
gotta
there's
pull
no
that back.
scenario where this could do a well scene of all time.
My
Full. Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
There will be no spells cast on my plantation.
You gotta think, man, if this show took place
Hey.
like 100 years later, that guy could have
Shadow.
had a southern accent and that would have been the funniest scene of all time.
I'll say, son, what do we got brewing in here? I was walking by when I picked up the smell of 11 herbs and spices.
I think the first character that gets killed off is handled really stupidly, though. Like, you're obviously trying to do a well-written black main character story, but you're killing off her mentor, like, 3 minutes after he's introduced, and then doing the flashback to how they met. Like, there's no scenario where this backstory wouldn't have been better before he died, because without it, the only thing we knew about him before this is he had a really annoying singing voice.
Oh my god.
Don't make me bring up the Michiko and Haku conversation again. This is the last place where y'all need to be dropping the ball. Like, this show is known for having an actually good, diverse cast as opposed to 99% of other shit America makes. Like, represent with your good foot first. Is that so much to ask? Maybe it has to do with the fact that this season is 8 episodes long and the last few were 10. But yeah, the whole way everything's structured is just wonky at best. Like, the new Belmont character barely even gets that much development before the other people start rolling their flashback.mp4s. Say what you will about Tree Branch, but at least you knew from his first scene what he was about and what he liked. This kid just existed as Shadow until the last third of the season. I'd also argue that it's here where the actual plot of Nocturne starts. Terrible name, by the way. First off, the new Belmont meets his grandpa, and he basically says the whole Belmont shtick is stupid to begin with because evil is never going to stop existing no matter how strong vampire hunters get, which is nice to hear, honestly. It's like the writers sitting you down and just straight up saying, we can make as many seasons of this as we want. And by understanding this wisdom from the writers, by harnessing the power of a couple of white dudes in Texas, the Belmont kid goes Super Saiyan and becomes the Avatar, and becomes the Luminary, and becomes the Dragonborn, and the Final Dreamer, and then he gets McDonald's, and then he gets Whataburger, and then he kills all the bad guys. Except one. So besides black bad guys and bad guys who hate blacks, there's a villain above all those guys in this show called the Vampire Messiah. She's like the queen from the Johnny Depp Alice in Wonderland, except somehow even hotter. Also, she drank the blood of Ra's kid. Like Ra, the dude from Smite,
Whataburger,
sausage toast.
McDonald's.
She's Russian, though.
Oh my god.
So seems like kind of a long trip to get to Egypt. Do Russians not have an ancient god pantheon they pray to, like the Nords and the Greeks and the Egyptians?
No,
you telling me you couldn't have drank the blood of Schladengrad von Hirschbjörn? I mean, I'm not saying Ra's kids are weaker.
Most Russians do believe in. Most of them are very Christian, conservatively Christian, I believe. They believe in God. It's just very Russian God-ish, I guess.
Anything. It just seems like an odd choice of a show that's already well endowed with African lore. They got this guy right here who it's taken every ounce of restraint I have to not make a racist joke about. So the Messiah lady's plan is pretty simple. You ready for this? She's going to block out the sun so vampires can live in the daytime and the nighttime. Isn't that cool? I love that so much, except for the part where Skyrim already did that 12 years ago. Why am I watching this show again? Now, I'm sure you're asking, are we going to get season 6? What would a season 6 even be about? I mean, they could do Hogan's Castle, I guess. We could finally see that adapted into an anime. Well, actually, season 6 is already in the works, and it promises even more races than you could ever possibly imagine. I'm talking Czechoslovakian inclusion. I'm talking Guam inclusion. Y'all are not ready for Castlevania Season 8 when the main character is Tokalawian and uses the power of the rainfall goddess Lano to kick some serious vampire ass. What's that? That has nothing to do with castles? Nah, you're just racist, bro. Check your vampire cartoon privilege, bro. These shits have been pasty white for a little too long, and you know it.
Oh my god. Oh, subscribe.
Oh, man. Oh, I swear. Hey! Let me see. Life ruined. The generous story of cringes of creator. I want to go down this route, but I'm too scared to click it. Mid. Stop. Okay. I already seen Free Rent. I like Free Rent, but I know he's gonna shit on it, so let's jump on it. I don't give a fuck.
Vex on the feed. So there I was, browsing my favorite website. The most trusted name in... Yeah, when suddenly I remembered something. I hadn't checked up on the top anime rankings in a while. See, there was a little experiment I had been running. I had made a prediction of sorts. A show by the name of Farrakhan Beyond Journey's End had made it to the #1 spot about a year ago, and I wanted to see whether or not it can maintain it for a significant amount of time. Lo and behold, I booted up the top anime, and what did I find? See, what you gotta understand is, back in the day, we didn't have these fancy animes like the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, okay? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood was considered unsurpassable. Not by me, I would never say that, but by my anime list. I mean, come on, you're gonna question the good word like that? But then along came the 2020s, and eventually Frontier Airlines dropped. Oh, I saw the hype for this anime, but if you know anything about me, you know I like to wait for it to settle. And that leads us to about a week ago. Spoiler alert, it's a 5 out of 10 at best. Okay, let's do this right for once. Let's go Ralph the Movie Maker on this. We're gonna have a by the books review, no hitting below the belt. I'm gonna start with the things I like, primarily the animation. Which I gotta say, this is Madhouse's best work since the Lilo and Stitch anime. They even waited a whole 9 episodes before needing CGI reanimated armors that didn't even need to be CGI because they only have a couple of minutes of screen time before the main character instantly defeats them. And the CGI takes up even less screen time than that. And they didn't even need to move that much in the shots that they were CGI. And they fucked. This is supposed to be the stuff I like. Never mind, the animation's great, moving on. We also got the character writing that's pretty good for the most part. They really want you to care about everyone, even the minor people that are only there for like half an episode. Like, no one can say this isn't a lived-in universe, but keep in mind that's not in regards to any deep lore. If you've never seen this show before, all you need to know is demons used to be a problem and now they aren't anywhere near as much. Those of you looking for more meat on them bones might be disappointed by that, though. I wonder how that feels. See, I'm dead inside, but even then I gotta admit I was expecting a teeny bit more than that. Admittedly, I did dip my toes into the show here and there while it was coming out, but I didn't really glean anything. And I foolishly thought that was because the plot was spoiler heavy. I also assumed Free Willy's personality was... a personality, especially after a clip I saw from the end of the Labyrinth arc where it looked like she was one of those quiet and emotionless type characters that's secretly an overpowered badass. Boy, did I miscalculate the fuck out of that! I mean, she's definitely overpowered and she's definitely emotionless often, but not to hide anything. There's no big twist waiting for you here. This isn't Madoka Magica 3 Revenge of the Sith, or even the next best thing, Seven Deadly Sins Season 1. And even if she was, you can't be emotionless in a badass way in a show like this because it's not just one character that's got chronic resting bitch face. That's a trick a writer can pull out of their head once before it immediately loses value every other use. But either way, yeah, this isn't that kind of show. Again, the best way I can describe it is that pretty much everyone gets a treatment and has a big moment they get to be the centerpiece of doing the thing they do best, which would be great in a regular anime. This is not a regular anime, though. This is a slice-of-life fantasy about a bored elf doing magic that has just enough action to not put you to sleep. And if you haven't guessed, the section where I talk about the things I like ended a while ago.
It's inferred that it was because on the box art there are 2 small icons reading I lack talent and fuck you!
So here's the premise. Pay attention. Here we go. They're done. They beat the bad guy. What? That's the premise. Don't look at me. Literally, these 4 created world peace, and then they all die except F to pay respects. And it's here where we get the catalyst for the rest of the show.
I hardly knew anything about him. 10 years with him. wasn't nearly enough time to learn. I was aware that human lives are short, but this, why didn't I try to better know and understand you?
Nah, fuck you. That's your own damn fault. Don't come in here acting like the Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes that day. You're telling me you're hundreds of years old and you don't know the right way to make friends? Hold on, even if you are damn near immortal compared to everyone else, you're really about to tell me 10 years wasn't enough to get to know the motherfucker that well? That's like factually incorrect. The show flashes back and explains their friendship like 50 times, and that's almost never the case when they do. Honestly, the show's got so many flashbacks it almost ruined the concept of flashbacks to me. Think about every time the momentum in a fight has gotten ruined because someone decided to put a flashback right in the middle of it.
Oh, that'll piss me off. Well, that'll piss me off.
Get out! I'm cooking. I'm on a roll. What's the
Is that Christopher Walken?
Now imagine that times
Legend!
100, just minus actually getting rewarded with the fights when you're done grinding out the flashbacks. I literally just talked about this in the Record of Ragnarok review too. I am 4 pages into the script and I already gotta start issuing apologies to shit I talked about in the past. But with the sheer number of them, I gotta ask, wouldn't have telling the story of The Journey been a better anime than this? I assume that's a sacrilegious question if you actually like this show, but I ask because, to quote the old El Paso mascot, why don't we have both? This could just be the second season, a Naruto Shippuden of a better anime. Okay, that's offensive to Naruto Shippuden. The Bordo of a better anime. Like, I really can't stress this enough. There are so many flashbacks that it's like you're watching 2 shows at once. And it's not a best of both worlds scenario. There are very few benefits to it because of how they decide to approach the method. Like, even when there's no reason to have a flashback, they still do it. In episode 15, this dude fights a monster and he flashes back to another dude telling him what to expect from the exact person standing behind him that he just so happened to become friends with 1 episode ago. Also, he can have the revelation that he needs to do what people ask him to do and trust them. And I am just compelled to ask, why? Because character writing? That's your final answer. You're sure about that? This guy joins their party and leaves after like 2.5 episodes. You could damn near take him out of the show entirely and nothing would change. Which reminds me, there's a fucking party I
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I
So
low-key got a little bit annoyed about his presence because he was only there for like 3 episodes and left. That shit pissed me off a little bit because I was like, maybe he has some type of pure significance to this like trio and he's going to be like a key to something. He's going to be important. But like when I think of it now, no, yo mama. When I think of it now, like it's like it really didn't change. If he left, nothing's changed. Nothing changed. That kind of annoyed me. I thought he had some type of significance. But maybe he will in the next season, hopefully. We might run into him again, but then again, that was kind of annoying. But I guess it was a bit realistic. I guess they went down the realistic route that the likelihood he was going to stay with them from day one, like in like Pokemon, like Ash is on a journey and these 2 people just go on them for the whole 3,000 years, you know, walking, which is, I always found that kind of weird. Why they never found any other forms of transportation other than using a train. I think they use a train like a few times in Pokemon, I think, but they never really like get a car, a cab, or anything like that. But I guess that costs too much money. You know, now that must cost more money now, but back then that was probably like 10 cents. Ooh, early 2000s was a day to be alive. There was a time where gas was literally 10 cents. Or 50 cents. Holy shit. Now you're paying like almost $6. Holy fucking shit.
The main character. Then there's Purple Girl, her apprentice. I will proceed to not even mention Purple Girl for the rest of the video. Then they find out the same place Frasier originally beat the Demon King with her first party might have also been where Heaven is, which is fantastic to hear. And do y'all care to explain how they beat the Demon King and that's it? They never noticed anything else of importance in the area? Well, I guess we'll figure out, right? I mean, we got 28 episodes to take our time getting there and learning everything there is to learn. Right? Hey man, cut them some slack. They put Journey in the title. Kind of. It's not about the destination. It's about the friends you make along the way. And the plot does eventually start up in the form of the first big fight. Now, I had expected this to be the turning point where the show would really start to kick into gear. But the demon died in like 2 minutes, and the conversation they had before the fight was just to set up the concept of magic improving over time. But what's really fucked up is the demons aren't even badly written if you keep watching the show. I like the little lore tidbits we get in terms of them as a species. It's just that them as characters are there, I guess. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. They definitely mismanage what good storylines they stumble into. Like, there's a scene where the demons are trying to kill Fracus in a jail cell she got put in for trying to kill them. Because enough times passed since the Demon King died, and they're trying to use that as an opportunity to trick the humans into thinking they can finally have peace. But whatever, the dude goes down there into the prison, and the music and lighting are all off. This is the pivotal scene where the demons start to actually confirm everyone's suspicions and do shit they shouldn't be, and the guy's just like, hey, I bet I'm stronger than you, and the episode ends. I seriously don't think I've ever seen wasted tension like that before. All I can think of is, what if the Promised Neverland crew directed this scene? Now, by the grace of all that is holy, I know the one person dumb enough to defend this in the very specific way I call it out will show up, so let me make one thing perfectly clear. It can be argued that the show being focused around how overpowered Freight Train is could be expanded to include elements like animationography, music, dialogue, shit like that. And what I mean is, the show is literally from the perspective of a living, breathing, been there, done that. But there's a difference between sitting there and coming up with that idea and actually putting it into practice, much less putting it into practice well. In other words, the show is probably better off in someone's head, something that we'll talk about more later on. But what's important is it doesn't play to any strength that makes up for what it's purposely forcing itself to lack. It's just boring. Fratty Shack deadass murders someone with her bare hands and gets blood all over her, and the tone still treats it like a casual dialogue scene.
This is going to complicate things.
Like, what do you get from that? What do you need from that the show can't have without it? Because if I'm being honest with you, this whole scene shouldn't have even been in the script to begin with. The guy goes down there and acts like he's guaranteed to win, but that even if he isn't, everything's going according to plan. Then when the people in charge of the city use the slightest inkling of thought to figure out that the missing prisoner and the dead guard was on account of someone trying to kill Fran Drescher, they confront the demon emissary. And he says,
My, that idiot, Rat. He has ruined everything. But now it seems that violence is the only way to resolve this predicament.
So, here you are having to show your true colors, when if you had just attacked the city directly as soon as Fran Tex got put in jail, you would have actually succeeded. Because, of course, the second they so much as exist in the same universe as her once she's fresh out, their perfect plan is over. She doesn't even have to do that much to kill their leader either. She tricks her into decapitating herself.
They go another flare tip. You gotta kill yourself.
Like, just so we're clear here,
What?
in terms of power scaling, this woman is a Dale from King of the Hill level threat here. If she ever decides to turn evil, it is over. And this is just the introductory arc into the broader battling that happens as the show gets more violent. But I've broken it down in this way to show you that they really can't even do the most standard plot progression right. But you know what? Maybe I just hold that kind of thing to a higher standard. I personally enjoy shows that carefully lay down and execute the transition from lighthearted to, oh shit, this just went from 0 to 100 real fucking quick. It's a satisfying thing to see done right, and Froyo just doesn't want to, I guess. Just like how they don't want to set up the premise right, just like how they don't want to write the main character right. Did I mention she wouldn't have even been locked up if she had just told the guards her name? Like, yeah, she's a legendary hero, and everybody conveniently forgot what she looks like, as if paintings and the fact that she never changes her clothes aren't a thing. But no, even besides that, they find the need to dedicate a portion of episode 9 to explaining why the ruler of this particular city owes her. Now again, I understand a certain amount of comedy and tone setting should be taken from the fact that right before this, Railstorm is like, oh, I'm gonna be in prison for 3 years? That's crazy. I guess I'll need to do a lot of reading. But do I really have to explain how stupid this is? Regardless of people being brainwashed into thinking this is the best anime of all time, do I really need to make this video any longer than it already is? I think you can see why a get out of jail free card that the main character is written to not even care enough to use because everything is inconsequential is stupid. Like, we could keep asking ourselves questions like, why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? But I'm looking at the big picture here. Why exactly did they make this anime? So we can watch someone who's only kinda interested in being serious about her goals meander around? What's the point of anything then? Am I seriously the only one that expects more from an MC than that? Being the protagonist of a story is a big deal. You're like the cheerleader of the show. If the audience isn't excited to watch you succeed, you're done. That's it. And I'm not even talking about how she can one-shot any threat that comes her way. That ship sailed 4 paragraphs ago. So what? It's the God of War reboot? Her kids/friends are the only thing she has to lose, so we're supposed to care about them? Because I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you.
To make matters worse, there was no...
I haven't even mentioned the warrior dude, arguably the only character in the show that isn't an emotionless block of wood. But even then, he's such a bitch, I just want to pin him to the ground and go spelunking inside of him. And when I say spelunking inside of him, what I mean is I want a journey to Angora. I want one night in Karazhan, okay? I want to voyage to the sunken city. You can really insert any Hearthstone expansion name here, the point is homosexual intercourse. He seems like he would be prime meat for chastity cage, sissy, white boy feminization, black NTR hentai on Twitter. Not even necessarily because of his looks either, just because because of his presence in the show. And once he's added to the party, they occasionally do this thing where the characters randomly get mad at each other. It sounds like I'm being vague for no reason, but no, really. It's like there's an egg timer going off every few episodes and they need a third person in the party to be an intermediary. They even use that kind of wording in the show to describe it at one point. And it's here where we usually get to see some of the other emotions you can look forward to being displayed for you in the show, including but not limited to pouting, mild infuriation, confusion, and comedy relief that makes Burn the Witch look like Family Guy seasons 4 through 9. I will admit Old Man Bull in episode 16 made me laugh, though. Maybe because he reminds me of the guy who drops my favorite sword in Dark Souls 2 mixed with, I fucked 50 men! But you know what's funny? Dwarves can't emote in this show either because they all have giant beards. Like, it is fascinating from the ground up how restricted these characters are from having facial expressions. The first thing I could think to compare it to would be Star Trek, I guess, but Star Trek fans at least get what they want out of Star Trek when it hits. Even when the show does hit, I have a hard time of thinking of anyone who would enjoy it. Maybe people who make gifs of Studio Ghibli movies and put them on Tumblr? Like, I don't know. Eventually, though, we get into what I am forced to call the meat and potatoes of this anime, the Academy arc. An arc I was going to say starts off fine enough, but then I remembered Magi has an Academy arc too, and I used to think that shit was kind of mid before I forced myself to lower my standards watching this, so no, fuck you. Well, and I have a history of glazing that anime, so reverse card, fuck me, actually. Either way, this is when we get introduced to a lot more blocks of wood. I kid you not, this bitch literally gets stabbed in the chest, and this is her reaction.
Well, that's that. Go. Run as quickly as you can and find a fighter to depend on. I'm going home. It even ensures my safety on the way out.
It's a fun game to play when watching this arc. Open literally any episode and click to a random point in it. If the screen has someone's eyes doing this, or their closed mouth lip flap looks like this, you lost the game because there's nothing impressive about finding that in this anime. Besides that, the Mimic Labyrinth that I refuse to call a dungeon like the characters do because this isn't a fucking video game universe is weird. First off, the lady giving the test lets them have these bottoms with golems inside of them to get them out and forfeit if they're about to die. And when you use the bottle, you shatter it on the ground and the golem just picks you up and runs. And yes, that was very funny, but not necessarily in a way that benefits the show. Assuming that alternatives do exist, you know, like one that teleports you out. You would assume the Mages Guild conducting this test would use something like that instead, because they wouldn't want the golem to de-fucking-molish anything in its path. You keep letting these things run wild in random ancient underground cities, you're gonna run out of places to send the test takers to. Again, that's an assumption in a world where magic has very few limits from how the characters explain things, but hopefully you can see where I'm coming from on this. I don't know, maybe if the lady was set up to be some kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs ass mage that likes wacky experimental shit, this would have actually worked. Like, if this was World of Warcraft, not only would it have made sense to call this place a dungeon, but she would have been a goblin or a gnome or something to let her really be iconic. But I'm getting into crazy land here. I mean, that would require her to emote whatsoever. Maybe even have a vibrant character design. Nah, that's... what am I saying? Jesus, I'm really stepping out of line here, aren't I? I legit just said the word iconic when talking about Freyrin, the least iconic anime of all time. Did I mention I officially apologize to Shield Hero and Demon Slayer for saying those shows have characters that frown too much? Now, after all that, the people start getting cornered by the final boss and it makes them find mimics of themselves. Except for when it doesn't and it just sends a copy of Frambrosia to fight a group of people who have no hope of defeating her. This is one of those things where you feel like you're watching a writer come up with an idea rather than a show in and of itself. Like, the script isn't written to give the characters information, it's written to show you, the viewer, that exact copies of people can be made. Then it shows you some mirror matches. And then and only then does it show you what happens when the fight isn't a mirror match. But hear me out, not only is that a standard as fuck setup and payoff, wouldn't it have been more interesting to show that it could make a copy of anyone from the beginning? Don't even show the people who have to fight Fry Guys, Burgers, and Fries until the last second. Build up to that and let the audience come to the conclusion themselves right before it's revealed. People paying attention could use process of elimination to predict who it's going to be ahead of time, depending on how long you drag it out. I know for a fact if Oda from One Piece wrote this, he'd milk that shit for 30 chapters straight. Teching 101 would have a field day.
Alright, Barry, hit me with it. Hakai!
And it's honestly showing how even this late in the show, they probably never even considered something like that because spending so much time getting to know each and every character is more important to them. So instead we get more time allocated to people just sitting around like, hey, why is it that what's-her-face is the way she is? And the other person will be like, well, from what I can tell, it's da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, yeah. That's a straightforward way to write a show, I guess. Then randomly as fuck, there's this actually funny running gag where this old dude is just handing out ancient Chinese wisdom. He's like, plant yourself in this current moment. Listen closely to the world surrounding you. If the bitch keep her silverware in the fridge, you already know she got roaches. And then someone shows up behind the warrior guy who's barely a character, like, hey, warrior guy who's barely a character, is that old guy your sensei or something? And the warrior guy who's barely a character is like, I don't even know who the fuck that is. He just shows up, says some Karate Kid type shit and leaves. Also,
yeah, I remember that. That was kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I laughed at that. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck that person is. He did not know who that person was. He was just kind of there. I was like, what the fuck? So you just been hanging out with this old man, just standing here, and you just saying random shit next to you. You just sit there. that is the crackhead who will stab you because you laugh a little too hard next to them. What are you doing? See, always make sure that the crackhead around you, if he made a joke, you've been there. You made a joke, you laugh with him, but don't laugh too hard because he sense that you're bullshitting. That's crazy. Hey, what's going on?
Will admit the mimic crystal monster taking the hair abilities of the lady giving the test is pretty cool. Not to mention, its face being monotone like everyone else is understandable because it's a magical entity that doesn't have feelings or the ability to talk in the first place. And while I'm at it, I really like this specific shot too. It dangling there in that spider web thing and made out of its hair is awesome. And that's right after it almost killed 2 people too. It's like it's hitting an emote after getting a double kill or something. It's just a shame a cool monster like that is a mimic of such a boring ass character.
It was a complete and utter shock. It was a complete and utter shock.
So yeah, at the end of the arc, the final test is getting interviewed by the super elf. Who is the super elf? Well, she actually taught the person who taught Fruit Loops. I like this character. Let me repeat that. I like this character that is in the show Freyrin Beyond Journey's End.
Wait, what? You can put the music, the winner takes all, or you can't because... Wait, what are you asking? That came out of nowhere. What is it? What are you asking?
And I just said the character's name right for the first time in this whole video, so you know how serious I am. There is a tension when she is in the same room as the protagonist because she is more experienced and powerful than the protagonist. It is interesting to have her in the show at all because it makes you zoom out the food chain diagram in your head. So why is it that we don't even find out she exists until halfway through the show? You already know what I'm going to say if you've gotten this far into the video. But this leads us into the final episode. You might notice something if for whatever reason you've been watching along with me though. It's 24 minutes. And they never got to heaven. Don't get me wrong, the last episode's fine. It's a more unrelenting character writing. That's not the problem. I especially sympathize with the dude who said he was born in the wrong generation and then just jumps Frieza in the middle of the night. He's like, I probably could have beat the Demon King, but nobody cares about me. I bet if I kill you, they will, though. That's good writing. Do more of that. Is what I would have said if this wasn't the last episode.
Yes, sirree. Thought about killing myself.
You know what? Fuck the story. I didn't even care. It's not like I wanted to see the end of the show or anything, Baka. Honestly, that shouldn't even be a surprise to you, but yeah, I was more just watching this shit out of morbid curiosity after the first 3 or 4 episodes. But that doesn't mean I'm letting this slide. Because I was under the assumption they would use the locational flashbacks to show how Frey Pacino and her party even beat the Demon King in the first place. Because if she's so OP, I don't understand how she couldn't have just done it herself. Like, genuinely, the second they explained how impossible it is to even make this bitch break a sweat in a life or death fight, I was at the very least interested in that one mystery. Just keep in mind, an antagonist doesn't count unless it's set up that they can believably defeat the main character in a one-on-one scenario. So how hard was it exactly to beat the Demon King to the point that Freezy Pop needed a random priest, a random dwarf, and a random human with a cape to stop it? I guess I'll never find out because I'm not watching another season of this shit. And the fact that I'm really about to say this as if it needs saying, I just can't, bro. But yeah, this isn't a story that needs 2 seasons to be told. This show is 28 episodes long. That is enough. That is more than enough. That is more than most people could ever ask for. And yes, I understand it's a show that stops to smell the roses and takes its time to tell its message. But in the end, the only thing that it ever really has to say that hasn't already been done a million times is some surface-level religious commentary because they're straight up looking for heaven. There's just one problem with that, and some eagle-eyed viewers might have already picked up on this, but, you know, literal VeggieTales has better religious commentary than this. But nah, it's a highly rated show that's not supposed to have a lot of action to carry it, which means if you don't like it, you're automatically shunned as an Adderall ketamine juiced up zoomer. I just feel like if the show had below average animation, it'd be hated. But because it's Madhouse and they have a good track record, more people watched it versus if it had been released by some random studio. And because a lot of people watch something, the chances of it becoming a pop culture thingamajig goes up too. And as far as probability goes, I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Like, you can make a slow as fuck show where almost everyone's boring. You can do anything. But why would you assume people would want to watch that? Or like that. Of course, this show is proof that whether or not they do is irrelevant, but what I'm asking here is what type of person unironically pitches that? And more importantly, what kind of person unironically goes, yeah, sure, let's make 28 episodes of it? Boring-ass motherfuckers is the answer, by the way. In closing, as far as I'm concerned, an adventure is only as good as how much the characters change along the way. And if you've been paying attention, you can probably see where I'm going with this. Freakoff cries once. Once in the entire show. She fears a total of 0 things. She does not suffer. There is no antagonist in this show. Therefore, there is no growth. Therefore, you shouldn't even consider this to be an anime with a story. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't know what to call this. It exists outside the confines of entertainment. It simply is. And I just wasted too much time talking about it.
Simply
Have a good day.
Hey, Samantha, what do you want to get for Christmas? Fucked.
Let's see here. I didn't know I did 2 versions of that. Okay, go away now. Go away now. Alright, let's see. I need to... That's right. Okay, first thing. I'm gonna... Okay, there's 2 ways I can do this. I'm gonna... Oh, shit. Okay, I guess that's going to... Hey! Okay. Going out. Okay, let me see. 2.0. Reveal all other fun things.
Okay, listen up, pal. You need a reality check. Are we ready to be preyed upon? And just what can a jumped up little E-Rink like you even do? I mean, you're the weakest hunter of...
If you keep making threats, I'm gonna change it to... Wake up! I'm gonna change it to... Wakey wakey! I'm gonna change it to... Erect. Erect.
Alright, so there I was watching my favorite anime, The Sword of Coming. And of course, you know me, I had my big ass bucket of popcorn, my rainbow propeller hat. The sword was there, it was coming. I'm kicking my feet, giggling, wiggling my toes and shit, when suddenly it hit me. Chinese anime. An entire untapped market as far as this channel is concerned. And where else to start than with the most famous Chinese anime of all time, Solo Leveling. A masterpiece if there ever was one. A classic story of a dude who isn't...
Is he bullshit? Wait, I don't know if he's doing for the bit, but is it Chinese? I thought it was Korean. No way. Okay, I think he's being on purpose on that. I think he's using a racist joke. I think that's what's happening. I think that's why dies. I think that's what's happening.
Strong suddenly getting the ability to be strong. Like, I had to go back and check to make sure no one had ever come up with that before, because, like, it's just so obvious. How could no one capitalize on that? This is Solo. He is literally the worst monster-killing person who is legally allowed to kill monsters. And you're not gonna believe this, but his mom has a rare disease, and that's why he needs the money.
Eternal sleep disease? Yes. Final rest is another term for it. An illness that came into existence with the appearance of the gates.
Now, what's really scary is I did some research, and I hope you're sitting down, but this is real. This can happen to your mom. It's this crazy thing called a coma. There's a whole video game series based off it and everything. See, Solo is just a regular guy. This show can happen to any of us. And by any of us, I mean anyone who lives in the red parts of this map. Pay no mind to Asia being perfectly green, though. I'm sure this is just an alternate reality where universal healthcare doesn't exist. Anyways, the show starts and he's heading into a new raid with his party to earn money for the Hopskills. And his sister's tuition. We can't forget about that. Don't worry, this is gonna end up being one of the most important anime sisters of all time. Just give them a minute. Any season now, she's gonna do something that affects the plot. I got a good feeling about this, trust me. But yeah, they go into the dungeon. It was just supposed to be an easy grab, one last gig, and they would have been out of the game for good.
But the one thing they didn't plan on. But there's just one thing they didn't count on. But there was something they didn't count on. But there's one thing.
Smile, boys, we're about to retire.
He didn't count on.
Turns out there's another building inside the dungeon, but not the good kind, like when you get to go to a McDonald's inside the Walmart. This is the everyone gets gruesomely murdered kind, like when there's a Pizza Hut inside the Target.
Look, he forgot
forgot to put the Crocs in sport mode? Oh, and I almost forgot to put this in the video, but just so everybody knows, that Croc said it was done by Everlast77. Like, I keep seeing people reposting it, like, oh, who made this skull emoji, skull emoji? Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe you would have known if you hadn't cropped out the fucking watermark. Then there's a stone tablet that literally says what to do to beat the dungeon, and when Solo tells everyone to follow the rules on it so they don't get killed, they treat him like he's a genius. Not that it matters, because everyone leaves him anyways, and the monsters fuck him up. Like, they go so Amazon Prime on his ass, he catches airtime in the middle of getting fucked.
I wish I had another chance.
Attention parents and grandparents of young children.
Then he lands on this altar thing and some serial experiments analog horror type shit shows up. It's like your heart will stop beating in 0.02, repeating of course seconds unless you press yes. Now, I hate to break this to you, but I should probably mention for starters, there's no cursor on the screen. Also, you know 0.02 seconds is slower than the human brain can perceive time, right? Like only a fly or some shit could react that quick. The time it would take any living thing to read this message would be longer than 0.02 seconds. Also, this is just Spawn. Like, this is the backstory for Spawn. All you've accomplished is making me wish I was
the
watching
best
Spawn
stream
right
ever.
now. That's what this show needed, actually, is the same intro as Spawn. I want to see Quan Shin McFarlane sitting at his desk explaining the premise to me at the beginning of every episode. Anyways, what you need to know is he is now increasing his level. You heard me right. We are now in the presence of Solo increasing. And this is where we have to talk about the supernatural elements of this universe. This show is basically Chinese Sinbad mixed with a little bit of Log Horizon and Lane. And yeah, if you're gonna do an overarching mystery involving video game tropes anyways, there's definitely worse inspirations you could draw from.
You don't seem to understand. Earth isn't yours to conquer.
And you don't seem to understand.
Basically, Earth is being terraformed into an MMO. Great portals open up, random people get magic abilities, there's monsters and treasure inside. But that's as far as the similarities go except for Solo. Because he can see the HUD of the game, like he's the only one that didn't press Alt-C. And even though he was weak at first, he can see the quest log now and use it to gradually get stronger. And he does. And that's season 1. See, you don't really want to let this show simmer on you for too long. Like this one scene where he's just talking to himself and digging the hole for the suspension of disbelief to get buried in. Because his hand and leg got cut off right before he woke up in the hospital, and all of a sudden he's fine. Then at the beginning of episode 7, he checks his stats and he's like, oh yeah, I forgot I have that buff that makes it harder for me to die. That explains it. Like, bruh. Again, I try not to care with this show, especially with there being no shortage of people who hate on it. But even then, come the fuck on, bro. It's weird though, because the show shifts its demeanor a lot to try and throw you off its scent. One second the main character will make an actually good point, then he randomly gets his ass beat, then he'll act like whatever's happening is the last episode of the show. His life flashes before his eyes and shit, just so some random claws or bit of plot armor can happen to
that chin! What the fuck?
And it's in these moments when you realize something. Solo is kind of fucking retarded, but in the worst way. Like, he knows when he should quit while he's ahead, but he literally never does. He will regularly stop and evaluate his chances of success depending on what it is he's doing, and then completely ignore the entire monologue he just gave himself.
I doubt I can level up anymore here.
That's
the swords
crazy.
of fear swipes away from breaking.
It's okay though, because they show later on it's less about that and more he just can't stop fighting. Like, the more he levels up, the less he can feel any emotions other than the addiction to fighting.
The boss chamber. I know I shouldn't kill it. The gate will close if I do, and the Hunter's Guild will suffer a massive loss. Fine. A little poke can't hurt.
Except for the other 90% of the show when the writers forget that's a part of his arc and he's perfectly fine. I mean, I don't trust whoever's behind the curtain here to even remotely do a character study to that degree anyways, so whatever. It just is a little sad though. But then you got literally any scene that focuses on any other character, which I struggle to call scenes, actually they're more like Family Guy cutaways.
Right?
Like, for a show called Solo Leveling, they sure do love giving screen time to random people who aren't the main character. But yeah, besides all that stuff and about 3 million other things, season 1's fine. Here, let me insult the show again so I can be more in line with the popular opinion. If I had to listen to this show's soundtrack one more time, I was gonna kill myself. Oh, and I almost forgot, season 1 leaves off with Solo running into Ironsides from Seven Deadly Sins, and as per usual, he gets his ass absolutely reamed Like, look at this, bro. This is even more airtime than he caught when he died. But when he unlocks the power-up from beating Ironsides, he resurrects him with his new ability, which I appreciate a lot. Because you gotta keep him in the show, dude. Like, look at that armor. I do have one big problem with this fight, though, and it's the return of the stone from earlier on. It's supposed to let him leave whenever he wants to off some Freyren Golem type shit. Like, he's got the homeward bone, basically. He's got the bold hunter's mark. But this man never once gets the cast off.
You've gotta use the stone.
Still though, with all the memes and shit talking from everyone, I was expecting season 1 to be the worst thing I had ever seen, but it really wasn't. Solo Leveling season 1 is an anime. By modern standards, it's honestly pretty middle of the road for what it is. It doesn't like to take risks with the writing. Stuff like episode 5 is the most predictable shit of all time. The character designs are boring as fuck. But none of these are problems only Solo Leveling has. So this is probably just another case of something getting too many eyes on it, except this time people actually wanted to ask questions for once. You know, being critical of the media they're consuming, not taking every piece of information the show gives them at face value and regurgitating it anytime someone tries to call it out. Amazing. But either way, season 1 in a vacuum is like a 5 out of 10. In fact, this is probably what every 5 out of 10 should be striving to achieve. Unironically, this is the bar. If your show is worse than Solo Leveling Season 1, you're below average. If your show is better than Solo Leveling Season 1, you're above average. That is the legacy of this anime. It was a measuring stick. Now Season 2, on the other hand, is a masterpiece! And let me go ahead and guess here. Yeah, it's the 32nd best anime ever made on my anime list. Terrific, bro. Love that. So, I'm guessing the people that didn't feel embarrassed saying they liked season 1 and stayed around for season 2 were just more vocal because they were the majority. Like, you know, if the haters stop watching a show and don't even care enough to hate on it by the time the new season comes out, that's pretty much what you get every time. That's why even if a series stagnates and never gets better or worse, the new seasons are usually higher rated than the first one. Funny. Because meanwhile, the plot of season 2 is him finally going public with his powers to more efficiently aura farm. He gets reevaluated and they find out he's the guy, and he gets to talk to all the other characters that hogged the screen time in season 1 that he didn't know yet. The problem being, they're all completely pointless by now since Solo is him. He's the guy, as previously explained, versus, what, there's only like 2 fans of this show who even know what y'all's names are. Then he meets Netero and bro starts having heart palpitations.
How many years has it been since I felt this way? How many years has it been
that's shonen
since I've wanted to have sexual relations with another man? Clear my schedule for tonight. I'd like to savor this feeling. I'm about to beat my shit Goofy style.
Oh, and there's a little arc where he fights
Goofy style? Goofy style? Is that what we doing now? Is that what the kids are saying? Goofy style? What the fuck? Man, I tell you, this internet, Goofy style, bruh. Oh, not Gramps, bruh. He gonna go goofy on us, mate. No, not Grandpa. Oh, the degeneracy.
Torture and devour. Although there's something strange mixed with the humans, and no more intimidating.
Let's see, who haven't I done a terrible impression?
Stir them buns, stir them.
I'm thinking either Pepe from the Muppets or the bad guy from Pirates of the Caribbean 5. Let's go with the bad guy from Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Jack the Sparrow.
You go find Jack Sparrow and you tell him that I'm going to come and beat him up. Hashtag beat up Jack Sparrow.
I want you to find Jack the Sparrow and tell him I'm going to suck his tiny little testicles. Incorrupt.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro. I'll clip it later. I promise you. I'll clip it later. That was not needed. I can't today. This fucking I can't anymore. Why? Why is the internet like this?
Colombia, they call me the mouth of the South. Okay, I want you to find Jack this. I want you to find Jack the Sparrow and tell him I'm going to stimulate his little prostate. Okay.
Like.
The fact that he started laughing. The fact that he started laughing. Tony Montana. Oh my god.
Who dubbed this show, bro? Telemundo? This is a Chinese anime drawn by Japanese people outsourced to Korea and then dubbed by Americans, who then proceeded to call in random South Americans for two characters that have nothing in common with each other. Unless this guy's dad is secretly an orc and you gotta wait until season 3 to find that shit out too. This is deadass more interesting than the actual show. Then he finds this fine-ass elf vampire, whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, I drew her. What's her name? A lot of people was happy about that. When I drew this motherfucker. Oh my god. Y'all went crazy for that drawing. Oh my fucking god.
He is a bitch. He's literally the only person given prominence in the first
The
two
only
seasons.
the only sin I did by drawing this character was not coloring her. Oh my god. If I were to color her, bro, that probably would have got 1 million views. Best girl, bro.
Can argue even has a character design.
That voice. Are you?
I didn't know Jan Saxton was in this anime. Oh shit, hold on a second. And she's from the dungeon Solo needs to clear to cure his mom. See, they already have so much in common. Except she's a mini-boss, and when Solo tries to question her about the lore, some more lane type shit happens. Now, I want you to ask yourself something. You've got an adorable sidekick character that could be a way for the MC to learn more about his situation if he could find a way to bypass the serial experiment shit. And he's not exactly an ineligible bachelor, so you could use that as a way to have some great character moments. There's also the concept of whether or not the girl can even leave the dungeon in the first place, and she's technically a killable mob he just decided to not kill so he could figure the place out. And all of that could be a whole avenue to go down. But it would also mean not being able to title the show Solo Leveling anymore. If you were in their shoes, what path would you take? If you chose leave and act like this character barely even existed, then...
Shit. The hell?
I'm not mad at anything. I don't get mad. I never care when a show doesn't go the way I want because they know what they're doing. It'll be better if I never get what I want because they have something in mind that I don't even know I want yet. You know, something like the Chimerian arc from Hunter x Hunter. I love that. No, actually, sorry, it's not the Chimerian arc. I'm not even gonna make that overused ass joke.
You know what? I made that. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of felt that too. I know some of you probably didn't really realize it, but it just kind of had the Chimera archetype feel to me that they was trying to pull off, per se. It just kind of had that feeling to a degree, but that depends on who you're asking, I guess.
This is the Jeju Island arc. This is serious. Lock the fuck in. You're watching Solo Leveling, goddammit. It's its own thing. We are all gonna sit here and quietly enjoy the show. No snacks, no pausing, no getting up to go to the bathroom, no anything except the Jeju Island arc. Okay?
Yeah, extremely short.
Everyone fights a bunch of bugs, bro. Like, what the fuck do you want me to say? The main character's offspray was strongest because he's the main character. Whoop-de-fucking-do. And no, I really am not mad they didn't explore the elf vampire, whatever the fuck. I was joking about that part. My point here is we had an entire arc dedicated to, look, now the main character is even more the strongest person in the universe. Did we need that? No. Did we need something different? Yes. Were we desperate enough to include the thing I recommended in the list of candidates, despite popular belief? Yes. Look, I'm just out here trying to put the pieces together in a slightly nicer way. I didn't write this shit. I would have never let myself have this few pieces to begin with. But this is where we are, so... when life gives you lemons, motherfucker. Oh yeah, and Solo has a dad, by the way. He's barely in the season he gets introduced in, and he gets a total of 2 non-speaking frames in the last episode. The end. In closing, your mileage with solo leveling is going to vary drastically depending on what you want out of it. Like, I was going to be a little disappointed no matter what, only because I was expecting a so bad it's good kind of deal. But if all you want is an anime that has fun with its OP main character, then here you go. And not even just that, he's OP and lucky. In episode 209, he goes to craft that potion to cure his mom, and it says the success rate is based off his intellect stat. So instead of just leveling up his intellect stat to where he can basically guarantee it'll work, he instantly crafts it and uses it anyway. Now, everyone say it with me. I've taught you well enough to know the words to this one. Why the fuck would you write the success rate into the script in the first fucking place then? I genuinely hope I'm stupid.
Yeah, you know, I have a point. It made no sense points. Well, I guess that was supposed to give tension. I think that's the point.
Just that there was something stopping him from waiting. Like, please tell me I'm missing a detail here. Please tell me solo leveling is just the silence from Doctor Who, and every minute I spend not observing it makes the information about the plot escape my memory. What I'm trying to say is, it's equipped with everything the type of person it would be appealing to needs to self-insert themselves and all that good shit.
I actually think I might.
Miss Han is underage. You do know that, right?
A little poke can't hurt.
But make no mistake, the memes of the plot being cyclical as fuck are definitely true, and at the end of the day, you're better off embracing them instead of fighting them. 2.5 out of 10.
Let's see. Hot dog, taco, hamburger. Hot dog, taco, hamburger. Hot dog, taco, hamburger. Hot dog, taco.
Now thinking back, looking at the Kirby show, oh my god, I'm pretty sure that show is really abysmal to watch now as an adult, and the dubbing in that must be horrendous. And I'm pretty sure they made so many changes to the script at the time because dubbing was still at its phase of, we're not taking this shit seriously, just pay us because we got the show on the air on the West.
It's a form of communication, signals sent by the males and females to attract one another. However, they say that every once in a while, a male will try to attract another male.
Oh, you like dick? Oh, hell no. You want it.
Have you ever just sat down and watched everything Shinichiro Watanabe's written and directed? I don't mean at random points in your life all spaced out and shit. And no, putting something on your second monitor doesn't count either. I'm talking eyes are watching, ears are listening, lips are closed. Giving these 4 anime specifically 100% of your attention at 1.0x speed. Because I did about a month ago and I realized something. He kind of finished in 2004. Shit. It's weird though, because like every 10 years he comes back. It's like he keeps trying to dip the same show in the Lazarus pit. And when I tell you I wrote that into the script, not even trying to make a joke, I need you to understand I would have no reason to lie about that. But yeah, intro over. Let's start where it all began. You know the fucking drill.
Come on, little fella. You like a jump rope, don't you?
Cowboy Bebop is the dictionary definition of a flawed masterpiece. It's like a suspiciously undercooked garlic knot. Like you want to have sex with it, right? That's just your first instinct. Cowboy Bebop takes a lot of cool shit and just throws it all together. It has very little concern in terms of an actual plan outside Spike's backstory being the linchpin of the series. But then, counterintuitive to that, the girls are better written than the boys here. And I think even the writers had to admit that at one point. Like Jet's backstory really compared the ins and outs of that 1 episode long arc with anyone else on the crew. The fucking dog damn near has a better written past than him. I'm not even gonna get into it though, because honestly, talking about the writing in Cowboy Bebop is kind of pointless. Like, you can't even give something like this a rating. That'd be like trying to give the first electric car a rating. It doesn't even matter. This is one of those animes that just opened up a whole new world of possibilities.
Oh, no, I see what you're saying. It's just because it did it first, it's kind of wrong. Okay, I get what you're saying. He's saying, for those who he doesn't really get, he's saying it makes no sense to actually make that type of comparison when it was the first of its kind. And since it was the first of its kind, it's kind of fucked up to say, hey, you know what? This is horrible compared to this that came out 20 years later that had time to see shows like this exist and then approve upon it. That's what he's saying. Kind of makes sense now. Okay.
Kind of to his detriment, because people like me that are stuck looking at the big picture can't even review it. Not to mention the corny villain of the week structure that doesn't make things any easier. Compared to something like Samurai Champloo that you can argue is structured the same way, but with that show it's so much more seamless. It can even get to the point that it starts to bog down Bebop's rewatchability. Really though, every time I try to rewatch this show, I can usually never get past the first episode, because this guy right here just absolutely kills me. But I promise you, if I someday you do not die as last person that impress on, you're in for a real treat in everything besides the plot department.
All 3 of them went down, eh?
Seems that way.
And Hakeem's still out there, eh?
Seems that way.
One of his boys?
Seems that way.
If it falls into police hands, we're in very deep shit, my friend.
Seems that way.
All that work, the experiments,
It'll all be for nothing if this gets out in the open.
Seems that way. This was, of course,
Oh
where
my
the
gosh, what
Watanabe
the
fight started to become a household name. And when I say Watanabe fight, you know exactly what I'm
Seems
talking
that
about. These are some of the most well-directed things ever, all the way up there with those classic Jackie Chan and Jet Li movies. And even in Samurai Champloo, where they use swords most of the time, it still carries over pretty well. It's a lot of fluid animation that makes it feel like you're watching a music video, if that makes sense. But enough mentioning the shit, let's get into the real thing we came here for. The beginning of the shows on this list becoming progressively less and less on model as they go.
Is there something wrong? It isn't the same as in a dojo, is it?
So I'm not going to
What?
sit here and explain to you why Samurai Champloo is a good anime. You don't need me to say that. The show speaks for itself, and if that isn't enough, you've got plenty of other videos on YouTube to say it. Instead, I'm going to take a look at some of the criticisms of the show. A lot of people say that episode 22 is bad, but I think it mainly just feels that way because of how random it is and how rushed the ending arc can feel. The finale of this show is a 3-parter, so yeah, you'd assume they have plenty of time to get everything done. But they really don't. And when you run into that problem of pacing, the first thing people are going to do is look at the dead weight and call it out for not being shifted away to make room. But compare that to Cowboy Bebop and Space Dandy, and you realize this was the most restrained series in the catalog. There are very few misses here. A surprising amount of these episodes are actually important to the plot instead of it being so damn compartmentalized. The only episode I'd say is straight up bad for realsies is number 12, just because it's a recap. Except even then it's not bad, because they saved the best song on the soundtrack for the ED of this one episode. They're chopping up the Beach College Dropout style and shit.
Close your eyes and imagine.
What the hell?
Like, bro, if Cowboy Bebop ended with a song half as slick as that, maybe I'd be making a whole different video right now. Instead, I gotta listen to this shit as the final scene every time Spike dies.
That clip, you know what's funny? I haven't seen that clip in god awful in a long time. That's a legendary clip. My god, that's old. I haven't seen that in such a long ass time. I didn't know people were still using it.
Speaking of Bebop, I really hope Steve voices someone in Lazarus. It doesn't feel like a Watanabe anime without him. I mean, they got it on Adult Swim. He's probably still the Toonami robot.
An evil ogre, huh? You want me to kill it for you? I hate kids and pets. They're all a royal pain in the butt. There's been a lot of talk about race lately.
I say probably because fuck me if I know that for a fact. I'm not watching that shit after I literally predicted they'd swap One Piece out for My Hero Academia like the dumbasses they are. Y'all really telling me you don't want some of that Lego type money? Fuck it, that's your loss. Look at this shit, bro. They didn't even got the right Luffy on there. His hair's all wrong because he's based off this dude who Loki wants to fuck Eiichiro Oda.
そういうものをたくさん見たから、これならまあ本当に信頼。
Completely forgot what I was even talking about because Toonami being run by a bunch of these motherfuckers put me so damn off balance. Now, I'm not usually the kind of person to complain about outlines being too thick, but in Samurai Champloo, it definitely pisses me off. All is, of course, forgiven, though, because Fu is perfect on or off model and easily carries the whole show. And you know what? For once, that's not even a sexual thing. The show does plenty of that for me.
Which is strange, is it not?
Yeah, it's like there's a pattern here. Why is it I'm always singing the praises of these shows? But I think the main factor for Fu being a strong female protagonist is how she's constantly lecturing these two about being so boneheaded. And rightfully so. Steve and Bucky O'Neill are intentionally written to be so fixated on fighting that they seriously need Fu to balance them out. It's another classic anime setup. Oh, did I forget to mention the blue guy is voiced by Bucky O'Neill from Clarence?
Who is this samurai who smells of sunflowers? Once he's out of the picture, they won't be a gang anymore. I was supposed to be the one who killed him. Draw your weapon.
Why, hello there.
No! Are you serious?
I'm Bucky O'Neill.
This is the same person?
When other folks was panning for gold nuggets, I was panning for gold nuggets.
But generally speaking, that's the trade-off, you know? You've got a better story than Cowboy Bebop in exchange for worse visuals. It leaves room for improvement, which is great, because the joke is nothing improved, and this is the part where you laugh.
Ain't no way, what?
Actually,
What
before
the
we get
fuck?
to Space Dandy, one last thing. The Samurai Champloo video game is called Sidetracked.
Okay.
That is the best name ever given to anything.
Do you see me fucking laughing,
Now, when I was younger, I had a really bad problem with actually finishing anime. So when I say Space Dandy was probably one of the first 5 anime I actually watched, that's how you know it pains me to say what I'm gonna have to say here. I think the earliest evidence of my scrapes with this shit was a thumbnail I made for Maho Productions. I hold PNGs of Space Dandy in very high regard when I need an image of someone getting a good old whiff of some taint, but Space Dandy isn't really all that funny. This is the funniest thing in the whole show. I'll go ahead and save you the time right now.
If you want to show your bae that you demand, then you best turn up here. Her body and the place be swagger. Don't
No,
matter whether shorty
there's
like
no
hanging
way.
outdoors or getting crunk in the club. If you got the Skrilla, then Planet Trendy got your back.
But the
No, there's no way that was in the show. I don't remember that. Was that in the show? Bro. That was not in the show. Oh my god. Man, that type of talk is so like. See, this is why when you're writing a story, you should never have the same lingo from the real world, because it can get outdated almost instantly if that's intentional. But Jesus Christ. You honestly believe people are going to be talking like this up to this point? Oh, God, that's horrible.
The big question here is, does Space Dandy need to be fun? And even though I'm going to reiterate this in more complicated ways in a second here, I would say the answer shouldn't be yes. But in this case, it is yes. Because besides that, what else is there? Number 1, the theme song. Fuck Tank, fuck Battlecry. This is one of the best theme songs, and I'm not just talking anime, I mean in general. But it also kind of writes a check the show can't cash. Like, if this was just an episode of the show, it would be the best episode of the show. Entirely random story, though. Once upon a time, my grandma regaled me with the tale of her finding the music video
Just to be
for this
clear,
song
I'm
on
not
YouTube.
talking shit about Space Dandy. I'm not. I'm just saying, like, this is why if I was writing a show at all, I will not have it talk in the lingo it does of today. Now, I can understand it was like a pastime, like 1940s, 60s, 80s. Like, that stays in that realm. I get that. But when it's new realm, it could be cringe as fuck. But when you have someone says Daddy-O from like 1950s, it doesn't feel cringe because that was literally the era it was stuck in, and that was a natural thing that was happening. But when you start talking like that, and it's like, it's supposed to, because what makes it funny is that it's self-aware, that it's the self-awareness that's happening. People saying Daddy-O in 1950s was not being self-aware. That was just the lingo. It was not a reverse meme thing that was happening, like reverse purple. It was not like a reverse meme when you say, like, if you wear an ironic shirt on your shirt saying something ironic, letting people know that you're self-aware of the irony in the shirt, that makes it a meme. That's the difference. That right there is purposely saying that don't take this seriously type shit, because it is self-awareness. But when someone in 80s, 90s, or whatever say, they talk about, like, in 80s lingo or 90s lingo, like, you don't really think it as if it's cringe or meme, because that's how they actually talk at a natural basis without realizing it. That's the difference. But when you write like that in a time of this and you hear it now, you're like, God, that is fucking stupid. Like, God, that sounds stupid. Like, don't play that shit again. Don't write shit like this. This is why when you ever write a story, do not write it in the time that we're living. Do not do it. It will look horrible, it will sound stupid, and you'll go crazy.
That I can still enjoy it even after that. It's a masterpiece. There's no other words to describe it. Number 2, Jad Saxon is in one of the better episodes, but it doesn't matter because Jad Saxon was in the episode and I was going to like it no matter what. And yeah, there is no number 3. You should know that by now. See, I myself have been known to be a funny guy. I have a YouTube poop channel. That automatically makes me funny. But no, this show is so unfunny, it's sad sometimes. Even when they do actually have a good idea for a joke, they'll usually execute it with the worst possible comedic timing to the point that it's instantly ruined. And if you don't believe me, just watch episode 12. I dare you to say I'm wrong. To a certain extent, though, I just assume Space Dandy is trying too hard to be corny on purpose. Like, if I try to give them the benefit of the doubt in that way, I can see it as sort of a charming thing. It bothers me even still, but this is usually where everything else in the show would carry the weight and make me not care. but that's just the thing. Space Dandy was specifically designed to break up the formula. I understand this. The Watanabe fights aren't really there. Come to think of it, there's barely any melee fighting at all besides some women kicking every once in a while. And there's even less of a plot than Cowboy Bebop, even though this is set in the same universe. All in service of basically just being lol, I'm so random, the animated series. Which for the umpteenth time would be fine if 1, it was actually funny, or 2, it was so short that it was just kind of there to be something you throw on to trip out to. It's this thing called a surrealist comedy. They're very well known for overstaying their welcome when they overextend too much into the first half of their definition. And yeah, unfortunately neither of those things are the case because someone decided after 13 episodes to bring it back. This is the most unnecessary second season in anime history. Nothing will ever beat it out.
Wait, hold on, fuck. There was whoa. There was a second season? Did I watch a second season? There was a second season? I don't remember that there was no second season. The fuck? What the fuck? Am I missing something? There was a second season? I thought there was like one season. That was like that one time and that's it. I didn't... What the fuck? Am I going crazy? I am so certain there was not a second season. I'm going crazy right now. There's no way. I'm so certain there was only one season. I watched it and that was the end of it. There was 2? I'm confused too. Like, I'm so confused. That caught me off guard so hard. I'm kind of getting annoyed. That kind of annoyed me. Like, when he said that, like, what are you talking about? I am so certain there was only one season, and that was it. Because Space Dandy, like, okay, given how it ended, the first season ended, there's literally in my head no need for a second season on how the first season ended on the last episode. Because it kind of just self-awares itself to a degree. So it's like, second season? What are you talking about? Like, Space Dandy, honestly, in my opinion, does not need a second season. I think it's one of those animes where it being a one-hit season is good enough. I don't think it needs a second season. It don't need any overarching plots. It's one of those animes where it did its thing and it left. It does not need to be expanded upon any more further. And he even said it's in the same universe as Cowboy Bebop. So this is a Cowboy Bebop spinoff, if anything. Right? A more happier version of that, I guess. Or something like that. But like, no. No, there's no second season. That's bullshit. I don't believe that.
Out yet, and even if it was, I still wouldn't apologize, but you get the idea. Legit though, I mentioned episode 5 earlier, and it's just crazy how the funniest thing about Space Dandy is the fact that it's only ever above average when it's not trying to be funny, or whatever it is it's trying to be. But even when it wants to take a break from that, it just ends up being a worse animated version of Cowboy Bebop. Also, this soda can is just a soda can PNG. I want that to be funny. Like, I want that to be a joke they intentionally added for people like me. I want that to not be something lazy, right? But unless this drop shadow was meant to be funny in an ironic way too, I'm not buying it. Next anime.
Too bad you won't live. Too bad you won't live. Too bad you won't live.
Alright, confession, I have actually never seen either of the Blade Runner movies, primarily because I thought they were more of those movies trying to sell me a kitchen knife.
So sharp, this pineapple doesn't even know what sliced it.
That said, Deckard isn't in this movie, so it's entirely separate from his character arc. But why listen to me when Mr. 2049 himself can explain it?
Hello, it's Denis again. I've been given the amazing opportunity to direct Blade Runner 2049. Which picks up 30 years after the first film.
You die and you're about to go to hell. Newsflash, somebody offers you another chance at life. Do you take it? No time to answer. You gotta make a decision one way or the other. That's what happened to a guy named Spawn. I'm Todd McFarlane. Listen, I'm the creator of Spawn.
So this is a short film, and by short I mean as long as an episode of Teen Titans Go. Keep that in mind while I show you this first shot here. At what point does putting directed by Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo Shinichiro Watanabe stop meaning anything? When I know damn well he's fucking with me with this walk cycle. The average video on Newgrounds 15 years ago had better motion fidelity than this. Look at his stubby little legs. Look at this shit! And yeah, I guess this has a plot. If I am being compelled under oath, yes, you could potentially make an argument in that direction, I suppose. I can also suppose this was the most pointless thing ever made, and they should have either made a full-length movie or nothing at all. Because apparently the budget for that opening shot was $3 and a shoelace.
I decided to ask a couple of artists that I respect to create 3 short stories.
Oh, you respect them. That's nice to know. Imagine respecting someone to the point that you so graciously allow them the opportunity to barely introduce one of the 3 main characters he's been rationed. The fucking credits are longer than this guy's backstory. Can you even wrap your mind around how stupid that is? So yeah, needless to say, I'm done talking about this shit. Watanabe, you should have just signed up for Star Wars Visions, man. Like, you were basically there already, and as an added bonus, you wouldn't have tarnished your name so damn much. And really, that's the big centerpiece of this video. Shinichiro Watanabe's legacy is cloudy at best. I want to see you make some cool shit again, bro. Something that isn't trying to be any type of way, but just is. Take Samurai Champloo. That show is the definition of cool people don't have to say how cool they are, you know? And let's just go ahead and state the obvious here. This video is part 1 to a bigger beast I've been wanting to deal with. Lazarus, the first action anime series this man has slapped his name all over in 2 decades. I wanted to show how much I respect Watanabe before doing a standalone video on Lazarus, though, because I can sense a disturbance in the force hanging over this one. I can sense he's really trying this time. But I can also sense bad character designs. Mainly, though, if I do make a video about Lazarus, I don't want it to be bogged down with my opinions on other works. I feel like that's a trap a lot of people are going to fall into. Watanabe deserves to have each and everything he does be judged on its own merits in a vacuum separate from his past. I spend a lot of time thinking about how that's a big thing the greats have hanging over their heads after making their masterpiece, because fans don't allow their goats to take risks and try new things after reaching a certain level. They want the same amount of quality forever. And I understand I might sound hypocritical as fuck right now after spending this entire video doing just that, but again I ask, do you really think this man was trying to make something special for the sake of it with Blade Runner or Space Dandy? Because it looks like he was just bored to me. Lazarus feels like it's going to be the final piece of the puzzle, though, and I'm going to give it the attention it's asking for. Please don't make me regret it.
Anyone would have taken one of your blueberry pies.
Blueberry pies.
We have great health benefits here. Every Tuesday is Fuck Your Secretary Day.
Hey, what's that room?
Oh, that's the old set we used to shoot Anime Infinity on.
What's Anime Infinity?
Exactly.
Excuse me, Mr. Das.
Oh, hey, Stacy, what's up?
Did you want to cancel your 2 o'clock with the Elemental Lord of Paste?
Nah, I think I got enough time. I'm just showing the new hire around the place.
Oh, I see. Very good, sir.
Yeah, as you can see, I had significantly less fun on Tuesday compared to everybody else. Now, if you follow me here, I'll show you my favorite room.
Whoa, those are some huge dogs.
Oh yeah, I gotta make sure nobody ever gets in here.
What the fuck?
Welcome to my stockpile of 7 Deadly Sins jokes. I've been saving this shit up for 10 years straight.
Wow. Hey, what's that one?
That's actually the thumbnail I made for the very first episode of 7 Deadly Sins Abridged.
But I thought the Schmuck Squad makes 7 Deadly Sins Abridged.
Yeah, those faggots stole a lot of my ideas, and now they have 300,000 more subscribers than me.
Calm down. What the hell? China. I love China. Damn, what the fuck? Bro. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What the hell, man? Bro said that so fast. Bro, I was not even expecting, bro. You know what? I'm gonna restart the stream. I'll be right back. Bullshit, I ain't taking that risk. I'm out of here. Be right back on TikTok with some bullshit. That's some bullshit, TikTok. Oh my God. And the stream, like, instantly, I'm like, nah, bro. I don't have a network right now, so I can't be doing the most right now. Hold on. Did it work? Hold on, guys. 1 second. I want to. Okay. Under review, please. Probably might say no, but most likely we'll say no. Okay. Hold on. Hold that out. Let go. Okay. So I gotta put you guys on right now. Hey, shop. Ah. So. Okay. So. Okay, so that. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. 13-year-old. Fictional character doesn't make it any more better. That was a weird statement / argument for that. Ribbit. Hey guys, hold on one second. I'm just answering a quick comments. So just to give it a little more time and space out the time by the time I get back on live. Customer 108. You came back. Have you finally made your decision on those pencils? Question mark. Okay. They're arguing amongst themselves. When they start arguing amongst themselves, that shit funny. Okay, there we go. August 29th. Oh, we'll be here in a couple of days. Okay. Yay, let's go. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We got another shipment, fellas. Okay. Alright, I'm coming back on TikTok. Alright. That shit was... Man, I have to move away from this kid, this creator. If this was on YouTube, I'm not gonna lie to you. If this was on YouTube, if I was just streaming only to YouTube or even Instagram, I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't even I would let it slide. Because TikTok, YouTube is not that anal, unlike TikTok. TikTok will instantly just stop the stream instantly as soon as they think I said something crazy. So like, they have to think it out. They don't have to even say I have evidence. They just have to think it through. That's it. So I'm going to probably change from this creator for now. I'm not saying he's not funny, and I'm not saying I'm not coming back. I just can't risk my shit. So, sadly, I was enjoying his shit until that point. Until up that point. Oh wait, hold up. He is. He did make me laugh. He is funny. Hold on. Ah, dang it. Well, never say never. Okay, let's get back to the work. Let me turn this back on. Oh, that's really getting a lot of numbers. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Alright, we back. We back. All Marty's. Let's go. Let's see. What can we watch? Okay, it's TikTok has made an apology for any. Okay, let's go with oh wait, is this member only content? Fuck. I'll go. It's a Gundam. Well, I guess not. Childhood ruined. The real reason Cartoon Network failed. Okay, that's a lot better. Let's go with that. Ugh.
It used to be the cornerstone of Saturday mornings. No school, no homework, just back-to-back cartoons. But now, the network that defined an era is in an early grave. Today, with 24/7 streaming and endless networks, kids don't have to wait until the weekend. They can watch cartoons anytime, anywhere. So exactly what happened to Cartoon Network? Was it streaming giants, shifting habits, or was it an inside job? Find out on this episode of The Infographic Show why Cartoon Network failed. And don't forget to subscribe. If you're a 90s kid, the odds are your childhood is packed with cartoon memories, and most of them aired just once or twice a day. When you came home from school, there was always a full lineup waiting for you, including Tiny Toon Adventures, Animaniacs, Batman, and Goof Troop. But Saturday mornings was the holy grail. From dawn until noon, it was a marathon of pure animated joy. This was where many millennial kids got their first introduction to Pokemon, and where Disney's famous One Saturday Morning ruled the airwaves. It seemed like a tradition that would never end, but nothing is forever, not even childhood. Today, flip on the TV on a Saturday morning and you're more likely to find news, game shows, and soap operas. Not a single cartoon in sight. Who could turn off such a beloved tradition? One of the main culprits was the government. While the kids were enjoying their cartoons, their parents were growing concerned. Every Saturday ended with hyper kids begging for toys. This led to new regulations that prohibited certain advertisements for toys and junk food during kids' programming, slashing the profit margins.
That's the
Regulations
reason?
were soon passed requiring kids' content to have a certain amount of educational content. But the biggest opponent of Saturday morning cartoons and their syndicated weekend counterpart turned out to be themselves. In the 80s, a new competitor started to emerge in the world of cartoons. Kids didn't have to wait for after school or Saturday mornings to get their cartoon fix. They could flick on the TV, turn to their favorite cable channel, and there would be cartoons playing at all hours of the day. With more time slots, these networks could soon greenlight more cartoons for all age groups, including nostalgic adults. And soon, their competition got bigger. Unsurprisingly, the first to drop their anchor in the new waters of cable was Disney. The Disney Channel debuted in 1983, and it would be a runaway hit, creating a massive increase in subscriptions and causing kids to beg their parents to get cable. While the early years of the channel focused on live-action sitcoms and TV movies, it would soon host more and more cartoons. It was such a success that it spawned two spin-offs, Disney XD, an action-focused channel, which had slightly more mature cartoons, and Disney Junior, which focused on preschoolers with shorter-form content. But an upstart with a catchy name would soon pose the biggest challenge yet. Now owned by Paramount, Nickelodeon launched in 1977, but it didn't get serious attention until the 1990s. That's when its lineup of original programming began making waves. Rugrats, a show about the adventures of imaginative babies, not only was a hit on TV but spawned two motion picture spin-offs. It also struck gold with a more serious show, the Asian-influenced epic fantasy Avatar: The Last Airbender, and the company hit pay dirt in the early 2000s with SpongeBob SquarePants, a tale of a hard-working sea sponge working in fast food and his eccentric neighborhood. It was such a huge hit that it is still running today and has spawned an endless series of movies, spin-offs, and even a stage show. So it was inevitable that one of the kings of cartoons would soon get into the fray. Warner Brothers has been a cartoon powerhouse for almost a century, with Bugs Bunny and the Looney Tunes only being second to Mickey and his friends in recognizability. They still have a huge fan base, so it was no surprise when they joined the cable cartoon fray in 1992 with Cartoon Network. With all of the Warner Brothers properties at their disposal, they not only made the most of the Looney Tunes, but of the famous superheroes of DC Comics. That advantage didn't just help them dominate, it gave them room to take creative risks, leading to some of the most distinctive original cartoons of the 90s and 2000s. And then there was Adult Swim, an adult-focused programming block that offered mature and bizarre cartoons. But while it started out high, it didn't stay there. From the start, Cartoon Network has always had a reputation as a more offbeat experimental network than its competition. It had to. Launching later than its rivals like Nickelodeon and Disney meant that it needed to make a mark fast. While its earliest shows focused on classics like Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry, as well as DC Comics shows like Justice League and Teen Titans, before long they rolled out original and experimental content that gained them a lot of acclaim and a lot of confusion. Now, when we say experimental, we mean some of those shows are weird. Early Cartoon Network original hits included Dexter's Laboratory, about a pint-sized mad scientist, Powerpuff Girls, about a trio of preschool-age superheroes, and the deeply traumatizing Courage the Cowardly Dog, featuring a tiny pup fighting the eldritch abominations threatening his elderly owners. In the 2000s, the network's signature show became Adventure Time, about a boy and a talking dog exploring a realm of talking candy and strange monsters. It paved the way for shows like Steven Universe, which saw a family of sentient cosmic gems raising a half-human, half-alien boy. Regular Show, a surrealist comedy about a raccoon and a blue jay working dead-end jobs. And The Amazing World of Gumball, a series that featured bizarre and surreal visual gags. The network had a loyal fan base, even if most didn't know how to describe their favorite show. And it wasn't just the kids who fell for this strange new network. While Disney and Nickelodeon stuck to strictly family-friendly fare, Nick at Night's classic sitcom reruns being the closest it ever came to adult content, Adult Swim veered in the opposite direction. Its first original show was Space Ghost Coast to Coast, which reinvented the classic superhero as a talk show host. The network aired action-packed anime, reruns of adult sitcoms like Family Guy, and assorted original shows. That was until it hit the jackpot with Rick and Morty, a sci-fi show about a mild-mannered boy traveling the multiverse with his deranged mad scientist grandpa. It seemed like the good times would never end, but they did, in a hurry. If you look at Cartoon Network today, it's a shadow of its former self. It's so dramatic, in fact, that the network has barely any original shows on it. Most of the popular ones have ended, some have migrated elsewhere, and others have been abruptly canceled by the network. But that doesn't mean Cartoon Network is extinct by any stretch. It's still running from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., but what kids will find will be very different from the old days, and it might be very repetitive. And if you ask the fans, it has ruined Cartoon Network. Viewership of the network has declined precipitously over only a few years, with more than half of the audience disappearing in only 5 years. The average viewership in 2020 was 274,000 viewers, with over 100,000 being in the coveted 18 to 49 demographic. It declined to around 200,000 in 2021, but it didn't reverse its decline or even stay steady. Instead, it kept dropping hard, to the point that in April 2025, the average viewership was just 61,000 people, or 44,000 households. That is more than an 80% drop in less than half a decade, and it makes people wonder if the network might be along for the world. It's unlikely that Cartoon Network will be going off the air anytime soon. It's still profitable, especially as it airs relatively little original content these days, and it can keep going on forever on mostly reruns. But the heart of the network has already been shut down, with its in-house animation studio closing its doors in 2023, and the website being taken offline in 2024. That essentially makes the network a ghost of its former self, running on nostalgia and reruns, while the people who made it a success are already long gone. If you ask its old-school fans, it's already dead, which raises the question, who killed it? Like any good murder mystery, there are plenty of suspects, but perhaps the biggest culprit behind Cartoon Network's decline is simple. It never quite kept pace with its rivals. Shows like Gravity Falls, SpongeBob, and Avatar became merchandising icons and spawned multiple spin-offs, even if the latter's fans would rather not talk about it. There is no live-action movie in Ba Sing Se. But Cartoon Network shows were always cult hits at best. None of the original properties have ever had a theatrical movie spin-off, for one thing. The closest was probably the adult-skewing Rick and Morty, but its biggest success involved a PR disaster and a riot over McDonald's Szechuan sauce. And they also haven't broken out into the real world. One of the biggest ways a kid's property becomes an empire these days is with a presence in theme parks. Disney obviously has an entire theme park empire to itself, and its most successful cartoons can hold court there. Nickelodeon has multiple licensing deals with top theme parks, including the indoor Nickelodeon Universe theme parks at a pair of giant malls, and several areas dedicated to its characters at Universal Studio Parks. While Cartoon Network's parent company Warner Brothers does have a licensing agreement with the Six Flags chain, it's usually limited to some branding and character meet and greets. And even then, it's really only the Looney Tunes and DC heroes who get to represent the company. But they do have one surprising presence. It's just not where you think. Cartoon Network's most prominent real-world presence is the Cartoon Network Hotel, a heavily themed family resort inspired by the Powerpuff Girls, Steven Universe, Adventure Time, and more. There's even a Cartoon Network-themed pool and restaurant. So where is this shrine to animated chaos located? Orlando? Los Angeles? Nope, it is located in the Amish town of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, right next to Dutch Wonderland, a fairy tale-themed amusement park. This makes the two an odd fit, and the Cartoon Network Hotel a big surprise to many people who encounter it. And that has kept Cartoon Network from reaching the heights of its competition, but its decline may be self-inflicted. Today, those who tune into Cartoon Network may be in for an unpleasant surprise. The network has very little in the way of original content. Rick and Morty still holds court on Adult Swim, but the show has been through rough waters. Its co-creator and lead voice actor was fired from the show due to a series of allegations and controversies. As for the kids, there's only one show currently airing new episodes on the network, and it just so happens to be its most controversial. Teen Titans Go, a long-running spin-off of the DC Comics animated series Teen Titans, took the show's 5 lead characters and turned them into chibi-style parodies of themselves, packed with dense humor and visual gags. And old-school fans of the characters hate it. But there's just one problem: little kids seem to love it. It's been running for over 10 years, and it got a spin-off movie. It's so successful for the network that it can run for hours at a time and air repeats that take up the majority of the kids' programming for the day. And that has left little room for anything else. Most of Cartoon Network's other shows have ended or been canceled. Shows like We Baby Bears, itself a chibi-style spin-off of another show, are in limbo as they wait for the news of renewal. Many shows, when they air on Adult Swim...
I kind of noticed there's a pattern here. What they're doing is the 90s pattern. You know, back in the 90s, the way that Cartoon Network and I think a lot of other shows back in the day, especially Cartoon Network specifically, did this thing where whenever they had a new show in the 90s, especially, it was like an IP that people already recognize, like Yogi Bear or Smurfs or whatever the fuck, or like Muppets. They'll do this thing where they'll have them turn them into kids, and they'll dress them up. They'll put like a Z at the end, like they'll have Tom and Jerry kids, the pup named Scooby Doo, fucking Yogi Bear, Yo Yo Yogi, I think it was called. And there was just kid versions of the original versions that we all knew, right? So I noticed there's a pattern. So like with the Teen Titans, they make them into chibi style parodies of themselves, and I'm pretty sure with We Baby Bears are supposed to be, I wouldn't say parodies, but just the same thing. It's kind of repeating itself, but it's not working. That doesn't work anymore. That's not very original.
Come in knowing that they're likely to only have a limited run. It's not just that Cartoon Network is in decline, it's that no one is sure anymore if there is even a place for it at all. Because cartoon viewing has changed once again in a big way. The days of tightly scheduled cartoon blocks are over. Today's kids aren't adjusting their day around a network's timetable. They're used to cartoons being on demand via streaming platforms. Fans can simply open a website or an app and order up their favorite shows just like you'd search for your favorite episode of the infographic show. Disney has Disney Plus and Hulu, while Nickelodeon has Paramount Plus. Cartoon Network's parent company has HBO Max, which has a massive array of old and new content. So that's where everyone should go to watch the new Cartoon Network shows, right? Well, it would seem so, but it hasn't worked out that way. HBO Max did play host to the acclaimed Fiona and Cake series, a more mature spin-off of Adventure Time, but in recent months, some surprising announcements have been made. A new season of Gumball will be coming, but it'll be airing on Hulu, owned by WB's competitor Disney. And likewise, a revival of regular show will be moving to Adult Swim, and most surprisingly, the Steven Universe sequel Lars of the Stars will be airing on Amazon Prime. None of these revivals of Cartoon Network hits will actually be airing on the main Cartoon Network. And if you ask some people, that might be by design. There is one thing nearly every hit cartoon has in common. It's a memorable villain. Whether it's Elmer Fudd chasing that wascally wabbit, Joker springing another death trap on Batman, or yet another masked criminal unmasked by the Mystery Machine Gang, the story wouldn't be the same without a great bad guy. And if you ask Cartoon Network fans, the network has one of its own. David Zaslav, the head of Warner Brothers Discovery and the man in charge of the network's future. Since he took over in 2022, Zaslav has gained a reputation as a notorious cost cutter. He began his career at sister company Discovery, which specializes in reality television, and he's made some deep cuts in Warner Brothers scripted content. Most famously, he shelved a nearly completed Batgirl film as a tax write-off, ensuring it would never ever be seen. He did the same to a Scooby-Doo animated film, and a pair of Looney Tunes movies almost suffered the same fate before being rescued from oblivion by an upstart new studio, Catch Up Entertainment. And that has led many people to ask, does this guy even like cartoons? Fans of the classic WB cartoons have noticed that more and more shows seem to be disappearing from HBO Max, only to show up on rival streaming services. Defenders of Zaslav said that he is essentially a finance guy who's just trying to find the most profitable option for the company, and getting a license fee for their own properties is a nice little boost for the coffers. But others say he is essentially selling off the company's legacy for parts. And the way it looks, the future of cartoons at WB isn't bright. Only a few new cartoons have debuted on the network and streaming service in recent years. Close Enough, from the makers of Regular Show, debuted with the streaming service but was canceled after 3 seasons and disappeared. Invincible Fight Girl, a new anime-inspired adventure, got good reviews, but is waiting for news of a second season. The one breakout hit, My Adventures with Superman, not only got renewed for a 3rd season, but has had several spin-offs announced, so there may be a future for cartoons at WB, but only if you're a part of an existing franchise. So where is the next big franchise going to come from? If there is one bit of good news from Cartoon Network, it's that misery loves company. Neither of its competitors are what they used to be either. Disney Channel has seen its output of new cartoons decrease as it shifts its focus away from serialized adventure cartoons. While its long-running hits Big City Greens and Phineas and Ferb are still going strong, it recently canceled a trio of new cartoons after only 1 season. Both it and Nickelodeon have detailed several of their most popular cartoons over to the streaming services as the audiences for cable TV continues to decrease. But the biggest competition may be coming from an unexpected source. Now, if you ask kids today what they're watching, you're likely to get a very simple response. It's not Mickey Mouse or Looney Tunes,
TikTok or YouTube.
and it's certainly not any
It's
of Cartoon
YouTube or
Network's
TikTok.
former hit shows. The most
Yeah. It's either YouTube or TikTok. TikTok or YouTube. I'm gonna say YouTube because TikTok's gonna be gone in a month.
popular cartoon for beginning viewers today is Coco Melon, an independent cartoon for toddlers that focuses on simple skits and musical numbers starring crudely animated babies. What started off as a YouTube show became a regular feature on Netflix and soon on Disney+, made for a fraction of the cost of cable TV animation. And it might just be the start of what people are calling brain rot. Many young kids start their cartoon watching lives with colorful YouTube videos, many of them featuring copyrighted characters from Disney and Nickelodeon, but very much not by these companies. These offbeat musical videos, many of them AI generated, are everywhere on YouTube and are designed to be played ad nauseum. With little kids reared on those, their attention spans suffer, and they might never make their way to longer form cartoons. That's left these companies hoping for help from older viewers, but they might have left as well, for very different sources. If you ask today's teenagers and animation buffs what their favorite new show is, you'll get a variety of responses. They might mention Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, a duo of profane animated musical comedies set in a very offbeat take on the afterlife. Or they might shout out The Amazing Digital Circus, a surrealist thriller about a group of people who find themselves trapped in a bizarre cartoon circus run by a mysterious ringmaster. They might even give some love to the newer Mech West, a steampunk Wild West adventure filled with robots and bandits.
I don't know
But you
what that
won't
is.
find any of those shows on Cartoon Network. They all have 2 things in common. They are highly ambitious and original shows, and they are all independent animation projects that began their life on YouTube. As their fandom grew, many of them were picked up by streaming services to find a bigger audience. And as more and more creators turn to these independent animation studios, the networks and streaming services lose their grip on the talent that may have made their shows a hit to
why the
begin
fuck
with.
would you ask
And
that?
that has led many people to ask a
That's such a
critical
random
question:
thing that-
is there a future for TV animation anymore? The biggest
That'd be
challenge
funny if
facing
I was.
Cartoon Network, and to a lesser extent its rival networks, is if it's even worth making original cartoons for them anymore. The networks aren't going anywhere, and they have decades of original content from the past built up that they can re-air ad
That's really
nauseum
funny.
for new fans to discover.
That's
Shows
so
like
random.
Gravity Falls and Avatar:
no,
The
I'm
Last
not bald.
Airbender still have a firm grip on fans, while Cartoon Network has an entire library of Steven Universe and Adventure Time episodes ready for new viewers to binge on. Especially as spin-offs continue to roll out on other platforms. The networks have no need to fold anytime soon, but they also don't have any motivation to step up anything new. And so it's likely that the networks will just keep on going. But every year they'll become less and less relevant. And when they do finally go the way of networks like UPN or Funimation, no one might even notice. Cartoon Network lost its audience by drifting away from what made it iconic, But it's not the only household name struggling to hold on. Watch the real reason McDonald's is failing to find out why the Golden Arches are starting to lose their shine.
That was insightful, but that was pretty boring. I'm not gonna lie to you. Find something. It was interesting, but it was not anything that I would. Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about how the mainstream media recognizes there is no future for late night TV.
You don't say.
What?
Who cares?
Yeah, so this is coming from The Wrap. They have a couple articles on. They're basically talking about the numbers and how bad the numbers are for late night TV. And everybody was trying to say that the Colbert cancellation was strictly because of Trump, because he was speaking against Trump. Well, all these guys speak against Trump, and they're not canceled yet.
Yeah,
but
their comments they're making now are probably going to get them fired because, like I said before, Colbert had the most views, and they all were like second, third, fourth, fifth place, or whatever. And he was getting gone. What makes them think they're staying?
He's the king of the crap, basically. Like, oh boy, you're the best, the best of the worst. So we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to talk about how Paramount, speaking of the CBS News thing and the Skydance merger, they basically said that they might have an overseer there to go through CBS News and make sure that they're not saying anything they shouldn't say.
Well, because they don't want to get lawsuits. They don't want to be more big multi-million-dollar settlements. They're all doing that.
They're all doing that. This is like The View where they were giving the host notes from the lawyers because they're like, oh shit, we could open ourselves up to defamation suit. We can't afford that. Skydance is an entertainment company first. They're not a news organization. They're an entertainment company, digital media company. They're going to be like, yeah, we don't want our people out there running at the mouth and costing us. I mean, we don't. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You'll get a woohoo if you do. Go out to news.clownfishtv.com. That's news.clownfishtv.com for more podcasts and news that we do not have here on YouTube. You're only getting a little bit of us on YouTube. But it's interesting, we've been talking about the situation with Colbert, and all these celebrities are really mad about it, and they're trying to make it strictly political. And yeah, like we said before, that might have played into it somewhat, but really it comes down to the numbers.
I think so too. I mean, it's that they have valid grounds because of the numbers. They're going to definitely cite that as the reason why, because they're not going to admit if it was political. That's why. But again, two things be true at once.
Yeah.
But he was doing the best of the late night show hosts. He's going to get gone, and then these late night show hosts think, well, now's a great time to publicly talk shit on their networks, which is going to probably hasten their demise. It's like walking on the edge of a cliff and jumping off of it.
Yeah, these guys. I mean, honestly, at this point, if it were me, I'd say, I understand you're upset. If he's your friend, you got canceled. I understand you're thinking, oh crap, I'm going to be next. I get that. But I'm also like, if you would like to keep your job and you'd like to keep your people employed, maybe you should just shut your mouth.
Yep.
For now, because you're going to wind up drawing attention to themselves, and that's what's going to happen. The networks might take a look at this and be like, oh, they got rid of Colbert. Oh, that saved them how much money? Well, how much money are we losing on our show? Oh, that much. Well, shit, I wasn't thinking about it, but you know what? Get rid of it.
The other thought process could be like, since the one that's number one's out of the way, we might gain more, but I don't think we're going to gain enough to make it worth it. And we also don't know, and I mentioned this before, how if his contract was up in 10 months anyway, usually, several months out, they start renegotiating. It couldn't matter if like his agents are reaching out to renegotiate, and it was right after he said stupid things, and they're like, no. And that's why they did it now instead of waiting a few more months.
Speaking of Trump, The Art of the Deal, at least from my personal experience, not his book, but my personal experience is you wait for the right time to ask the right favor, right? And if you just got in a bunch of trouble and you made yourself a huge liability to the network, asking them for more money is probably not gonna go well.
I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's weird they're announcing that he gets to have 10 months, and I'm thinking that's awfully strange. You know, there's not renewing his contract, or what would have led to him not renew? Why mention it now? And it's probably because they were set to negotiate his new contract, and they're just like, nope.
So this is coming from The Wrap, the future of late night comedy. What's lost when, not if it goes away. They said in the wake of Colbert's cancellation, late night's future looks bleak for the other shows too. And Jon Stewart said, and I love this quote. He's 100.
I don't fucking know anyone who watches late night comedy at all. Like them talk show hosts. I don't know anyone who does, to be honest.
% right. He said we're all basically operating a Blockbuster kiosk inside of Tower Records.
Yeah, it's true. It's a dinosaur. Like people aren't the audience that you're getting tuning in, the audience that you're courting, the audience that the advertisers want, are right now either like hardly there or they're older people. Like the younger people aren't watching you. I mean, not the numbers you need them to be. And your audience, they're either really, really old, so they don't fit in the demographic for advertisers, or they're really young and they're not watching you.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what it is. Just you don't have the eyeballs you need. And like any other business, if people stop coming to your business, you're not going to be able to stay in business.
No, you go out of business. They said the economics of late night no longer work, and Stewart, like his colleagues, knows it. So, I mean, this is The Wrap. This is a Hollywood publication, and they're saying they're not even going into the whole, well, it's all political because Trump.
Well, like, that ain't gonna work. That bullshit ain't gonna work now. You can't say that shit no more. It's not 2018, you hoes. It's not 2018. It's not 2017. It's not 2016. Definitely not 2015. Shit, it's not even 2020. You are fucked. Should have thought that through when you guys started saying all that crazy shit and always causing anyone is some type of is or phobe. Now it's the shoes has turned on the other foot. Now you have to actually be talented. Yeah, you can't just say I'm part of this group and I think this way, so therefore I'm gonna get my own show. I'm looking at you, Lily Singh. I think it's Lily Singh. That was name Lily Singh, that Indian Pakistani lesbian woman who used to dance all the time and got a late night show or some shit, who thinks she's funny. She is not funny. She has never been funny. Everything she made was never funny. Just never funny. Not funny. I'm sorry. She is not funny. I think they canceled her show way back when, but she got a show because she had the right talking points. That's it. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. That was the final straw in that coffin. And then she started saying because her show didn't, I think she said because her show didn't last long, or it didn't last as long as the other male shows, is because of, I don't know, misogyny or something about the patriarchy, and then she being a woman of color and this, that, and the third. I'm like, bro, that is not fucking true, because in 2008 there was a show called The Chappelle Show. Does not anyone remember The Chappelle Show? I'm pretty sure we all did. There was a show called, I don't know, George Lopez. And that went for several seasons, and that was a sitcom. Everyone was Hispanic, and I think there was like only one white person on that show, I think. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It just means you're not funny. You're just not funny. Simple. Nothing more than that. Sorry.
No, they're like
The Wrap. They're usually more fair, I think.
Game is game.
Not always, but usually they're more balanced at The Wrap.
But they're saying that the economics don't work, and I don't think anybody was really paying very close attention to it until it came out, and the New York Times had the piece where they're like, yeah, they're losing like $40-50 million a year.
Right.
They said 6 years ago, the average viewership for Colbert's Late Show was 3.81 million people, according to Nielsen. By the second quarter of this year, it was down to 2.4 million. During that same period, average viewership...
What was it? What was that one show? It was Boondocks. And that was in 2009. 2010. I don't know. There was a lot of shows that was played by people of color and then got a lot of success. So I don't know what she's talking about. So she's full of shite when she says this.
viewership dropped 13% for Jimmy Kimmel Live and 51% for Jimmy Fallon. Holy shit. And it's not just...
No, you're fine. I'm just working.
If you like him, that's cool.
I'm just listening and working, just like you're listening and playing Rivals.
Fake, but whatever.
I'm near done anyway. I'm actually, for those of you wondering if we're near done, we are actually near done. I just have to paint in the mouth, do the eyes, and just clean up the ears, and then we're done. Pretty much. I don't think I can push this any more further with the painterly way I have this. I'm actually quite impressed on how this looks in the first place. It's not perfect in my head, but it's a lot perfect than I thought I could never do. So I guess that's a win. So there's that. Cool. Whatever.
For The Late Show dropped about 25% from 2022 to 2024. The Tonight Show faring even worse with a 35% decline. That'd be Fallon. Though Late Night on the whole did see a 6% bump from July to July on the heels of Trump's re-election ads.
Yeah, which implies that they were pushing politics. Funny story, I didn't get to spend very much time with you the first time we met in person because, the second time we met in person, I guess, technically, because my sister was with me and I had to get her back to her house because she was going to go see Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I didn't get to spend as much time with you as I wanted to because I needed to leave early because my sister was with us. We met at a convention, and I had to drive her home like an hour away or more because she had tickets to go see Jimmy Fallon that night. So,
yeah.
Ironically, Jimmy Fallon
kind of pointless of a conversation.
A lot of my second date.
That's okay. There were
Jimmy Fallon. That's not why I don't like him though.
Yeah, no, that was back when he was just doing music and stuff, right? He was on that.
He was just a comedian then and stuff. Yeah, he wasn't doing all this.
So this is a late night producer. The shows are bloated. He pointed to people who joined shows like The Late Show early in their careers and stick around for years. They might be good people, but there's like 18 of you people here. The salaries are
You know what I'm hearing when I hear that? Say if I'm wrong. For those who watch Edited Eddie, you know what I'm talking about. Where, remember when Jimmy was up on Ross's ass for some reason? I think he saved his life or something and he wanted to repay him. And he asked Jimmy, like I remember he was at his house. He was staying at his house for like no reason and he wanted him to go. And he asked Jimmy, when do you think you're going home? Bro, that's so funny. Like, I knew it. They're bloated because you hired a lot of people who don't need to be there. That sounds like DEI to me. That's crazy. You guys sound like a bunch of quotas. He just said it. Like, y'all, yeah, there's a lot of you don't need to be fucking here. Why is there so many of you? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's kind of weird. All this money. All that Silicon Valley money kind of dried up. He asked him that. That was a direct question that Rolf said in pure English perfectly and asked him, Jimmy, when do you think you're going home? He wanted him gone. That was one of the funniest things for me. I was like, yo. Like, a lot of people saw that they think it was as funny because it was that, like, it was like a subtle thing. But for me, I thought that was hilarious when he asked me. I was like, shit. You know the foreigner is like, you know you fucked up when the foreigner wants you gone.
Places are out of control. 200 people,
shit.
200 people working at The Late Show, which is why the union was having a fit because they're probably thinking to themselves like, oh my God, all the union dues we're going to lose.
Well, then to multiply that times how many shows. So, you know, if one goes down,
they all go down.
The other ones, there's a good chance they're going to go next.
Yep.
And they'll probably give it some time to see if they pick up if the other person's gone. But
this is pure hubris. Pure hubris. 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 I'm telling you, their time has come. There's like, your time has come. All that shit you guys was saying over the years, it's coming. There's a reckoning. Ragnarok is coming. Ragnarok is coming. It's prophesized that Ragnarok's gonna happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. You mocked and laughed and made your comments and called everyone an islamophobe. And now, when times got tough, they're coming for you. Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Talking shit that can get you in trouble is probably the
And this is not just the
right
dinosaur media I'm talking about. I'm talking about the journalists, the dinosaur media, everyone who was under that veil of being what's the right word? Faking it till they making it type shit. So
because it's gonna hasten the demise.
So, and you can see the numbers here. And here's the thing too: there are a lot more of these shows. Like when I was, well, back in the day, it was only Johnny Carson.
Right.
Like we only had Johnny Carson, and then we had,
show,
Then after that, you had Letterman. Then Letterman went, head to head against the Tonight Show, and then it was like, oh wow, we got two of these guys. Now we got like freaking 18 of he's right. There's like 18 different late night shows.
Yes.
And
there's too many of y'all.
Kind of tuning out and listening to the podcast or watching YouTube
Don't
or whatever.
Don't they have the late shows too?
The Late Show, the Late Show, the Later Show, the freaking.
Oh my God.
It's actually morning now show.
It's actually morning. It's late somewhere
Drunk
show.
Go Home show.
But like James Corden, he got gone, and a whole bunch of
nothing like value was lost on that one for sure.
But you can see the numbers declining year over year. And because people aren't watching it, actually the money is going to YouTube and to Netflix and to podcasts, and because that's where the
it just gotta happen. It's just gotta happen.
They said cuts already hit Fallon and Seth Meyers shows last year.
Colbert it just gotta happen. I'm sorry.
CBS scrapped the show outright. Most experts agree that Fallon, Kimmel, and Meyers will likely be the last people to host their respective franchises. So that means after they're done,
it's over.
Done. It's less clear what
no
happens
more of this
after
shit.
late night TV ends.
You know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen? I know what's gonna happen. As soon as every one of these shows are gone, like late night shows, they're all gonna do what every white guy does. Get a podcast. They're all gonna podcast. They're gonna do exactly what what's his name on Twitter? God, Carson. They're gonna do exactly what Carson did. Just like the Lemon Man. What's his name? John Lemon? Lemon? Citrus Boy. Yeah. You see how every last one of them ended up that way? And the sad thing, Citrus Boy is not doing very well on Twitter right now. Because he doesn't have CNN backing his punk ass. That's why. Yep. He's still sulking about that whole Elon Musk situation. He's still fucking butthurt about that one. Yep, Roonies. It was a matter of time.
Podcast TV, go. Podcast hosts.
Yeah.
Podcast
Very
hosts. Yeah, because
see, I just said it! Oh my God. I told you. Every white guy does this. Once shit is dried up, they podcast. They just podcast that shit. I'm not saying it's just every white guy. I'm not saying like it's a white guy thing, but it is like synonymous mostly with white men in most cases. But I'm just saying like these are mainly white men we're talking about, like late night shows. When things go left like this, they go podcast. That's all they do. I think even Family Guy made a joke about this very thing. Like it's not even like a secret. Like we all know this.
Like killing it on a podcast.
See? That's what they do.
Podcast 10 to 1.
That's why my mods brought up this shit to me before. I was open for the idea of doing a podcast. It's just I need to put certain things in place for that to happen. Because I hear that people make crazy money doing podcasts somehow. I don't know. Like, I guess they talk about controversial things. But, like, that's the problem for me. Like, once we get into controversial things, oh, fuck, you're always on the edge of getting demonetized somewhere down the line. Especially if it's nothing, like, actually political. It could be anything. It could be, like, about anime, something like that. And that's the risk you're taking when you're doing podcasts. Because if you're talking about, like, mundane things and having lukewarm takes, you're not gonna pull an audience. Sometimes you gotta rattle the cage a little bit to get people talking about you or talking about. Sometimes you have to make some takes that isn't all that popular per se. Now, do you believe that? But the takes only work if you actually believe in the take itself. Don't make takes that you don't believe just to say it, just to get, you know, clout, because that's gonna backfire on you so fast. So that's where that problem comes in, and people are scared to be having the wrong take in most cases. So because they don't want to get like canceled, they don't want to use sponsorships, and everything you say has some type of overbearing meaning on something, or something you're trying to allude to something, and people interpret things, and you know, it's a big fucking problem. So that's why I'm not against doing a podcast with my mods. It's just that it is a risk that you're taking when you're talking about topics. It can go left pretty fast. But that's why I'm not apprehensive of doing it. It's just that we have to do this in a professional manner that works on both ends of the spectrum, where if we're talking about a subject, whether it's about anime or something that's going on in life or video games, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be political. Virtually anyone takes anything political these days and can make it into political situations fast. So this is why being a content creator can lead to very big wins and horrible lows. So you have to be very careful on how you word things, say things, and the topics you pick can really make or break your channel. So that's why I never really jumped on the idea of podcast on the jump, but they have mentioned it thousands of times to me. I'm not against it. It's just that you have to do it right, and that's where that comes in. And since my new schedule is kind of like, I can't really promise them that till that schedule is rectified, which I think it will be rectified at the end of August or the beginning of September. And I'll permanently know if I'm doing this every day again, or I will be on that schedule. So that really depends. So that's why.
Of us.
Yep.
I knew it. I knew it. As soon as even before Neon said it, as soon as he said all the late night shows are going down, they always have a backup plan. They just, because the reason why I knew the backup plan was going to come up is because most of these people talk badly or written off a bunch of people off the internet already. Now guess what? The same people who laughed at YouTubers, content creators, influencers, people who make commentary, whether it's political, video games, whatever, journalism, whatever the take may be, they all laughed them off and said they're not a real journalist, they're not a real content creator in that sense of like in the Hollywood and this, that, and the third. Now those same people who made fun of YouTubers are doing what the YouTubers are doing and moving their audience and their organizations onto that so-called platform they said is not real. So when Tucker Carlson, if he made any type of remarks about YouTube, which I'm not pretty sure if he did or didn't, and laughed them off, now where he's at on Twitter, podcasting. Everyone who laughed on PewDiePie, all of them, laughed them all off the stage and stuff, and called them names and stuff, and call them not a real, celebrity. Now they're all on the internet. CNN's on the internet. Fox is on the internet. Every last one of them. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's a news station. They all on the internet trying to do the same thing every other YouTuber can do in their bedroom. And those same people in their bedroom are getting more views and likes than the people who have thousands of bloated individuals in their organizations not making even a tenth of what these YouTubers are making. So that tells you, or the production wise, on the shoe budget string half the time. That tells you something. Yeah, I do believe the whole thing is fucking bloated, because you guys hired a lot of losers that shouldn't have been there in the first place. Makes sense. It makes total sense. So
Slum it with the rest of us. They'll get a big fat $100 million podcast deal.
And let me ask you this though:
bedroom really? What do you mean bedroom really?
Like on the mainstream, and they couldn't pull the numbers. What makes you think they're going to pull it on a podcast?
Well, okay, yeah, no, that's a good point, because the thing about podcasts and YouTube and TikTok, all that stuff, you have to choose to. It's not passive. You have to choose to go find that person, go find that show, and listen. To it. So I would say that a YouTuber or a live streamer or a podcaster, those listeners actually.
This is why you have fucking Will Smith running up on KSI trying to tap in his audience, because he can't be relevant enough because old Hollywood is dead and he ruined his career all in both swoops. Why do you think every rapper now goes to Aiden Ross or Kai Cenat? Like why? Like why? Like that tells you right there. Old Hollywood is dead and gone. They can't tap into the news source because they can't do the old thing as they used to do. So they have to tap into something that they can't control or they don't understand. And this is why they're having a hard time figuring it out. And especially with the brain rot that's out these days, and these kids are just kind of like, with their attention spans and everything, nah, they're fucked. They're so fucked.
More because that person has to choose to listen to that.
Right, and unfortunately, these big celebrities go and get these podcasts handed to them, and they couldn't they couldn't bring it when they were given all the spotlight and the money and the bells and whistles and everything else.
Makes sense.
And then they go be a podcaster, get the big podcast deal, and they stop giving deals out because they overspent on these idiots who didn't bring the money, and then they passed on people who would have. Because they weren't the name. And my comment to people like Spotify's and stuff out there is this: you gave all that money to those people, and because they were a name, and they didn't, except for a couple examples, to tell you bring it. But except for a couple examples, a lot of them didn't bring back. There wasn't a return on the investment. Where if you'd gone with somebody who might not have been a name, you probably it wouldn't have cost you as much, and you probably got a much bigger return on investment.
We have heard that spending in that space is down because there were a lot of really fat Hollywood podcast deals, and the listeners were not there. Like, these people become a household name because they're beamed into your house every day. Right. But if you have to go find them, it doesn't mean as much. If you have to compete with Joe Rogan, good luck with that.
Exactly. Yeah, have fun with that. Yeah.
They say there are consequences to these shows eventually going extinct. A successful late-night show gives the network a built-in ambassador for the brand, which also helps drive publicity for the corporate parents' other products, incubate talent, and foster relationship. Yeah, that's the whole thing. They're worried about losing. Yeah.
Let's break this down. Go back up to that paragraph. A successful night show host will give the network a built-in ambassador for its brand. Bullshit. You have all kinds of other shows that you can take ambassadors from that are actually successful. If they're not being watched, why would you use them as an ambassador? Right. Incubate talent and foster relationships. Kiss Hollywood's ass.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Because you already have your host, and then you have a bunch of people that are minions for the host. Is that the talent you're talking about? Because all the attention's on the host. How are you getting new talent other than bringing in celebrities in from Hollywood to bolster your thing?
Well, why do you think that it's mostly celebrities?
Because people don't like celebrities anymore. People do not like celebrities anymore. I think the worst thing that has ever happened to celebrities in Hollywood in general is Twitter. Once you gave these people the platform to, you can directly at them, that's where things went left. And then when they was told to I don't know if they was actually told to give their opinion out there about certain things in the world, when they was expected to make a comment about certain things in the world and double down on those things, especially if it was right thing, therefore you start realizing most of these celebrities are crazy, or they're just not that interesting. They're usually not that interesting or fun to watch. They're only fun to watch if they're in a movie or something, or a new show or some shit. But when it's just them being them, oh god, they're not that fun. They're either they're very insufferable, they're annoying, or they just say just very cringe shit. I think a lot of people said this, what makes the death of a celebrity is that you get to know them. Because the more you get to know them on that personal level, the more human they become. The more human they become, the more or less they become that god tier celebrity that you think is so amazing. You start realizing they're just some idiot who has a lot of money. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. And that's sad. I think what makes a celebrity is when you know less of them. The less you know of them, the more mysterious they become. The more you know about them, the more annoying they actually become. So, and I think the best celebrities are the ones who don't speak at all. And I'm talking about on social media. I'm not talking about if they're being promoted their new movie or some shit. That's expected. They're actually contracted to a degree to do that. But when they're actually anything but what they're promoting, it goes left every time. Every time.
They're losing their shit over him getting canceled.
Because where are they going to get their that's a big stop in their publicity tour. That and then the daytime, the morning shows. And it's well, you know what? Maybe make some friends with people you hate on YouTube.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go on podcasts and YouTube channels, and you're gonna have to be real because
yes, it was horrible.
Not
well, I won't say horrible. I'm not gonna say the word horrible. That'd be mean. I think that's a little mean spirited. I don't think it's horrible. It just wasn't good. It was because it's funny you asked that question. We watched that movie just yesterday. The movie is it's not bad, but it's not good. It's just like the only thing that makes the movie feel a little bit close to the old one is that it had that alien counselor lady. I think it's the same voice actor who played her. And Stitch, that's it. Those are the two things that stayed pretty much the same. What they did with Jumbo was fucking stupid. They should have kept him with his German accent. I think he was German. I think he had a German accent, I think. Or some type of scientist type accent. Stereotypical accent. And then with Pleakley, well, Pleakley is still kind of the same, but like we all know what they was trying to do with him per se on how he was acting. We all know what they was trying to do to push that that he's like on that side of the fence as much as possible, just to let everyone know that he's that, which is fine because he was kind of like that anyway in the original, so it's not like it was that like shocking or anything. But like they missed some key moments that could have been funny in that movie, and I think one of the most cardinal sins per se, even though this is kind of like a small one, was the scene with Lilo finding out that Stitch can play music through his mouth. Now, I know that scene is not like mind-changing or anything, but it was a funny scene, and they kind of fucked that scene when instead of Nani seeing Stitch do it, she was too busy with the phone to see it. And I was like, really? She could have took like 3 seconds just to look at Stitch and open his mouth for like the split second. That was like one of the funniest things in the movie. It was like a shocking thing that just came out of nowhere. And based on the writing on that was a little bit odd because I don't remember in the animated version she said to Stitch, show her what we practice, because she didn't practice that. She just kind of found out he could do that. So it had the subtlety when she showed Nani. And I think she was in bed at the time. I don't even think she was at the table. Right? And I don't know. It just, the way the tone and everything just felt like, okay, this is like a alternate version of what this is. And they made Jumba ultimately the actual protagonist when he was antagonist. He was to an nth degree in the old movie, but he ended up being their greatest ally, and then in Stitch 2, and then the series and the show and blah blah blah. But I don't know. And then Gantu, I don't know if it was actually like a executive decision to take Gantu literally out of the show because of the voice actor that passed away, or they didn't have enough in the budget for a giant, 8-foot tall fish face man thing to go after like Stitch, because I think it wouldn't have the same impact if he was like normal size looking like a fish. I think it would look really weird. So it's not a bad movie. It's just it's not woke. I'm not gonna say it's woke. It's just it wasn't good. It wasn't bad. It was just kind of meh. And I see why I got 6.9 out of 10. It's like a solid 6.5, or between a 6.5 to like almost a 7. But I don't know. I didn't think it was a good idea to make Jumba the actual antagonist per se. And then changing his voice completely was annoying. Like I couldn't. It was too damn distracting. Like hearing Jumba speak annoyed the shit out of me every time he spoke, because I was like, I'm hearing in my head when I was a kid that deep voice German accent thing going on, and then when I hear the Milanakis man between two ferns speak, I'm like, it's just not hitting. This is just kind of weird. I'm not fucking with this. So but it's mid.
Scripted or controlled 8 or 10 minute segment. It's going to be you talking for an hour, half an hour, to somebody, and you might get asked some questions you'd rather not be asked, but you have a chance to present yourself as a real person. And I think that scares some of these people too.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Because celebrities know that if they give their actual opinion, it pushes them to it pushes them into a situation of being canceled, and they hate that because they know that fucks their whole money up and their whole situation and their ego. So that's why a lot of them won't do podcasts, because every celebrity who has a YouTube channel gets ratio like no one's business, especially when they're trying to do that slice of life. I'm trying to be as normal as you. It just doesn't work because you have millions of dollars, and you can go around the world, you can do whatever you want with the type of money. So it's hard for me to believe that you're being relatable when you don't really live in a relatable situation at all. So it's not really, it's not an inspiration to watch someone do a YouTube channel who makes millions of dollars already and if they say I'm not doing this no more, they're not gonna be fucked. They can just literally sleep on the bed of cash that they have back at home. So I was like, yeah.
Basically, the facade is crumbling all the way around. But yeah, they're saying they think he's gonna wind up on a podcast, or
I'm sure he will.
Directing stuff or producing stuff or Netflix or something.
Yeah, probably. If they get the feel upward, and that's just it. Like but the thing is, you guys aren't. Let's be honest. All these guys, for the most part, except for a couple, moved into a warm seat that was already ready over something that was legacy that was built over decades, and then it fell off a cliff. And partly, they are partly to blame for that. People just don't like you. There's a reason. You're partly to blame. And they all want to be so political, and I think honestly, politics did them in. If they had just, not have you can wait to make jokes, political jokes here and there. You can totally do that. But they get so obsessed with it that they turn off people. Before you can laugh at something, but when you drive half your audience away, and then your audience is aging out. Younger people don't want this.
And not only that, I don't even think these people even write their jokes anymore. Don't they not write their jokes anymore? Don't they have like a ghostwriter or something now? When you get to a certain status as a talk show host who's a quote unquote comedian, don't you have like thousands of people writing your jokes for you now? You don't even have to say the jokes or write them for you. I guess you may have some creative process to a degree where you can talk about whatever topic it is and you can put some 2 cents of what that joke may be. But 9 times out of 10, don't you have like a person who does all the joke writing for you? You just have to deliver it it's all about the comedic timing, not the joke itself anymore. Isn't that how that works? Huh.
Yeah. So we're gonna go back around to CBS, and they're gonna hire somebody. They're gonna hire somebody to take a look at their news, apparently, because Skydance made the commitments to hire this person to oversee CBS News and a pair of filings to the FCC. So they're really pushing this consolidation merger. They told federal officials they're gonna hire someone who's gonna review complaints of bias at CBS News. This person's gonna be in place for at least 2 years. Yeah.
So there are enough complaints of bias that they're bringing somebody in just because of that?
Yeah, I think they're probably like, oh, hey, we're going to guarantee you that we're not going to have it. Which, look, some people are going to take as capitulating to Trump. Like, oh, hey, guys, we're going to hire somebody so the whole CBS News thing, so it doesn't happen again. And, so, I mean, yeah, I get that, but they're probably like, hey, basically they're going to guarantee that we're not going to run at the mouth if you greenlight this thing. I don't think Skydance, I'm going to be honest, I don't think they're that interested in news. I think they're interested in movies and TV shows and stuff like that. But this again shows that, this is, at this point, strictly business. They're just trying to get this merger through. I think CBS News is going to be gutted. I don't think it really.
Hey, if most of these networks, if they just stayed out of the politics run type of thing, they would have been probably making some crazy bank still. But hey.
I mean, again,
that's just a theory.
The news media, it's the same situation with the late night shows. Just people are getting their news from other sources. They're going to die out, and they're going to speed the process up by running at the mouth. Against the powers that be at this point. I mean, it is what it is. You want to do that, you're more than welcome to do that on your own. But when you're taking corporate money and you're taking investor money, and you're taking advertiser money to do that, it's not very punk of you to be like, well, I've got my staff of 200, my hundreds of millions of dollars to complain about the government. That's okay.
I know, right? Oh, the poor rich people.
Poor
Poor
millionaires.
rich people. Cry, cry. Wipe tears with $100 bills. Oh my god. Bad things are happening to me. Why? One bad inconvenience. Not like I got royalties coming in through a check every month. Yeah, fuck you.
Anyway, we're going to wrap this up.
Yep.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
For more pop culture news, views, and rants, go to news.clownfishtv.com. That's news.clownfishtv.com.
I want to be true to those stories. I want to be true to you guys and really give you something different than you've ever seen before.
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy, and James Gunn has been making the rounds promoting his new film, Superman. In interviews with Rolling Stone and Entertainment Weekly, he talked about Batman, the firing of Henry Cavill, Zack Snyder, the downfall of Marvel, a potential Marvel-DC crossover, and why making a Batman movie is causing him a huge headache. Which makes me wonder, should they even bother putting Batman in this new universe? Which I'll talk about a little bit later. So we're going to give you all the juicy details from these interviews, and a little later I'll be joined by my friends Tommy and Colton to get their thoughts on what the new DC head had to say. But first, let's break down this interview. Also, remember you can listen to Screen Crush on all your favorite podcast platforms and shop at our merch store for great DC parody merch that we have created for you. We're also having a huge summer sale, 20% off. The links are below. So let's start off with Batman. As of right now, Matt Reeves' sequel to 2022's The Batman is still on the table. A script was supposed to be delivered to Gunn last month on Memorial Day, but Gunn has confirmed that Reeves has yet to deliver, and he even called him slow. But he paired that comment with quotes saying, "Let him," meaning Matt, "take his time. Let him do what he's doing. God, people are mean. Let him do his thing, man." Gunn also dismissed the claims that the sequel was on the chopping block. The interviewer cited Gunn having previously stated that Matt Reeves wanted his Batman universe to be separate from the DCU. And when asked if there was ever any possibility of Robert Pattinson's Batman being the DCU Batman, that is the Batman that lives in the same universe as the new Superman, Gunn had this to say: "It would be a consideration. We'd have to think about it. It's not like we've never discussed it. Batman's my biggest issue in all of DC right now, personally. I'm not writing Batman, but I am working with the writer and trying to get it right because he's incredibly important to DC, as is Wonder Man." Gunn went on to say that Batman has to have a reason for existing. So Batman can't just be, oh, we're making a Batman movie because Batman's the biggest character in all of Warner Brothers, which he is. Instead, there needs to be a need for him in the DCU, and a need that he's not exactly the same as Matt's Batman. Now, I personally wonder if this means we should even have Batman in the DCU, because there are so many other great characters in the DC canon. But we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. Now, when pushed on the percent chance of Pattinson's Batman being the DCU Bat, Gunn took a long pause and said, "I would never say 0 because you just never know, but it's not likely. It's not likely at all."
Hey, do you guys got any food?
Oh, no, put on clothes. Please put on clothes.
See, I had to sell my clothes because I got in real bad debt. And now I'm never going to get out.
Oh, dude, I have been there. I used to be so far in debt that I could
Oh,
never
no,
keep
you're not
my
gonna
bank
sell for
account
me.
above
Fuck you.
0. And being in that much debt just destroyed my entire life right now. Now, back to what I was saying.
Yeah,
Now, here on the
they're not
channel,
doing
we've
that.
talked extensively about how Marvel Studios and Kevin Feige are being stretched thin and forced to put out way too much content, resulting in a massive drop in quality. When asked about this downfall, Gunn had this to say: "Listen, you can do everything right and make a bad movie, but I do believe that the reason why the movie industry is dying is not because of people not wanting to see movies. The number one reason is that people are making movies without a finished screenplay." Gunn went on to say, "We just killed a project. Everybody wanted to make the movie. It was greenlit, ready to go, and the screenplay wasn't ready, and I couldn't do a movie where the screenplay's not good." And I cannot wait to talk about what that could have been with Colton and Tommy. I mean, what was this canceled project? Maybe it was the Anthony Muschietti Batman movie, The Brave and the Bold. Gunn went on to say, over at Marvel, they've been pretty open about the fact that they've realized what's going wrong over the past few years. They put out too much stuff. And longtime Marvel executive producer Louis D'Esposito said that privately to me. "I don't even know that it's really their fault. They were under a corporate mandate. That wasn't fair, it wasn't right, and it killed them." Guys, that's huge. Like, James Gunn basically tattled on Disney ruining Marvel Studios. Gunn was then asked about the small but loud group of dedicated Snyder fans who are rooting and plotting for the demise of Superman and the DCU. Gunn said, I don't mind it. I think it's good. I think you don't even want to have everybody root for you. These people actually help us because you don't want everything to seem 100% positive. It's all right to have an opposing force every once in a while. So it's clear that Gunn isn't too fazed by those still demanding that Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill be given their universe back.
It's best to just move on.
In an Entertainment Weekly interview, Gunn confirmed that Henry Cavill was actually let go well before Gunn was even brought on to helm a Superman script.
We will treat you so much better than those shit down the street. You were just leaving.
And that Warner Brothers never intended for Gunn's Superman to have Cavill. But I am joined here by two of my favorite people. We have Colton Ogburn, the guy who's trapped in our TV but doesn't know it, so please don't tell him, and Tommy Bechtold, the guy who is always on break. So I love that James Gunn approaches everything. I feel like other movie studio people are politicians, but James Gunn just kind of sweeps in like the guy who knows this is all about tights and fights and there's no consequences to what he's going to say, right? He's just blunt and honest, and he's always been that way online, sometimes to his own detriment. So let's go through this. Let's start with this Henry Cavill news, guys. So I want to point out there's one thing about that that's maybe not quite true, or maybe the timing doesn't quite line up. He says they had let Cavill go before he got there, which is true, but then, you know, Tommy, your hero, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, stepped in to try to be the new center of power in the DC universe, and he brought Cavill back for the post-credit scene of Black Adam. And James Gunn has even said, like, in that post-credit scene, we see Amanda Waller, his wife is in the post-credit scene. He's like, I had nothing to do with that, and they didn't consult him because at that time he had just been hired. So what do you guys think about that? About, like, the possibility, like, could Cavill have ever worked, or was he, like, too tied to the Snyderverse to begin with?
I think that it would have been a huge uphill battle to try to integrate him in as Superman in this universe. It's also kind of counterintuitive to the announcement of this like clean slate, this brand new DCU. I love Henry Cavill as Superman. I was a fan. I even was happy that he was brought back at the post-credit scene of was it Shazam or Black Adam? Oh, Shazam, right?
No, it's Black Adam.
Because in Shazam, they never show his head.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I guess for me, the thing is, it's like, it's probably way messier. James Gunn is probably giving the story you tell your kids about why you're getting divorced, whereas, like, the reality of it, there was probably, like, you know, Cavill's team probably tried very hard to keep him involved. And at a certain point, like, these actors have egos, and it's like, well, if you're going to start over, I'll just walk away, and in fact, I'll appear as a Wolverine variant to Deadpool versus Wolverine. I honestly, I don't see it working as much as I like him as an actor. I think maybe if James Gunn's DCU and gets wildly into a multiverse at some point, we could see him returning a la all the variants that returned in the Flash movie. But that's certainly nothing I'm rooting for.
Colton, you had a great theory on a video a while back that if Ultraman is Bizarro, how cool would it be if that was Henry Cavill? If like it start, I don't see Henry Cavill allowing himself to be the heavy and get beaten, but I think it would be pretty cool.
Well, and something to keep in mind is they really did move on from Cavill, and then Hamada, who was over DC like at the time, and he was kind of like halfway out the door. The Rock really took advantage of the fact that there was like no adult in the room, like when they were finishing Black Adam, and you know, with his star power, went to like the WB higher ups and was like, "Hey, can I get Henry Cavill for this post credit scene?" And they were like, "Sure." You know, throw Superman in there.
Cavill did an Instagram post where he said, "I'm back."
You do
right?
anything fun
like,
today?
Oh my gosh,
Other than
that's so embarrassing.
Messy.
Just messy all around the fringes.
I'm known as having I love Cavill's Superman. I really like Man of Steel, but you had to move on. It was time to move on. The DCEU wasn't working, and not just the Snyder stuff. None of it was working. And if you were going to have a new fresh start, I think you had to move on from Henry Cavill.
Well, it's interesting. Aquaman made $1 billion. Wonder Woman made all this money.
We gotta find something funny to watch after this.
Maybe a universe where Wonder Woman 1984 was another masterpiece, you know, where the pandemic didn't hit, and Aquaman sequel comes out sooner, and maybe it could have limped along, maybe with a different Superman director. But you bring up a good point about Snyder, because there's this like Reddit post that's been read ironically by almost nobody that we're going to get the Snyderverse back. We're going to review bomb. This ridiculous post actually said let's buy tickets. Let's start to buy tickets
Hold
to
on.
Superman, but leave them in our cart.
Oh,
so
that's why.
Nobody can buy them.
Okay.
Who has the time? I mean, the thing about the Snyderverse, guys, is we got the Snyder Cut, and it was a financial disaster for Warner Brothers. It seems like this is a very loud group of people who have no real actual power, which is a shame for
Usually
them.
it is.
I mean, I also think Zack Snyder got screwed over by Warner Brothers, but who has the time? Wouldn't you just rather watch a movie and enjoy it? I mean, Tommy, what do you think? I mean, you're probably the guy who posted it now that I think about it.
I mean, first of all, it's getting way more traction than you're giving it credit for, but that's typical shill suppression. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. I think that like these calls to action ring so hollow at a time where there are legitimate calls to action around the world for like real causes, and then they're kind of worded the same, and you can do nothing else but scoff at the immature. It's like when you're a kid and you wear a suit, right? Like you want everyone to take you seriously. You're trying to dress up like your dad. But no one's doing actual business with you. No one is doing actual business with these fans. They have no influence other than being obnoxious. And it's like, it is unfortunate that the loud voices, even in small groups, get heard and amplified because we're even scoffing at it. That is, me doing that now is breathing just the slightest bit of oxygen onto it, which I don't want to do. But
yeah, and it sounds to me like you had a really traumatic experience as a kid trying to sell insurance door to door or something.
It was tires. I was trying to sell bike tires.
Bike tires?
You in the garage, like with your own business with desk set up. Like,
my little portfolio, it's just got baseball cards in it. I'm like, I'm pretty liquid right now.
Yeah.
I got a lot of them tied up in Bowman.
Your main competition was Encyclopedia Brown. For the
that kid was too clever.
You teamed up with Bugs Meany to have him killed. Okay, so for all the Encyclopedia Brown fans who are watching right now, the comment section just lit the F up. Colton, I know that you're one of my
almost
favorite
there.
people.
We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Just gotta clean up the eyes a little bit more and clean up the ears, and then we're done. I don't have to do this anymore.
But not revere it with this like religious fervor that a lot of people have. You know, my opinions are well documented on the channel to the tune of millions of views. I don't think we have to go into it. I am interested though, and Colton, especially what your thoughts on this.
This has been taking 3 straight days.
James
That's
Gunn
some
says
bullshit.
they just axed a project that was greenlit. Now, it is possible there are projects that are greenlit.
But this is good because in a weird way,
right? Like
this is good because you know what, these guys are just yapping. We already got the point of this. We got the gist of this. We watched the Fantastic Four. We need something funny. We need some uplifting shot. I'm done hearing about stuff. You know, we used to listen to some funny shit, but bro had to go off go a little off with the mouth, and then that kind of made things a little nervous. Made me a little nervous to play. Let me see. Manga sites are scam. Don't care about that. 56 minutes too long. Right? I miss those days though. I miss those days. I'm dead. Like honestly, it was on YouTube. I would have just let it fly. I didn't give a flying fuck if you said it. But I was like, nah. Like nah, bro. I can't let that slide on TikTok. I can't. I don't have a network anymore. I left my network, so I can't be saved by them. Even if I were to say, you know, let's just pretend they didn't see it. I can't. I just can't. I have too much stock right now on TikTok, and I need to move everyone from TikTok to the other platform, so I can't fuck that up. So let's see. South Park went nuclear on Trump Paramount. Don't care. Don't ask questions. You can just okay. It's a Gundam's funny.
Everything's kind of more solidified. Have the number of endings in this game been finalized? When you again, it was I think the number tossed around was somewhere around a dozen last year when you were first starting to talk about it. So
this was a year ago, so
coming along.
But I never seen it, so it was about Fallout.
Being that we are Bethesda, everything gets a bit big. So as of last week, we're over 200 endings. That is not an exaggeration.
In the never-ending pursuit of making money,
Hollywood is continuously buying as many intellectual properties as possible to then reimagine them into television shows and movies with already built-in audiences, hoping to capitalize on an already niche fan base, while also lacking the creativity to write compelling stories, coupled with the fear of alienating a small group of people, empowering women at the expense of male characters, and also bringing in representation needlessly into every story. This has led to the fall of Marvel Comics, Star Wars, DC Comics. Now that the superhero is fading, video games and anime are on the table. Hollywood never changes.
This video is brought to you by Raycon. You've heard me talk about Raycon.
Get to the point, Gundam.
Long-time Fallout fan. This channel originally started from my love for PC gaming, especially Bethesda games. I was a total Bethesda shell before I took the black pill that was Fallout 4 and then Fallout 76, and I went not so but so. Red Letter Media summed it up perfectly.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great. The Fallout TV show is the perfect normie adaptation. The show is
Gundam?
mad.
It's a
We live
Gundam.
in a day and age where adaptations are so bad, when
That's his
something
name. It's a
shows up
Gundam.
that isn't dog water, people think they're watching The Godfather for the first time or Citizen Kane. DSP is a perfect example of the consumer mindset that now envelops the modern movie, television, and gaming industry.
Fallout TV show comes out, there should be
Thank
Fallout
you for the
content
roast.
to consume to supplement that desire. Silent slave!
As I stated before, Fallout is the perfect IP to adapt. Throw in some member berries, a weapon that shoots junk, stim packs, sugar bombs, vault suit, Nuka-Cola, the T-60 power armor, aka the suit that was on the cover of Fallout 4. And people just think, yeah! Since Fallout 4 has been bastardized to the point of where it's unrecognizable thanks to Bethesda constantly changing the lore on a whim, wherever, whenever, a Fallout TV show or movie was inevitable and easy to translate. Why it never made it past development hell in 1998 may speak more for the decline of movies and television standards in the last few decades than anything else. The too long didn't watch is, the Fallout show is Amazon's MCU, except everything will be canon, so get ready for future Fallout iterations to be affected by Amazon's decision making. Yum yum! And if the decline of Westworld was anything to judge the metric of Fallout by, it's gonna get rough in a few seasons. Since the franchise lacks the rich lore of Lord of the Rings, the fan base is laid back and at this point full consumers. Buy product, then get excited for the next product.
What a joke!
Every BE3,
which stands for Bethesda E3,
was proof that Todd Howard would march out, show us some BS, say that the game did things it really didn't do, and people would cheer to
fuck!
the
I was
high
like, wait,
heavens.
what?
I was flicking my chickens.
The premise of the show starts off as your typical Fallout trope. Protagonist's father is kidnapped or leaves, or the vault needs a water chip. Ironically, there was a segment where they needed a water chip, a la Fallout 1.
Just give me the chip. Thank you. Now, go to the library and rest for a while, okay? Yes, you can touch things.
I found the connecting
Yes,
vaults
you
to
can
be a
touch
stretch, and totally different from past Fallout lore. But, like I said before, Fallout is whatever they decide to make it in the moment. So Bethesda could easily say Vault Tech wanted to test how to fight inbreeding in these vaults. If only I had the lore master, Pete Hines, to help me make sense of all of this. The long and the short of it with the vaults, because the lore keeps changing. On one end, the original creator said the vaults were made to test how people could survive terraforming space. On the other end, the vaults were made for the Enclave to test crap out on people. Oh my god, we're not doing an hour-long video. The Brotherhood of Steel having training camps out in the open like the NCR soldiers used to train is a total 180 from how things have always been, considering that they are an isolationist group into hiding in bunkers and training there. But this takes place after Fallout 4, so they could easily say Arthur Maxim pushed for the Brotherhood to be more hands-on in the Wasteland. But he's only in charge of the East Coast chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel.
And how
Since
far has that
Fallout 4
journey
took
been
place
going?
in Boston, 9 years before the Amazon show. We're going all over the place here. There was also a transsexual member of the Brotherhood of Steel. This is out of pocket, as the kids say, as the concept didn't exist in 1950s Americana, which is what Fallout was. This was a 2020 sort of, this is an our world sort of thing, but whatever. You gotta fit the alphabet in there somewhere, or someone's gonna be mad.
Why do they do this? Why do they do this? Why do they do this? Why? Why do they do this? Why do they scream and yell and think that works? That doesn't. Well, maybe it does work because they keep doing it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That probably does work. I gotta start screaming myself. My God, that is. Oh my God, that is stupid.
Fallout lore also didn't make any sense. After the bombs dropped, yeah, I could get it. But before, I don't know. But once again, D-E-I. Fat people in the vault. Let alone the wasteland.
They do the screaming shit. That shit is irritating.
Breaking moment for me in the show. I mean, come on.
Does not
in
make
vaults,
sense.
The food would be rationed, and in the wasteland, let's put it this way. How many fat, starving Africans have you seen in your life? Does it make sense to me?
Yep.
But hey,
he has a point.
Oh well, the lore doesn't matter anymore because I can see how they could spin anything when it comes to Fallout because the lore itself is so incredibly inconsistent. With a slice of representation. The characters are a mixed bag, where some shine, others not so much so, is the best way I could put it. Lucy is pretty much the star of the show, and she's what you expect with a modern television trope for a female character. She's established, she's brave, she's amazing, she's combat effective,
perfect.
Yet she's naive. Since she's a vault dweller, it makes total sense when it comes to dealing with the outside world. Also, she's oddly promiscuous.
Oddly?
You want to have sex?
Yes! For someone living in a vault.
Yes!
Her cousin for fun. At least she isn't
your
standard
not.
Girl boss. I feared that they would make her into another Galadriel since it's Amazon. And she's somewhat likable for a character, considering what you're used to dealing with. Her main catchphrase is okie dokie, and this is used as a barometer for her mental state as it slowly erodes the longer she spends time on the surface.
Oh, well, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do about it. That shit is annoying when it does happen.
She's so quick to do horrible things with no major moral dilemma. She meets a dude and she's able to behead him within
thank you for
hours
letting me
of
know,
knowing
bro.
him. Okie dokie, I guess.
Okie dokie.
The scientist that injected a capsule that harbors cold fusion that's enough to power an entire city forever in his head. We're just going to suspend disbelief and say whatever, it's Fallout. But him escaping the Enclave so easily and machine gun turrets missing him as he power walked through gunfire, it was something too stupid
It's a
to
feature.
ignore. I guess the Enclave
You're
recovered
probably
after
not
the
wrong.
events of Fallout 76, Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout 3. And it was also odd that they weren't the first to hunt this dude down and wipe out a town to get him. I mean, it's the Enclave. This is a shocking change of pace for them. Under normal circumstances, the Enclave would have found this dude at that shitty little shanty town and literally scorched earth everyone to get... Whatever, let's move on. By the way, the cold fusion was created by a woman who kidnaps Lucy's father. Somehow, this bitch lives for 200 years, and it's never explained how she was alive. Then later you find out that the ghoul's wife...
That's like saying, I watch Family Guy. This show is not kid-friendly. Well, I never told you it was. That's why it's in Adult Swim. You're in the wrong place.
The head of Vault-Tec program, because of course she was. She was a strong, powerful black woman that could balance family and career. Not only that, she was totally cool with nuking the world. This
that made no sense.
Completely changes Fallout lore. Yes, there was speculation among the fans that Vault-Tec led to the Great Catastrophe, but it was never solidified in the lore. Whatever. Maximus is a terrible character, and the Brotherhood is now a trash organization. Michael Rappaport was
right? I thought they cussing about
is a knight in power armor. I recall only paladins get armor. Whatever, Fallout lore is inconsistent, suck it, nerd. This was a clear attempt to make Maximus seem like a better person.
Okay, there's 2 things left, guys. We have 2 left. It's just the ears and the mouth. I'll do the mouth last.
When in actuality, he's a pretty trash human being because he let Michael Rappaport, just drop dead and then he stole his identity and armor. That's right, folks. The black character steals power armor and identities.
Oh,
And he was
God.
willing to kill his friend at the drop of a hat. Not to mention he's a coward when facing death at the hands of rad roaches. By the way, he's selectively stupid and doesn't know what his dick is for during sex.
I don't know. That weird thing could happen.
This is A-tier
Wow.
writing. Elm must have been in the mix. For those who don't know, Elm is the lead writer of Bethesda. He's the reason why Fallout 4 was a complete departure from what Fallout fans are used to. Check my older videos. The T-60 power armor now functions like Iron Man armor. Jesus Christ, would it have killed them to give the T-60 armor the jetpack that was featured in Fallout 4? Yes. Yes, it would have killed them. I'm sure that the writers thought, oh, the armor can be like Iron Man's armor because people love the MCU and Robert Downey Jr. The inconsistencies of the armor itself is on full display. When fighting a rad bear, it can't break the skin of this animal, but it crushes human skulls like rotten tomatoes and punches through walls and throws massive rocks a mile away. The Ghoul / Cooper Howard. This is the only character you'll end up really liking or taking an interest in because the actor is actually that good. He feels like the most fleshed out character, while the rest of them seem like they're just there. The show also made the actor Cooper Howard the inspiration for the Vault Boy. Sure, whatever. The show takes liberties with ghoul lore as well. I know, shocker. If you thought the power armor flying without a jetpack was stupid. Now, ghouls need special medicine to keep themselves from going feral. I guess this was to give the ghoul some sort of flaw or agency because he's practically immortal otherwise. The dude gets shot up by an entire town in a gunfight, and it was like throwing grapes at him. That's what I call some serious plot armor. I'm not even getting into it or my head will explode. Fallout 4's Kid Ghoul flies in the face of this idea completely. Remember when the kid somehow got inside a refrigerator during the bombs dropping and it turned into a ghoul? And he was stuck inside a refrigerator for 200 years without food or anything. And he didn't go feral. Whatever. Fallout lore is now as credible as Star Wars lore. Everything changes on the whim of a company that sees their IP as a money printing machine. By the way, don't forget to buy Fallout's chocolate coffee blend just in time for the new show. I'm not being facetious, that actually exists.
Kill me, please. I want to die.
Shady Sands was nuked. The new California Republic and the NCR are on their last legs if they're not dead, because Lucy's mother left the vault and took her along to Shady Sands. And for some reason, the father / overseer got mad when the mother wouldn't come back and decided to nuke the town. How did he get a nuke? Let alone aim the nuke at Shady Sands? Don't ask questions, just consume product, then get excited for more product. Many saw this as another Bethesda snub against Obsidian for the vastly superior Fallout New Vegas.
Play that instead of 4, don't be stupid.
That, to this day, is still regarded the best Fallout game in the 3D space. When I say Bethesda is petty about this game, I mean it. When New Vegas missed a Metacritic score by 1 point, Bethesda refused to pay them a bonus for putting out the game in a record-breaking time. That's right. 1 point. Bethesda was like, screw you, Chris Avalone. The ending fight scene where the Brotherhood of Steel take on Wasteland Rebels. Anyway, in this fight scene, the ghoul literally takes out a whole troop of Brotherhood of Steel members in power armor single-handedly because the armor had a fatal flaw that he only knew about in Operation Anchorage. Suck it, nerd. This is A-class writing. The added fact that the Brotherhood doesn't use any energy weapons once again threw me for a loop. Hell, they don't throw a single plasma grenade. There were so many ways they could have killed the ghoul easily. But plot armor. How a group of literal Wasteland rebels gave the Brotherhood of Steel a run for their money makes zero sense. That's like saying all the people occupying colleges right now in protest of the war in the Middle East could easily defeat the U.S. military. The T-60 power armor in this show is just a metal coffin, judging by how it's interpreted. By the end, you find out that Lucy's father worked for Vault-Tec the whole time and was cryogenically frozen to run a vault in the future. Why? I don't know. It also hints that Lucy's mother was in a lesbian relationship with the woman she met in Shady Sands. And she was willing to give up her family for it. Okay? The son isn't even in the mix at all. They don't even say anything about the son. Like, because men suck, I guess.
Yeah,
no, I forgot to mention, Lucy's brother is a complete, spineless, short, weak-willed, soft-chinned loser. It's Anyway, the woman she left the overseer for just happened to be the genius woman that created cold fusion and survived for 200 years without being a ghoul, and they never tell you how she's alive. Well, anyway, the rebels brought power to the wasteland, so all's well that ends well. Even though this woman went to an innocent vault and killed a whole bunch of people on a whim, at the ending credits, Lucy and the ghoul are going after her father in New Vegas, which means we're going to see Mr. House. It also doesn't make much sense because New Vegas made its money off of the NCR, who are kind of like dead now. But whatever, don't ask questions, because it makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it. That's pretty much the show. Maximus is a hero for waking up next to the leader of the rebels, and she's dead. Whoopee whoopee, season 2 is signed. Everybody's happy. Overall, the Fallout show is all right, but clearly it has many of the modern tropes I tend to dislike about shows. But at least it doesn't beat you over the head with them like everyone else seems to do in this modern age. The writing is hit or miss, oftentimes stupid, relying heavily on Fallout humor or member berries. The instance where the ghoul just cuts off Lucy's finger because she bit off his, and he was just able to reattach some random he attached her finger to his hand, and it worked like he never lost his finger, while Mr. Handy gave her a black finger, and whatever. In a world where most video game adaptations are trash, this is decent by comparison. Sadly, this show brought Zoomer eyes to Fallout. Twitter was loaded with hot takes and coded messaging. People started buying Fallout 4, which led to Bethesda releasing a 15GB patch for 60 FPS on consoles that only broke mods and corrupted save files. Typical backwards Bethesda. Not to mention setting back the long-anticipated Fallout London mod yet again. The newfound success of Fallout 4 will only solidify that Bethesda will continue down this looter-shooter path they carved out with Fallout 4 into future iterations of the Fallout series. And if Starfield is anything to go by, the next Fallout and Elder Scrolls will be so shit modders will give up fixing it. But that's a tale for another time.
Records and this Benzino wants to come online and start with me, bro. Instead of being a father and just supporting. Embarrassing yourself. Why you can't do nothing with me? I'm just like,
dude, like, oh my god, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
Nepo babies in hip-hop are very controversial. After all, having a handout goes directly against hip-hop's core values. But despite that, there's been no shortage of Nepo babies in rap, and some still manage to succeed. But what happens to the ones who don't?
I should laugh at that, but that shit makes me
Bashir,
really
and
pissed off.
This is where
I'm
the
like,
real
oh my
Nepo
God,
babies
dude.
today. Now let's kick it off with the most notorious Nepo baby in hip-hop, King Harris, aka T.I.'s son. Born to wealth and privilege...
This boy needs ass to belt, like, instantly. Ass to belt. I'm dead serious. I said it before, and I don't let it go. This motherfucker needs ass to belt, like, pronto. Like, on sight. If I was his son, if I was his father, it'll be on sight. On sight. Man, I swear to God.
King Harris was T.I. and Tiny's first child together, and right from the start, it was almost as if he had already won at life. With a 3-time Grammy-winning rapper as a father and an R&B icon as a mother, he was financially secure.
Wait, you're the first child between T.I. and Tiny? You acting like this, but your other younger siblings are not acting like this? How the fuck? Did you live in a whole different household? Like, how did you talk? Like, okay, I don't get this. How you act and talk all hood-like and act like this, but your brothers are not? How they got education and everything? You don't hear anything about them. You know why? Because they don't put themselves in those positions. Wow. And you're the oldest one. Bullshit. Well, I don't think he's the oldest, but you're the oldest amongst between Tiny and T.I. How?
From the jump. Not only that, but he was also no stranger to life under the spotlight. From a young age, he was already immersed in the world of celebrities, starring in the hit reality TV show T.I. and Tiny, The Family Hustle.
I remember that.
The 6 seasons meant that everyone got to see firsthand how his upbringing was. I mean, fans literally watched him go up right in front of the cameras. So, with a family as wealthy as his, it's no surprise the king was brought up with a silver spoon. There was even a scene in the show where he requested to be homeschooled so he could focus on his quote-unquote rap career. If that's on privilege, then I don't know what
I
is.
don't know what
and
is.
He could have continued putting in the work while using all the resources available to him to make it big as a rapper. However, things didn't go exactly as planned. See, along the way, King Harris went from being an aspiring artist to role-playing as a gangster, pretending like he grew up in the trenches and not a mansion.
Yeah, what the hell?
As someone who actually had to go through all those issues growing up in the hood,
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Looks like a girl with his hair up like that. I thought he was. I thought that was a female version. What the fuck? He looks like a girl.
his son's fake persona didn't sit right with T.I., which caused to strain the relationship as the two always butted heads. Because whenever King Harris tried to pretend that he was from the hood, T.I. was always there to put him in check. Just like that one time when King hopped on Instagram Live and was immediately embarrassed by his father, who asked him if his son ever woke up.
Yeah, that's him. No, that's him. That's a boy. That's not a girl. That's a boy. It's a fucking boy. It's a boy. What? Like, okay, let me show you. Okay, let me go back a little bit. I'm going back. Hold on, I'm going back.
Which caused this who actually had to go.
That's a boy. That's him. That's a boy. That's him. That's King Harris. He just put his hair up. That was a fucking girl for a split second. I was like, no, that's him. You can't be out here looking like this and you trying to be hood as fuck when you're fake as fuck. Come on, man. Ain't no way, boy. I can't. Oh my god, bro. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what to make out of this, bro. I don't know what to make out of this. Like, it's wild to me. How do you have this fake... How do you do the fake persona thing? I don't know how that works. That just feels like so tiring. No, he has a collar on. He always has a collar on. That's him.
His son's
he
fake
always has a
didn't sit
collar.
Right with T.I., which caused
yeah, he always has a choker on.
As the two always butted heads.
He always has a choker
on.
on.
To pretend that he was from the
let me
hood,
show you. Let me show you.
T.I. was always there.
You're gonna see another one of him.
Just like that one time when King hopped on Instagram Live and was immediately embarrassed by his father, who asked him if his son ever woke up
look,
with a
this is his son. They're still focused. That's him. He has a choker on. The spikes around the neck. Yeah, that's him. He wears that a lot. For some odd reason. I don't know. It's weird.
In space. Making
see, there he is again.
His son never struggled while growing up.
Bro, I don't know, man. That's crazy.
He used his friend's environment as an example for some reason. Later in that same broadcast, he tried to refute what T.I. said.
He know not true. Silver spoon, I ain't never ate with that day a day in my life.
However, both T.I. and his wife saw the video and immediately clapped back at their son, exposing him for lying about living a life that...
No, I hate him for this. I hate T.I. allowing his son to be a little poser. That shit's crazy. He needs to put ass to belt on this boy. He caused too much trouble. He did this thing where he went into like I think it was a McDonald's or a restaurant, and he pulled out his phone and he started making fun of the coworker who's just doing their job because he didn't get the right fries or some stupid shit. And he made a big spectacle out of nothing that they had to kick his ass out of the fucking restaurant when he was trying to make fun of people. Waffle House, there it is. Sorry, it was Waffle House. Yeah, and he made a spectacle out of nothing. And the person who was just doing their job, who's only making what, $7 an hour, or probably slightly more than that, is like, what, dude? This is not the time for this. Like, come on, it's not even that serious. You're being like a strange Karen. Like, what the fuck? Like, we can just fix the order. And the person said, "I'll fix your order. I'll just get the thing that you want." He made a whole spectacle going live and doing some stupid shit. I'm like, bro, you need to calm yourself. And why are you at the Waffle House? Don't you have like a personal like cook or something? Like, what the hell? Don't you have a personal cook? We've seen your show. You have a big house. What are you talking about? Yeah, he was. You never watched the Tiny and T.I. show? They had a big fucking house. This is like in the era where a lot of shows like Rev Run, T.I. and Tiny, all these shows didn't. Okay, so like all these shows had these reality shows where like, I guess washed up celebrities or people who have gotten to a certain status have a family now, and they'll like have like this family friendly shows on MTV, or usually it was on MTV. They'll have these reality shows where they're just like doing like their Robin Big type thing, where they just have like a adventure for today. It's not a scripted show. Well, it's reality, so it probably was scripted to a degree. But it was supposed to be like, you know, they're just living their life as celebrities and doing like celebrity stuff per se. And they have their kids like there and stuff, and they try to make it family friendly. And I remember seeing him. I'm not gonna lie, he was the ugliest one out of all the children. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I know that sounds evil, but I'm just being honest. He was the ugliest one amongst the children, and he was the one specifically I remember the most out of all of them, because he was always front and center. And now he bigger now. He's even worse than he was before. I liked him as a kid. He was a good kid. He seemed like a very good kid. It seemed like he had like ambitions in life, and he just like living his childlike self. And now he's acting like this. This shit's stupid, yo. You had a silver spoon in your mouth, and you didn't do nothing with your life to a degree. Come on, man. That's disrespectful for most people who don't get that. What the fuck?
Never had in the first place.
Oh yeah. You're right. VH1 had the surreal life of Ozzy Osbourne. Run's House reality show. Yeah, I think MTV did the same thing. And there was, was they on VH1? Were they all on VH1? No, some of them was on MTV. I think. So that was what we're doing. We're doing reactions as I do artwork. But yeah, that was the thing back in the day. It was like in the early 2010s. Oh, the last two was MTV, and then I think once those shows kind of, yeah, and we're just making commentary and stuff. But like, this kid needs his ass beaten. He acting, he doing too much. You are doing way too much, bro.
King immediately took the phone off his mom's hand and awkwardly refuted the claims, saying,
Trying to say I was over there trying to suck a passy, but they ain't gonna tell you everything. Like they're trying to hide it. Ain't nobody hiding it.
What are you trying to prove?
He capping. Hey, he know I stand on business. He know
Oh God, I think the worst thing that has ever happened to most young people is the term "standing on business." That shit is overused. Oh my God. That fucking term is horrible now. You know, when it's like, when I hear terms like that, it's like, you know, when someone like a teenager learns a curse word for the very first time, they think it's funny sounding, and they just keep using it for every second they can get the chance. That's how it sounds like when most young people use that term now. It's not taken seriously. It's like almost a meme at this point. Oh, actually, it is a meme. It's horrible. I hate when people say that stupid shit now.
But the situation got even worse from here. As tensions started to ramp up between King Harris and T.I., the situation got real physical.
I know you know. I know you. What's wrong with y'all? Why y'all doing that to me? Y'all know me. You know I stand on business. Why you even letting somebody play with me like that? Why you letting somebody play with me like that? Why you letting him play with me like that?
King got up in his dad's face and tried to act tough, asking him why he was lying about his
Why
upbringing.
would you do that,
and he kept
bro?
taunting T.I.
Why would you run up on your dad's face on something that, no, like, even if it's true, no one's gonna take you damn ass serious. Like, let's just be honest, no one's gonna take you serious. If you're trying to talk as if you lived in the trenches or some shit like that, no one's gonna take your shit serious. Oh, Bri, you're not right. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on that medication too. I wouldn't be surprised. There was also Bobby and Whitney in that one. Jessica Simpson thought chicken was Steve. Oh yeah. Oh my God, Bobby and Whitney had a show. Oh my God, there was so many reality shows back then. Holy shit. Oh my God, Bonnie and Whitney had a show? I don't remember them having a show. I know they had a horrible marriage, but like, show? The fuck?
Until the latter finally had enough and checked him.
Yeah, I didn't know that. They had a show. That's crazy. I never knew they had a show. I know that horrible marriage and it was two like druggies, but like I didn't know they had a show. Oh my God.
You embarrassing yourself. You are embarrassing yourself. You are embarrassing yourself.
Yep, the horrible marriage made for television. I'll get the belt. This.
Shortly after the altercation, he took to Instagram and uploaded a story saying that he didn't want to talk about it if he's not getting paid $10,000 or more. 10K an interview or I don't want to talk. However, it gets way worse, because getting into a physical squabble with his father live on camera wasn't the end of his antics. You see, he was also arrested back in 2022, which led to images of his mugshot being spread all around the internet. After he got out of prison, he hopped on Instagram and uploaded a selfie with the caption, "I'm back, F12, Wild Beast." He also wrote another Instagram story saying, "Man, a little minor setback for a major comeback. Screw him." From the sound of it, it seemed like he was purposely trying to land himself in prison to boost his street cred. But what exactly did he do to get arrested? Well, fans discovered that he was reportedly taken into custody for the minor traffic violation of not wearing a seatbelt. Flexing a criminal record for a minor traffic violation is crazy. Still, he wore it like a badge of honor, saying,
How y'all think I'm up and think it's gangster? Get caught.
Oh my god.
Driving or whatever. Y'all get the f off my. I ain't that saying trying to be gangster. Yeah, I ain't asked for the police to pull me over, y'all.
and after quite some time, he realized that he'd only be clowned if he kept it up, so he denied that he wanted to get arrested on purpose, writing, "Y'all right, we too rich for this I agree." He also added, "I'm sorry that guy caught me while I was on my way to vacation. I'm sorry I thought I was doing what a young guy was supposed to do. I want to be in there." However, after he realized that fans made fun of him even more, he explicitly said, "Everybody that's saying I'm trying to be gangster, I ain't asked the police to pull me over. Y'all, please." But his antics...
You didn't ask me to... You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. You got fucked up when you got the police pulling you for not wearing your seatbelt. That's not something that's like I don't think that's a common thing that happens too much. Most of you get pulled over because you speeding too much. He didn't even pull you because you was speeding. He pulled you because you didn't wear a fucking seatbelt. What were you dancing on the chair? What the fuck were you doing? That's not literally like I don't think that's a common thing that happens too much. Let's be honest. People get pulled over for much more serious. Right? So gangster. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off TikTok real quick. Right back to TikTok. Instagram. That's crazy. I don't like that. That's weird to me. Like that. And you don't think that sounds a little off? You don't think that's something that would sound a little off to you? Like you trying to big up the idea that you didn't wear your seatbelt? There's a lot of children in the bus at school don't wear their seatbelt. It just sounds horrible. Was it a common thing that happens? Or is it a non-common thing?
Somehow go even lower, even for his standards. One time, he also beefed the Waffle House employee. No, I'm not making this up. King Harris recorded himself arguing with a fast food worker.
There we go, there it is.
There it is. Right now. I ain't tripping on you. I ain't tripping. Get the hell out of my face. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Who the hell is he? What's your name?
He also pretended like he was a big household name that everyone could recognize, saying,
What's your name? My name King. You know it and your mama know. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day.
When you have to tell people who you are, you fucked up. If you think you're a celebrity, you have to act. You have to tell people who you are. See, that's the. This is the thing. People recognize. Most people recognize who Zuckerberg is because he doesn't need to tell you. You use his product one way or another, or Bill Gates, or Elon Musk. You use his Twitter, whatever the fuck, he bought it. So like, therefore, you're using it, whether you like it or not, or whether you heard of it. Even if you don't have a Twitter, you heard of it. So therefore, it's his, and now you know who has it, right? But you have to tell people who you are. You're not famous enough. This is why I would always tell people, if you're gonna start being a content creator, don't tell your family. If you're thinking of becoming a content creator, you can tell your family if they support you, whatever. But if you don't think you're gonna make it or this is gonna be a thing, don't tell them. Keep just working at it. And if they find it, that means if they find it in a way that they found it through their feed, then you're getting famous enough for them to find you. But don't tell them to look you up and shit, because it's just a big meh. No one wants to do that. It's like telling my mods, go watch my latest YouTube video. No, if they wanted to watch it, they'll go fucking watch it. I like it shit.
At that point, his father was starting to get really sick of his antics. You see, because of his son's desire to be seen as a real street dude, T.I. warned him that this wasn't going to end well. He also added that there could only be one place for King Harris if he kept this up.
His ain't going to prison. If you goddamn keep this up, his ain't going to prison. Ain't no way around it. Ain't nothing I'm gonna be able to do about it.
You failed your son, sir. I'm not gonna lie to you, you failed your son, sir. I understand that he's his own man and he's a certain age, but you failed your son, sir. He believes he's a gangster in his head. Why is the other son's not like this, but this one is? What did you do to this boy for him to think he had to be gangster enough in a 5-star like family to be like this? Why? Why, sir? Can you please explain why you and your wife the firstborn between you and your wife has to think he has to be hard as everyone else in a 5-star mansion type lifestyle slash household, but the other brothers doing just fine, and sisters, I think. What did you do to this boy? What did you expose to this boy for him to be like this? Question your parenting, sir. Just like that goes the same thing with Will Smith and his son. You notice that the big son, you don't hear anything about the big son because he don't part of that bullshit. But you see the Jaden and, well, I'm not even talking about Willow. She don't seem like she's all that off, but I know she probably said some crazy things at that fucking round table. But out of the two, it seemed like the boys are just more crazier than the girls for some odd reason. These celebrity boys seem more crazier than the girls. I don't know why. What did you do to this boy, sir?
Can't nobody stop it but him.
The rap legend also stated that he saw himself.
You
in his
can
son
stop
in his
it.
actions.
Talk to your son. Talk to your son. Tell him to stop the bullet. Well, you tried to stop him. You tried to fight him. But then again, it's like, it's right at that point that he's probably too far gone now. Because if he's fighting you as a grown man, if he's fighting his father, like grown man-wise, I think you not only just failed him, he's gone. He's too far gone now. He already got arrested, and he has children now. King has kids. Someone has kids by this boy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I've already had the conversation. I've already made my peace.
Yes,
with
he has a child. King, the ugly one, he has a fucking kid. He's a baby. I tell you, I tell you what. Oh shit. And I understand we can't always blame parents for every fucking thing the kid do, but a good 80% of how that kid turned out is how you raised them. I'm gonna say 100% because sometimes the kid just gotta have some common sense themselves. But like you gotta admit, most problems stem a lot from the upbringing and how your parents treated you and raised you. No, this is a boy who had silver spoon in his mouth. He could have been anything other than a rapper. He could be a lawyer, a doctor. They have the funds. He can go to medical school, all that stuff. He didn't have to worry about that shit. He don't need no fucking scholarship. He don't need to go through the trenches. He need to worry about if he's got to lay his head somewhere. He don't have to worry about all that shit. None of that shit. None of that didn't exist. They had a 5-star mansion of a house. They was on TV. Everything under the sun. They can go anywhere around the world. He had money like that. There's no reason for this boy to act like he came from like the trenches of Chicago or New York or California. You know what I'm saying? No. Bullshit. So you did something to this boy, sir, for him to act like this. To act like this compared to his brothers and sisters. They're not crazy. They're not acting out. They have their education and they're not in the spotlight like that. Same thing as Will Smith's big son. Why is all the ones that are not that famous got some education, got some sense, but the ones that are in the spotlight is not doing that well? I wonder why.
Because I know that energy. I was that energy.
You can't compare that energy. No, bullshit. You can't compare your energy to your 5-star son who had a silver spoon in his mouth. You cannot compare this. So that's why you keep, and the proof what I'm saying is true. You keep checking the boy when he says something that's not right, when he's trying to act all tough and shit. So that energy is not there, because if that was true, you would let him say what he need to say, and then it'll be genuine. But whenever he says something wild that you know that isn't like 100%, you will check him almost instantly. That's why you got in a fist fight with your son. With your wife too doing the same shit. So like, what does that tell you? That's bullshit.
Still, his words fell on deaf ears, because the next thing that King did was much more despicable. You see, during that time, the one chip challenge was viral on social media. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's basically offering someone to eat the world's spiciest chip, called a Taki, without drinking water. And if the person successfully does so, they get monetary compensation, aka they get paid. Not so bad, right? However, King Harris chose to do the challenge with a homeless man, offering him to eat the chip for $50. Considering how much the man really needed the money, felt like King Harris was using him for his own enjoyment. If that's not messed up, I don't know what is. Here's the infamous clip.
There's a different flavor, but it's still hot. So look, there you go, $50, 5 minutes.
The worst part about it is that the man failed the challenge and didn't receive the $50. Although King made fun of him for his failure, he did give him $20 as a
Takis
consolation
is not
prize.
hot. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I know some of you may think it's hot. That's fine. That's probably your taste level, but that shit is not hot. I remember eating bags of Takis all the time. The hot flavors, the blue ones, all of them. Those shits are not fucking hot. I'm sorry. I'm not even questioning y'all. If that's your taste level, that's fine. I'm not judging y'all, but to me, that shit is not hot. It's tasty. It's tangy. It's a more better Dorito. I can tell you that much. But like, that shit is not hot.
He uploaded it, fans began to call him out for his malicious behavior, and you can't really blame him for that. After all, he took advantage of a homeless man's need for money to make him eat the spiciest chip in the world. Fans wrote, "He's outside with his daddy's security and his daddy's money acting like a clown. That boy wanna act like he's from the streets so bad, SMH. Others pointed out the truth. The king's only relying on his father's money and protection.
Yeah, that's all he is. That's all he does.
Your hustle looks like. So even though this prank may seem harmless at first, there were actually reports that said lots of kids had to be taken to the hospital after eating the chip. After all, it was made with seasoning from both the Carolina Reaper and Naga Viper peppers, which are widely regarded
Then
as
what happens is you probably built a tolerance. You probably built a tolerance towards it. It's possible. Now those, I never had those before. I'm not totally sure of the tortilla chips with the Reaper on it. I never had those. I always wanted to try them, but I don't know. They say it's so hot you only get one chip or something like that. So I might have to do it one day. One day.
Two hottest peppers in the world. So not only did he make the man suffer for his own enjoyment, there was also a risk that things might have gone horribly bad for him. Anyway, after the whole one chip challenge fiasco, he hopped on an interview where he addressed the pressure that he's facing for being T.I.'s son.
King, let me ask you a question, man. Do you feel any type of pressure?
He responded by saying,
You know, they say pressure make diamond. So
Okay.
it's like a walking diamond. You know what I'm saying? I don't follow the
I'm gonna
pressure.
try it.
It's important to remember that T.I. has repeatedly
Isn't
said
it like
he doesn't
$20 per chip? I think. Isn't it like $15 or $20? I'm pretty sure it's like $20, right? Or 15 bucks.
expect anything from his son. He just wanted him to stop the antics he's been pulling. So it's kind of ironic to hear him talk about the pressure when all he really needs to do is stay out of trouble. But wait, because there's a lot more controversies that he's involved in. Anyways, speaking of interviews, when social media comedian Drewski sat down with the Breakfast Club for an interview last year, the host, Charlemagne the God, asked him an interesting question.
Yeah, I might have to get it.
You said, who am I more scared
I'll
of?
do it.
Birdman or King?
It's understandable bringing up Birdman, but the reason they brought up King Harris was because the two have had spats on social media.
Who?
who?
Son. Oh, come on, man. That's pussy. King Harris?
We standing on business.
What we talking about, man? Come on, man.
Don't play with people kids now.
He
Don't
talking
play
about,
with
hey,
kids.
come on, man. What? Come on, bro.
King
They
said
talking about
he
King
created the term standing on
T.I.P.
business.
son?
Yes.
King. They also brought up the fact that King allegedly pulled up on Drewski during a video shoot.
I said he's pulling up on you.
Nah, he did pull up on me at the video shoot. We had too much security out there, though.
I think Drewski could put some hands on that boy. I would pay money to see that. I would pay money to watch Drewski put oh my god, put bear claws on that boy. I would pay money for that. That shit funny.
He did.
Standing on business.
Yeah.
Drewski added that he did nothing but stare at him.
Yeah, he tried to do
He did
like
nothing
that.
but stare at him?
Oh my God.
Bullshit.
Stare off. He got out his car and just stood on kind of like the top of the car like that. And
After he saw Drewski expose him on the show, King Harris took to Instagram and clapped back at the comedian, saying,
Drewski, you gonna get on there and lie? Damn, man. Well, here we go. Hey, Drewski, you and your cholesterols need to calm the down. You and them wide body Hellcat hips need to calm the
I tell you something. I don't think the last thing you want to look at like is trying to beef with a comedian. It doesn't really scream to me as like this is equivalent of like you slapping like Chris Rock. It's not really tough. If anything, it's just kind of sad. I don't see that as tough. If this is your weird way of being tough, no. If anything, I would have just ignored the whole. Then again, this boy.
Damn.
He also claimed that Drewski ran away from Birdman.
I can't believe this. Just tried to call me in the interview. And I just seen him a couple weeks ago. We seen you run from him.
Is that with or without your bodyguards next to you? Ask that question. Is that with or without the bodyguards near you? Are they more than 50 feet from you? Are they more than 5 feet from you? Sir. Now ask that question. So when you're saying Brewski, or whatever the fuck his name is, are you saying it in the terms of, I'm by myself and you disrespect me, or I'm with my bodyguards and I feel disrespected, so I'm going to say crazy shit to you because I know they're right next to me.
We seen you run for Birdman. We ain't seen me. I ain't never ran for nobody. It look like you got a and you walk with a strap. It look like before you go to sleep at night, you take your off and put it in the drawer.
After that, King Harris hurled insults at him, making fun of his weight.
You got your dad legs and your mama body.
Yo, Kitty, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We need to put him in scare straight. I bet you he'll fold. I want to bet money if that ever happens. We need to bet literal cash he'll fold. I will laugh.
Apparently, the two were supposedly cool according to King, as he also said that Drewski called him the king of standing on business
That
at one
shit
point,
funny.
and that's why he felt betrayed by what he said in the interview.
You tried to. Nigga, I just seen you. You just called me the king of standing on business. You was just riding. Called me the new king of standing on business. He gonna go to
Oh my god, he's gonna just say the same thing. This is why I hate him. This is part of why I hate him. He's one of those morons who learn something new and then just keep using it because it sounds smart to them. This is the problem. Because he tries to talk smart, or no, he tries to talk hood. I'm pretty sure he can speak proper English. I know his dad can. I know his father can. I know he can. He just chooses not to.
What's a lie?
Once he was done calling Drewski a liar, he continued to make fun of it.
I don't know.
My God. It look like you sit down with you. Believe it or not, you can act like a woman more than you can a man. I done seen this with my own eyes.
Furthermore, King claimed that he was the one responsible for popularizing the phrase standing on business, even though it was actually Drewski and Drake who did so. Anyway, King Harris was widely regarded as a low-hanging fruit to make fun of online. Fans made fun of him for every single thing he did, for good reason. Just like that one time when he flexed his brand new teeth online.
I had to come out here and get right, man. You know, shout out my Uncle Thug, diamonds in the teeth.
Bro got veneers. You know how expensive veneers are? Bro got veneers. Oh god.
I had to come to somebody that could execute it, man. Mario, man, he did his thing, man. If y'all need y'all smile right, come here, man, cause I look good, man.
How do you get good teeth but still talk like you don't got none? Ain't that weird? Ain't that fucking weird? How do you got teeth but you talk like you got none? Man.
Enough, T.I. was the first one
Stop
to make fun
him.
of him. In another interview with Diamond Cuts, the interviewer brought up a viral clip of King flexing his teeth and asked T.I.
I don't know,
to
his
address it.
presence pisses
Can we
me
talk
off.
about your son? Went viral the other day with his teeth.
At first, T.I. defended his son's decision to get his teeth done.
Hey, look, man, the man said he wanted his teeth done, and he put his paper up, man, stacked the money, man, and he went and got his teeth done.
He had a lot of good things to say about King's hustle as well.
So I respect and admire and celebrate the actual process he went through to get them done. And so when I seen him, I was congratulatory. I was like, "Yeah, man, that man, hell yeah, man." They white.
But when comedian K Dub addressed his teeth, it all went downhill from there as they began to make fun of him.
I said he had teeth like Garfield.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. That was actually funny when he said it. I'm not even trying to be laughing because I don't like the kid. It's just like, that was funny. I got teeth like Garfield. I think of it, Garfield does look at the camera sometimes and show his teeth. Oh, come on, man. You don't have to be like that. It's like, I don't like the kid, but Jesus Christ, that was mean.
I say, man, they white, man, they nice, because they did the doctor did do the dentist did do a good job. And you know, I'm giving them props. And his mama walked
I'm sorry,
in
I'm sorry, I'm
she
sorry.
say, why the hell
I'm
is they so
sorry.
damn big?
I'm sorry.
If you're in the king's shoes, hearing your father make fun of you in an interview has to be at least a little bit demoralizing, if not a lot. However, from T.I.'s perspective, he constantly had to deal with his son's many antics. But the worst of it all was when someone claimed that King Harris had gotten someone pregnant, I was now preparing to be a father.
Yeah, I got 2 granddaughters. I got a grandson on the way.
Wow.
King's about to have a son.
King's about to have a son. Congrats.
Yeah.
T.I. then joked that he was going to raise the kid to become worse than King Harris to torture him in return as payback.
And I told him I'm going to make this the greatest gangster of all time.
Oh my god, no wonder the boy is fucking... He's not learning from his mistakes. This man is... I'm talking about T.I. specifically. He's not learning from his mistakes. Your son is a fake gangster, and you tell him that you're gonna make your grandson is the realest gangster of all time. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you should... For a man who talks about getting education and, you know, doing better in your life and shit and stay out of trouble, you're not really learning anything that you learned in jail, sir. You should be like, okay, I know that I did wrong. Not wrong. I kind of messed up my son for him to turn out the way he is. But with my grandson, I'm going to make it my mission for him to become something more than what his father is. Or at least better than me and his dad. That's what you should say. That's something to aspire to. That's good to hear for a grandfather to say for one who messed up his seed. So it's your job to make sure that your grandson ends up better than his own father that you fucked up. No. He don't see it that way. He sees you gotta be another gangster. I'm like, bro, come on, bro. Can we not learn from our mistakes, sir? Can we not learn? It's just wisdom. Jesus Christ.
Raise this child to torture you the way
No.
you tortured me.
No, you tortured this boy to end up this way. This
There'll be an
bullshit.
indictment in this young one.
It wasn't exactly a well-kept secret, especially because King's baby mama made it known that she was pregnant with his child. Afterwards, fans started to make fun of her, while others claimed that she was only doing it for the money. One fan wrote, "She acting like she's pregnant by T.I. or something." But all the negativity didn't bother them. A couple of months later,
Yeah, just don't screw it up. This is their second chance. Fix up, and what he could do is, as he's helping his son raise his current son, his son might look at his father and be like, you know what, Dad, maybe all the things I did was not all that smart, and when I look back at it now, I can see why you got frustrated with me. Maybe I'll do a little better now, since I know that being a dad is not that easy. Right? But when you say shit like that, no one takes you shit serious. Don't say that. That shit's stupid. Be the adult. Be an adult. Don't be, you know what I'm saying? Don't be T.I. Be Harris. Be Father Harris. Don't be T.I.
King proudly announced his son's birth in an Instagram post, writing, November 5th, 9:09 a.m. Welcome King Jr. Time to take over. Well, it's not so bad, right? King Harris and his girlfriend seemed genuinely excited about becoming parents and raising a child together. What could possibly go wrong?
I'm telling you, these two are not gonna work out. Let's be honest. I know I'm saying it. Y'all say I'm hating. Whatever. I don't care. Let's be honest. You honestly believe this woman and this idiot is going to work out as great parents? Fuck no. Fuck no. Nah. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And she genuinely do like King. For, I don't know how she could. But then again, I'm like, hey, not everyone's the same. So she might actually like this boy. And genuinely like that kid. She's not with that boy because he just happens to be T.I.'s son who has money. She probably actually likes that boy, for all we know. Yeah, like you can hang in there. I'm just saying, like you can, like it could be positive, but the likelihood, I say, ain't gonna work. But then again, I could be wrong.
Rumors began circulating that the child might not even be King's in the first place.
That could be a possibility too. I didn't even thought of that. That could be a possibility. And he's an idiot, so I'm pretty sure.
Nana of not being 100% sure that it was King Harris's child, and tried to expose her online by saying,
"Come to find out, she didn't know who her baby daddy was, I guess, and it is not King. They did a DNA test, and the DNA test came back that that's not his child."
As a result, T.I. and his wife allegedly pushed their son to get a paternity test as soon as possible, but King thought it was a waste of time.
Idiot!
The kid looked like him, and it was obvious.
Oh my God, you're an idiot! See what I'm talking about? Statistically, sometimes I'm just saying, statistically, not all the time, but statistically, when you're okay, some women when they cheat, they sometimes cheat with a dude who's similar looking than the last dude. Sometimes it's not even drastically different from the dude who they're cheating on. Sometimes they'll have similar features or similar looks as each other. Sometimes it's not really a drastic change. So, like, if a girl's hanging out with a dude who's black and she's doing things with him and then she's cheating on a boyfriend who's white, that does happen. But it could be, sometimes she could be cheating on a dude who's white, just like yeah, too much going on. Like, if I was him, I would get a paternity test, just in case. If you believe it's yours, then you don't have to worry about it being, the test coming out true. Then you just prove your parents wrong. But if you're not going to take it because you think it looks like you are a moron. There's a lot of men who went with women who claim it was theirs because it kind of looked like them. And then 5 years later, depending on if you are not too much of a moron, they start figuring out that the kid is not really theirs at all. And they wasted all that money, time, and hey, it happens. Not all the time, but it happens. And you have money, so why wouldn't she not lie that it isn't yours or is yours? Like, why wouldn't she not lie? She's trying to secure the bag, bro. You don't know that. She probably likes you too. She probably do like you, for all we know. But you have to protect yourself. But you wasn't too busy protecting yourself, if you get what I'm saying. So then again, you're an idiot. If you're a man of status and money, or a woman of status and money, you don't put yourself in a position where people can take it easily. You just don't do that. Secure yourself, protect yourself, keep yourself out of harm's way, and be careful who you text. Because if you texting crazy people, and you know this woman's crazy, or the dude you're with is crazy, they will expose you faster than anything, because they have nothing to lose. You have something to lose, sir. So if I was him, I would at least get a test. And if it ends up being yours, then you prove your parents wrong, and you can be with this girl, and she's not, But then again, you never know. There's a lot of NFL players who wish they listened to their folks or their loved ones, and when they said, go get a test. I think it happened to, it was Ludacris. Ludacris cried. He cried to a girl who he got pregnant, tell her she should get rid of it, and she said she ain't doing it. He started crying even more. You know what, bro? You don't want to end up like Tyrese. What more do you want from me? My Shayla.
His. And as I'm recording this video, there's still no confirmation whether or not the child is indeed his. Next, let's move on to Diddy's son, Christian Combs, who's more well known for his stage name, King Combs. You see, at a young age,
Diddler! Guys, we have walked in treacherous territory. Oh my God. I never felt so scared. Let's go.
King Combs knew he wanted to follow in his father's footsteps and became a rapper as soon as he finished high school. Being as he was Diddy's son, he had big shoes to fill, and with the help of the Bad Boy record mogul's industry connections, he dove straight into it, launching his music career shortly after he graduated high school. He often cites his father's influence as a key inspiration for stepping into the music industry, and let's just be honest, his status as a Nepo baby isn't exactly easy to hide, given his name and looks. Not only that,
your dad is now a supervillain. And then when you say your inspiration and what he has done, oh no, man, all of it feels like blackmail and baby oil to me, and shame. Lots and lots of shame. I can sniff it. Ah, the shame. The shame, all dare you. Oh.
That the privilege of being the son of one of the most influential hip-hop figures until recently was clear.
Until
In fact,
recently.
On his 16th birthday, King Combs had Kendrick Lamar, Meek Mill, French Montana, and more performing at his birthday party, while Zendaya sang him happy birthday. Diddy even said the party was a celebration fit for a king, clearly. However, it wasn't all fun and games. Due to him being the Diddler's son, I'm sure you want to know if he was an unfair share of
You referred to him as the Diddler. You're the Diddler's son. Diddler Jr. Oh my god, that sucks. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm not even laughing at you. That's not fair to you. But like, Jesus Christ, that's not fair to him. I'm not gonna laugh at this boy. That's kind of fucked up. That's mean. That's mean spirited. But then again, it is funny, but it's not funny. I can admit that. That's not cool. Fuck.
freak off type allegations, right? Well, unfortunately, he does. See, according to allegations, the apple truly does not fall far from the tree. Because not only does he look like his father, Combs was also accused of SA last year following his dad's arrest.
The son of embattled music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of
He uses Vaseline. Now stop him! Stop, Bry! Stop him! Now you're in the hot seat. Stop him! Oh shit! I was trying to be. Bry, fuck you. I was trying to be mature adults, but you got me. You pulled me back into bullshit. You pulled me into the pettiness. Oh, fuck you, Brian. Oh, shit.
Court on Thursday accuses
Oh, my
Christian
God.
King Combs of and possibly drugging a woman
Oh,
in
my
December
God.
2022. The woman says it happened while she was working on a yacht that Diddy had chartered.
But it gets worse, because it wasn't only King Combs who was named in the lawsuit. Diddy was also sued for this. And it doesn't exactly help his father's case if he's named in the same lawsuit as his son for these questionable allegations. And that's not even scratching the surface, according to the report.
What is it saying? The sins of the father falls upon that of the son.
There were more messed up incidents cited in this case, with the victim claiming that Christian Combs, 26, insisted that a woman drink tequila with him and then began grabbing when she tried to leave. Afterwards, there was also another instance where he did this, allegedly. In a separate incident, a woman alleged that Christian Combs tried to force her to, and as described by the victim, the trip was sold as a wholesome family excursion, but quickly turned into a hedonistic environment with tons of people that she believes were. But it gets worse, because this freak off on a yacht allegedly resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as an unwanted exposure to unlawful activities, as well as general chaos. So in an effort to speak to her higher-ups about the incident, she went straight to the captain and told him everything. However, she says a complaint she filed with the ship's captain was not taken seriously and alleges that Diddy paid a hefty tip to the ship's crew to keep her complaint quiet. Although these are still allegations as of the time of this recording, considering what we now know about Diddy, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think his son could have easily paid the crew to keep the whole situation under wraps, right? Not only that, the timing of this lawsuit couldn't have come at a worse time for the Combs family, especially given the controversy surrounding Diddy's crimes himself. In fact, throughout the entire Diddy ordeal, people started to clown on King's father, from rappers like 50 Cent, who made fun of him by uploading memes such as this, to Mace and Cam celebrating the raid. It was clear that his dad was quickly turning from a hip-hop titan and icon into the internet's
this dance, this is not helping. This is not helping.
Even regular citizens chimed in and started saying no Diddy whenever something sus
Oh
happened. It
my
got so
God.
bad that an elementary school teacher had this to say about his students. They don't say no homo anymore. At our school, it's now turned into no Diddy. So after seeing that his dad's legal battle was turned into a meme, King Combs took it upon himself to do damage control. He tried to offset the negative PR surrounding his father's name, because from his perspective, Diddy couldn't defend himself from the constant trolling behind bars, so he had to do it in his place. So, on May 12th of 2024, he dropped a song titled Pick a Side, directly addressing the controversy while name-dropping
I feel
rappers
bad
who
for
made fun
him.
of his dad. Some notable lyrics
It's
include,
not fair. That's not fair to him. Like, as much as I find this funny, it's not funny. It's not fun. I'm not laughing at him. But the situation is kind of funny, but it's extremely sad. I feel bad for him because other than the essay thing, that's kind of on him. If that is true or not, it's just not fair. Because now everything you do is always tied back to your father in the most egregious way possible. So that makes it very difficult to take seriously. And then it's like, you can't do anything, and you can't say anything you want because it's going to be taken and misconstrued into a way that sounds either sus, sounds like problematic. It's just, that's just sad. I feel bad for bro.
One of y'all to scream out, "No Diddy, that's that guy up." But that's not all, because he also name dropped 50 Cent by rapping, "When all they had was 50 Cent, who put the city on the map? Top line, Pop's been hated on by many men, and man, that's fine." So he addressed the longtime beef that 50 and Diddy have had throughout all the years and essentially called him a hater, downplaying 50's role in putting New York on the map, rather than saying Diddy was the one who did it. They gonna try and stop these M&Ms, and they gonna die trying. This bar referenced 50's classic Get Rich or Die Trying album, while also shading Eminem in the process, who sent a number of shots at his father in his songs. And if you think that's bad, wait till you hear.
Oh shit. Okay. I don't think that's such a smart thing to do. He's dissing Eminem, 50 Cent, and his own father. I don't think that's a good strategy, bro. I don't think that sounds like a smart thing to do. Like, I get your dad just kind of fucked your whole situation, but I know you know the beef between you and your father and 50, but you don't want to go after Eminem. And you don't want to go after 50. He's a big troll. This man will troll the fuck out of you. You see what he did to Floyd Mayweather? Like, no, you don't want that. Wait, first thing, why would you go after someone who will troll the fuck out of you? He'll bring up your dad so fast. Plus, you don't like your dad, so like... And then you're dissing your dad. Like, you're not really making a good side for yourself. I know you're trying to make yourself into an island, trying to separate yourself from your father, but like pissing off his ops, and then his ops know your father's. We all know your father's situation. Yes, don't go after Eminem, and then you go after 50. You're going after the whole G Unit. What is wrong with you? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You know what happens when you go after Eminem and then 50 Cent? That's crazy.
Here's the next line. Pull up to the south side, we locked and we got ties. Don't give a fuck about no blogs, because we really outside. So he literally threatened to pull up to Southside Jamaica over at Queens, where 50's from. And as you can imagine, after hearing Diddy's son mention him by name, 50 Cent wasted no time shifting his trolling from Diddy to King Combs. In a now deleted Instagram post, he wrote, "I feel so threatened by the things Christian is saying on this record. I'm afraid for my life. Please don't hurt me, guys. I never mentioned or posted anything about Puffy's kids," because Keefy D said he Tupac, lol. But it gets worse for Diddy and his son, all because of what he said in that song. See, he left a questionable lyric that might affect the investigation in a significant way. In the second verse, he rapped, "Knock them walls down when the Betty boys ran in both of our cribs. Too bad they ain't know we bought the one next door, because that's the one they missed." So telling the authorities that they missed another house that they recently bought next door.
You're an idiot! No! Yo, when your kids don't play with a stack, they don't have a stack. They're not playing with a stack of cards. Bro, you did not do that. Oh fuck. You didn't make things better, you made things worse. So for those who don't know what he's talking about, if you miss what he's trying to say. So apparently, Diddy's son was going after people. He made a lyric in a song within the diss song, or whatever case may be, talking about missing a specific thing. And as a reference, he's talking about his dad's, I think, the raid on his dad's house, meaning all the other things that the FBI probably missed out on that could have been more evidence against his father. So you probably just alarmed the FBI. Oh shit. We didn't check there. Uh-oh. Maybe we should pay a visit back to the Combs property one last time. You know? Because maybe that section we didn't check has what we need to put old Diddy boy into the slammer. Because boy already got away with it. But if we can open a new investigation on his father, we got him. Stupid.
against Diddy, this line has a possibility of biting them back in the upcoming months. Of course, 50 didn't let that slide.
Stupid.
He uploaded an image of King Combs kissing his dad on the cheek and captioned it, "Now why would you say something like this when you know the feds are investigating?" While he made fun of King, he also referenced Tupac's and implied that Diddy had connections to it, but that's not all he said.
What?
He also posted pictures of the estate.
No! No! He not only mentioned the raid thing, he also mentioned him being connected to his well, we all know he did it, but like you just doubled. Oh my god, dude. This is why you don't work with children. Because children are stupid.
Say lawsuit that King was battling and made fun of it. But anyway, did fans and other artists stop saying no Diddy after King Combs called them out? Well, not really, because the no Diddy slang was already thrown around so frequently around the internet that there was nothing he could do to stop it. Even Gucci Mane released a song called Take That, No Diddy, where he says it 120 times. And when a fan managed to get up close and personal with Meek Mill, this happened.
What's up?
Yeah, y'all already know we playing out this real life.
Real life shit.
No Diddy gang, Meek Mill in real life. Don't ever disrespect me, you
Talk
heard?
that shit, man.
Sir, your situation is very unique, sir. I know that, we all know about the whole Meek Mill situation, but like, is that shit true? Is that shit true? I'm pretty sure it's true. Is it true? People saying it's true. I don't know how true it is between him and Diddy, but I think it's true somewhat, because he acts really weird around that whole situation every time people question him on it.
But there's more. Another rapper who worked closely with Diddy back in the day and was part of a rap group formed by the now incarcerated music mogul in the early 2000s didn't really take King Combs' threat seriously.
That's the same thing with Diddy, son. You can talk all this gangster shit about screaming no Diddy around you. Man, step in this room. I'll say no Diddy 10 times. I promise you won't touch me. All them little suckers you be around. Ain't nobody scared of y'all, bro. Y'all ain't scared of me, is you?
Being Diddy's son meant that making it big in hip-hop was pretty easy to do. But see, at the same time, being a Nepo baby did have a significant amount of backlash associated with the label. In fact, in 2023, Combs was interviewed by a TMZ reporter who asked him what he thought of Nepo babies and the debate surrounding it.
Everyone's coming with kids of famous people and nepotism. You must be so sick and tired of that debate.
King Combs replied,
Not really, you know, maybe it's the head that wears
Right.
You got a big legacy to fill up.
Oh, it is true. So it's true? Is it really true? For real? For real? No, for real, for real. Is it true, Brian? Be honest with me, boy. Is it true? Like that recording, is that true or that was made up? That was just a big fabrication. Cause I can't tell if it's true. But I don't know. Shit.
Porter followed it up with an additional question, asking,
How do you feel about, being born into, unlucky situation?
He responded,
I feel like I'm blessed. We're gonna take the legacy far.
He acknowledged that he had big shoes to fill, especially since he was Diddy's son. However, let's just say that his road towards becoming an artist wasn't particularly difficult, considering that his first breakout single had a Chris Brown feature back in 2018, as the two hopped on the track together titled Love You Better. And
yeah, I
getting a Chris Brown feature at 20 years old,
I wouldn't have done that. If I was a Nepo baby, right, and I'm trying to get into the industry or try to work in the industry, I'm not even have to get in. I have my fucking anyway. So like, if I was trying to work in the industry, I wouldn't work with any artist for a while. I would not collab with any artist. I would try to do it all on my own because you already have the money. You just have to make the music, right? So if you have the music, if you have the money, focus on the music specifically. Do not worry about doing a collab because you can always get a collab as long as your music's good. You don't even have to ask for a collab. They'll collab with you. Like, think of it that way. Like, if you're P Diddy's son and you are good at what you do, they don't even have to ask. Well, you don't have to ask anyone. They'll come to you. I don't know if Chris Brown did come to you or not. No Diddy. That sounds weird. But I don't mean it. Fuck. But like, I that's how I would do. I would just do everything on my own till someone, confronts me about that, and then you can work from that point, make the choice to work with them or not. But I would not make my first song with someone who's already established and have to work their ass off to get to that point. Because it's just going to look like, oh, it's only good because Chris Brown's on it. Or it's only good because Taylor Swift's on it. It's only good because, you know, Selena Gomez or Cardi B or Justin Bieber or, you know, Post Malone. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense.
Be pretty insane. A few years later, he dropped Diana, featuring a verse from Pop Smoke. And to fans, it almost felt like he could have just called up his dad, listed the biggest names in the industry, and said,
see?
That's who I want on my song. But anyway, in an interview with Billboard in 2022, Diddy said this about his son. I've been extra hard on him and really just telling him the truth that, yo, you're my son and you have to deal with these things. He also added, I never picked a beat for him, I never did anything, I never set up a meeting for him, then now to see him do it himself, and we're out here doing it together, I didn't imagine that. And in the same year when that interview was held, Diddy and King Combs made history as they became the first ever father-son duo to top the US airplay charts at the same time. But to fans, that was just evidence that Combs was the Nepo baby. See, Diddy topped the charts with Move On, which featured Bryson Tiller, while King did it with a single that featured Kodak Black titled Can't Stop Won't Stop, where Kodak honestly did all the work. Of course, he knew that he wouldn't have topped the charts without the Kodak feature, so to return the favor, he gave Kodak a Bad Boy chain. But to King's credit, the song wasn't bad and had some fans impressed, and the song actually charted above Diddy's song, going #1 on Mediabase's urban radio chart. Later, King talked about how hard it was to achieve this accolade, saying, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into getting this record to where it is. We're finally here, and we can't stop now. However, fans weren't buying it. Instead of celebrating his success, others proceeded to call him out, saying that he had no reason to make such bad music due to the resources readily available to him due to his connections. One fan wrote,
and this is the biggest problem with Nepo babies. Once you become a Nepo baby, there's always a high more expectation. So like even if even if you did everything I just said and got to the point where you are an established artist to a degree, people are just gonna say, well, given that you have this much time, money, fame, blah blah blah, I expect this song that is good to be way better than it's supposed to be because you have all the resources at the beginning. So this should never be like, it shouldn't be like a 10 out of 10. It should be a trillion out of 10. And that's where the problem comes in when you become a Nepo baby, because the limit is always going to be stacked over your head on a constant. It's like you're expected to be a genius by default every time. So even if you hit genius status, you didn't hit super genius status. That's where that insult comes in. It's like it's like when people come into the stream and says, "Oh, you're so talented at drawing." No, motherfucker. That's actually in most cases, that is extremely insultive because it's not I have talent. I have to work my ass off to figure out how this works, how this concept works, how this lighting scenario would look in this lighting scenario. I didn't just think that through. I had to do a bunch of trial and error. That's why it's so weird when people come to me and say, "Oh, you know, how did you get good at drawing?" I fucking practice. When I say this, they sometimes think I'm lying and think I just woke up one day and knew how to draw big, bouncy, very good-looking, very supple titties one day. No, motherfucker. I had to figure out how that thing looks like, how to draw that shit, color that shit, shade that shit, all that stuff. Just for it to look even somewhat decent. Like right now, it took me 3 days to do this because I'm doing it painter-wise because I don't do painterly. But because I'm doing it more painterly and I'm putting the effort and I want it to be at whatever I want to be. Exactly, you gotta learn physics. Yeah, pretty much. People will say that. People like for instance, if I drew like the hair a certain way, it'll look really stiff. And I still think the hair looks stiff. But then again, it looks to a point where it's convincing enough, but it's not good to my standards. But I don't have every day to do it. I have a deadline. So sadly, as much as I would like to work on this even longer to get it right, I can't. I have to get it done regardless I like it or not. I have to just settle for what I can make within the time I'm put. But if it was up to me, I would not give this to my client till it was actually perfect in my head. But then again, it is what it is. So a lot of people can look at this and say, "Oh, this looks so great, X, Y, and Z." To me, it looks like utter dog shit.
King Combs should honestly never miss. This man gets to sample the whole Bad Boy catalog for free. Despite that, Diddy was so proud, celebrating their father-son achievement in a video uploaded on Twitter where he was seen holding a cake. He captioned the tweet, "Words can't describe how proud I am of my son. He put that work in. They made him work harder and he worked harder. Congratulations, I'm proud of you, son. I love you. #1 song on urban radio." I know Diddy said that his son did it all on his own, but in all honesty, can you imagine?
What could have been improved more on this drawing is the blending. The blending, it looks okay. It looks 3D, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look as I want it to look. Okay, let me use an example. And this is where the difference between like a nepo baby is and a person who have to work their ass off. See, what I mean by this is like, let me use an example. I'm gonna use an example as a reference. Oh my god. I just opened Instagram. Instagram, you need to calm yo fucking oh my god. Okay, let's use this as an example. This is a perfect example because it's black and white, so I can get away with this one. Okay, let's use it's right here. I'm gonna pick one. Okay. I think this one's just this is okay. So like, you see this here? You see how I want it to look more like this, not the drawing, but like the overall aesthetic. I want it to look as semi-realistic as possible. That's the point of what I'm trying to say. I want it to look as a professional did it, not someone who just kind of winged it. You know what I'm saying? Like I can do gesture drawing. I can do decent coloring. That was made by Kaga 0465. So that's what I would do. I would try to get the 3D-ness. Yes, on link in bio. I'm trying to get this, trying to get to that point of trying to make it look realistic, semi-realistic, but also still have that anime aesthetic. It's not super realistic, but it also is between. I don't I don't think I don't think it's harder with colors. I think what makes it harder is understanding your values. It's the values that makes the difference, not the colors. The colors is just like there. You have to make sense of the values. If you can make sense of the lighting dynamics, the values, then the colors you can put this in what's the right word? You can put it in a grayscale like blending mode and put colors on top of it with the shading already from the values, and then the colors can just sit in there. You don't have to do any of that blending because you already did the blending with the value. So if you do the values, like if you do black and white and gray with on a color mode, and then you put it in, was it color, and then you put color on top of it, you don't have to do any blending of the colors because the colors sit within the shading. So you don't have to do that. You can just slap the colors in there. So that's how it works. Thanks, no problem. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. And I'm not gonna lie, I would admit this is an upgrade to what I can do, but it's not to a point where I say this is professionally made. It still has its problems. Um, uh, because based on the reference that I used for the pose, it was based on this pose right here. That's the pose right there. And it was hard enough to get it to look as close as possible to the legs, but I tried my best to get the legs right, but I couldn't. But I had to make do with what I had. It was pretty close with the chibi style. I didn't want to make the eyes the same because it'll look too close, and I don't like doing the exact thing from the reference. I like to have a reference as a form of reference, not just copy exactly what I see, because I don't think you learn anything from it. I think you should use a reference as a form of guide, but I don't think you should use it as like the full work. I don't think that's a good idea because I don't think you're learning too much from that. You have to learn more than what you're doing. So like, if I were to do this over again, I will look for the issues that's wrong with it. I think that one of the main issues, if I was doing this like a one-to-one study, that's one thing. But I didn't want it to be exactly the same at holding stuff and all that stuff. I just put the hand, I put the hand there and, hold on, sorry for that. Everything just went down. It's better to clean, yeah, but see, I already mentioned this on YouTube. I have a YouTube video on this, and I might even post it soon. I might post it tomorrow or so. What's today? Thursday? No, today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's no today. Oh, today's Thursday. I thought today was Wednesday. What the fuck? Anyway, so point is like to. I was so convinced it was Wednesday. To build on your so-called style, you need to understand the 8 fundamentals. I already have a YouTube video explaining this. You can go right now on my YouTube, type in my name, and then same name, same everything, and put in 8 fundamentals. It'll pop up for you, and I'll explain it in a very basic way to give you what leads to a art style. So it's those concepts that makes up the art style, not the art style alone. You need to understand the fundamentals for you to build that art style. A lot of people think art style it just kind of comes out of nowhere. It does, based on practice and understanding, and that is because the art style, and I say this thousands of times, an art style is a handwriting. It's a glorified, stylized handwriting. Okay, so like I use example. No, I'm sorry, I can't do that, bro. I'm sorry. Thank you. But sorry, I can't let you up here. I'm sorry. I just draw Dragon Ball. That's fine. You don't have to draw anything if it has to appeal to you, per se. But it's good to sometimes step outside your comfort zone. You might learn something from it though. But ultimately, just to recap, you need to do it's a handwriting where you have to learn the fundamentals based on practice, and if you do that long enough, you will build on that art style pretty fast. A lot of people think art style is just learning one copy of a reference and a copy of reference, and or not taking any reference at all. Like no, bro. You need to build on the art style. You have to learn the 8 fundamentals. If you get those 8 fundamentals, you will get the art style you want, and you can develop it. That's what an art style is. It is a development. It is a developed handwriting that is glorified for you to, express oneself based on your artistic integrity and skill. So, pretty much, and intuitiveness.
King Combs landing a Kodak feature if it wasn't for his last name and ties to the industry through Diddy? Well, to no one's surprise, King Combs didn't exactly struggle to make music. According to Hitmaker, a well-known producer within hip-hop, he had worked on a song for Boosie, but before it could be released, Diddy pulled some strings to block it just so the beat could go to his son instead. Hitmaker and Boosie felt confident about the song, and they thought that they had a hit on their hands. But according to him, here's what stopped it from dropping.
And Puff called Craig Calvin and was like, no, I need that record. And this is when I first started working at Atlantic. And Craig called me like, why did you do this?
And that wasn't the end of Hitmaker's troubles with Diddy, because there was this one time when he wanted to sample the exact same Notorious B.I.G. record for Conway the Machine, and again, he was immediately stopped by Diddy.
Conway situation. In that record with Conway, I end up sampling a Diddy song, and he wouldn't clear the record for us. He wouldn't clear the record for nobody except his son. And that's why Christian Combs got that record too.
And if you're wondering, the song King Comb released using the beat was titled Flies in the City and featured A Boogie, Fabulous, and Jeremiah. However, you can find the scrapped song by Conway on YouTube titled Can't You Beat. Almost immediately after the song dropped, fans expressed anger at King Combs for stealing the song from Conway the Machine because of his father, with some writing. They gave this to King Combs, who messed it up, and Fabulous didn't spit nothing either. This should have been the version to come out, as well as they really gave the song to King Combs though. So to say that fans who were aware of the drama surrounding the beat were unhappy would be putting it lightly. Now, the next person we're going to talk about is Jaden Smith, Will Smith's odd son.
There we go.
More well-known
they call him the odd son. Yeah, he's very odd. He's very strange. Bro, you got a weird kid when he balls off his eyebrows on purpose and makes his hair pink. He balled his eyebrows off. I don't know what possessed him to do that. That shit was crazy to me.
What some of you might not know is that he's also a successful rapper. He released 4 studio albums, 1 compilation album, and 19 singles in his brief time as a rapper. Some of his tracks are even certified gold and platinum, respectively, by the RIAA, so mentioning his son Jaden Smith in this video feels fitting. You see, even at a young age, he was expected to follow his parents' footsteps in Hollywood. At just 6 years old, his father opened doors for him by starring alongside him in the hit movie The Pursuit of Happiness in 2006. Jaden portrayed Christopher, the son of Will Smith's character, Chris Gardner. You might have wondered how this works so well, given that the father and son were literally playing the same dynamic on screen as they shared in real life, right? Well, in an interview on the Full Send podcast, when the question was brought up by one of the hosts, here's what Will Smith said.
In a classic, yeah.
How did it work with your boy, Jaden?
Oh man, that was like, yeah, he So we were looking for a kid, right? So Gabriele Muccino was the director. So we were reading kids.
In fact, in his memoir, he shared that they had such a hard time looking for a child actor that they tried to screen almost 500 kids to see if the director wanted any of them for the role. But luckily for Jaden, none of them fit the bill.
I don't know. Do you guys believe that? Be honest, chat. Do you guys believe that? Be honest. Do you believe what he's saying is true? You think they screened a bunch of kids? Come on. Be honest. If you guys believe him, that's one thing. I don't care. I'm not even gonna judge you. Do you guys believe what he's saying is true? Do you think he's full of shit? I think he's full of shit, but then again, you guys might think he's probably telling the truth. I don't think he screened as many kids as he claims. He said 500. Did he say 500? No way. No way. Hey, Soup. Wait, hold on. Did he say 500? No. No. Alright, grandbaby, your second chance at the high. Okay. Wait, is that Frozen? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Where the fuck is... Okay, there it is. I'm sorry, I couldn't find it for the death of me. Did he say 500?
The director,
was
how did a podcast? When the question was brought up by one of the hosts, here's what Will Smith said.
in a classic, yeah.
How did it work with your boy, Jaden?
Oh man, that was like, so we were looking for a kid, right?
Okay.
So Gabriele Muccino was the director. So we were reading kids.
In fact, in his memoir, he shared that they had such a hard time looking for a child actor that they tried to screen almost 500 kids to see if the director wanted any of them
500
for the
kids?
role. But luckily for Jaden, none of them fit the bill.
Okay, you can... Wait. Okay, chat. Will Smith said, just to give you guys a recap for those who are not paying attention, or if you did hear what he said the reason why he let his son onto his movie, or the movie on the, I think it was The Pursuit of Happiness or whatever the fuck, at the time when Jaden was just pretty much a kid. He said they screened 500 children to play as his son for The Pursuit of Happiness that went to Jaden eventually. They said 500 children. Do you believe him? Or do you think he said that number high enough so it doesn't sound like they just picked Jaden up because he just volunteered him? I don't believe it. For some odd reason, I don't believe him. But for you guys, maybe you believe, maybe he's telling the truth. Do you guys believe him? Do you believe Will Smith that he's telling the truth? That they screened 500 children, couldn't find a single one, and then just gave it to his son, who just happens to be the right role out of the 500 children? You think it's 30? Okay, okay. At least you're honest. Like, you think he's full of shit too. Okay, I think he's full of shit. I don't think it's 500. I don't think it's 500. I don't think it's 500. It's probably 50 or 30. Maybe, probably, I would say 100. Yeah, I will say, if he said 100, I would probably believe him. But when you say 500, really? 500? And then your son just happens to be the right role? Okay. I'd rather you just said I just want him in the movie. Shit, if you said that, I would believe you. I was like, well, it's not like he's not lying. He wanted his son in his movie because he wanted his son to be part of his movie. I have no problem with that. I don't think it's any wrong for a celebrity dad or any dad to bring their kid into their form of work if possible. I think that's perfectly natural, especially if you want your kid to be, if whatever you do has some type of value to the world, or it makes a lot of money, or this kind of thing. I get it. But when you say you screen 500 children, you're full of shit. I don't think that's true.
And, Gabriele is an Italian artist, and he's just, if it's not exactly how he wants to see, he cannot survive, and he's one of those super passionate, and, he was trying to find, he just couldn't find the right chemistry. We literally read 40 kids.
And
Wait,
you know,
hold
so
up. You said you read 40, but the guy said 500. Which is it? You read 40 kids. You screened 40 kids, but the announcer dude who owns this channel said 500. Which one is it? That's some bullshit.
I'm laying in the bed. Jaden was laying in the bed one night, and I'm looking at the screenplay, and he's 5, and he says, "I can do that, Daddy." And I was like, "You can do what?" He said, "Duh, play your son."
That's crazy.
He didn't say
Now,
that.
it's hard to say
He
whether or
didn't
not
say
a
that.
6-year-old Jaden Smith
He didn't say
really
that.
did.
He didn't say none of that shit. He's full of shit. He didn't. That kid didn't say shit. You know what 5-year-olds do? They don't do shit like that. They be when you're 5, you're in a whole different Marvel cinematic universe. You're not worried what your dad is doing. You full of shit. That boy didn't say shit to you. Hey, Just Avery. Hey, what's up? You are full of shit, bro. That boy was playing Legos and you walked in and asked him.
Expressed a desire to star as
He's
his father's
5.
son in a movie. However, some time passed, and after they saw that he expressed a certain interest in acting, they relented and allowed him to audition for the role. According to Will, the director had this to say about casting his son. "I wanted Jaden for this role from the first moment I met him, but the studio forbade me from asking him. But despite the director's wishes to cast him, it was still a touchy subject since the studio behind the film didn't want it to happen. The studio felt like it was a death sentence for the film from a marketing standpoint. They felt that people wouldn't be able to suspend disbelief seeing Jaden and Yu on camera as father and son. To add to that, according to Will's memoir, the studio also felt like it would seem like nepotism and just put us in the hole from the first announcement. But due to his and the
This is
director's
self-aware.
efforts, they reluctantly agreed to a test screening, and their chemistry showed that this was the right decision. However, that wasn't enough to prove to the studio that he really did deserve the role, saying the studio simply did not want the problems that came along with casting him. So what did they do? They made Jaden audition for the role up to 9 times. Still, the child actor showed them each and every audition that he was the perfect casting choice. But audition after audition, in all of his innocent 6-year-old boy glory, he proved himself the right actor for the role. Now, it's arguable whether Jaden truly auditioned for the role, or if it was Will Smith's attempt to get rid of the nepotism bias surrounding the movie. Either way, partly thanks to his son's performance in the movie, it went on to earn $300 million worldwide following its release in 2006. And alongside his father's numerous awards and accolades earned during the awards and nominating season, Jaden also received his fair share of recognition. He was nominated for the 2007 Critics' Choice Award for Best Young Actor, and the MTV Movie Award for Breakthrough Performance for his role. So his Hollywood career was already off to a great start. And 2 years after Pursuit of Happiness, he starred in The Day the Earth Stood Still with Keanu Reeves. But he didn't stop there. At just 12 years old, he was cast alongside Jackie Chan in the successful Karate Kid reboot. And I don't know about you, but working with an icon like Jackie Chan only 6 years after your feature film debut is wild. Once again, the movie was a box office hit and a commercial success for Columbia Pictures, and this solidified Jaden's position as a Hollywood rising star. Despite being
You know why I don't really take that particular situation too seriously with Jaden being cast too much? It's because child actors are horrible. I'm going to say it for what it is. Most child actors are horrible. They are horrible. Horrible. And they kind of just phone in their lines, or they're just kind of memorizing what they remember. And it's not their fault. They're kids, right? They're just a kid. So expecting them to have a 5-star Oscar nomination type response, you're expecting too much out of that kid. Then again, if the kid can pull through, then that's awesome. That's great. But like, that's why I wouldn't mind if he was 5 and his dad asked him or wanted him to improv the story. I have no issue with it because he's 5. Like, there's so much a child can do in a movie like that and has very little to say. It's not like he's playing like a Marvel cinematic role where the kid is gonna be like up front and center saying like one-liners or something. It's just a homeless dad and his son. You know what I'm saying? And he's 5. What can he say that is gonna be so mind-blowing that you won't watch this movie with Will Smith in it anyway? So you're just full of shit at that point when I really truly think about it. Now, if it was something like a property like a Marvel thing, and this kid is not only 5, but it's gonna take a lot for this kid to be like up and center and saying things and X, Y, and Z, then I would see why. But watching kids usually do acting, it's usually a miss. And it's not even a turn down because they're kids. Kids say what they need to say and do what they need to do when they're told. So it's like, yeah. So I don't see the big problem with it. Even from the studio standpoint, I get what they're getting at, but like I just don't think it's that big of a deal. It's a 5-year-old. It's not like he's 10 or he's like 15. You know what I'm saying? And then you're expecting some acting chops out of this because when they hit to a certain age, like say 10, 11, 12 or so, there's a little bit more expectation on their response when it comes to acting, right? But 5-year-old, it doesn't really matter all that much. But if the 5-year-old can bring it in the way that no 5-year-old could, then that's even more better. Not only that the kid can act, but he's a 5-year-old prodigy at the making who can be convincing on whatever role that is. So that's great. But there's so much acting you can do for a 5-year-old for them to get like acting to be convincing. So
Will Smith's son and earning criticism for nepotism, Jaden Smith's stock were at an all-time high. People couldn't debate that he was talented, but he wasn't finished yet. The movie featured a great soundtrack, and Jaden even rapped on one of the tracks, specifically the song titled Never Say Never, where he collabed with Justin Bieber. The song was also a certified hit, achieving top 10 on Billboard back in 2011, and it even managed to reach 1 billion views on YouTube. It's also certified 5 times platinum by the RIAA, so everything was going well for Jaden. He became a model, a fashion designer, and also dabbled in the music scene. I was pretty successful. However, things were about to get horribly worse for Jaden Smith from here on out. But first, let's talk about how it all went wrong for him. You see, following the success of Karate Kid, Will and Jaden decided it was the perfect time for an on-screen reunion with the release of After Earth. Studios and executives also agreed with the notion that pairing the two up again for a blockbuster movie would result in a guaranteed box office hit. After all, this is Will Smith and Jaden Smith we're talking about, right? Unfortunately for them, not only was the movie a box office disaster, it was also a bad movie altogether. Reviewers wrote, After Earth is a sleep-inducing bore that hasn't the material or performances to rise up above its faults. Down the line, Will Smith even said After Earth was an abysmal box office and critical failure. In a 2015 interview with Esquire, he also stated that the movie was the most painful failure in his career. And after Will himself said it was the most painstaking failure in his whole career, you know he's telling the truth. But the worst part of it all was that Jaden Smith had to take the brunt of the criticism as fans blamed him for the disaster. In an article, The Guardian didn't hesitate to say, almost as old as Hollywood itself, nepotism has the movie industry stitched up for decades, and Will Smith's family are keeping up the tradition. To make it worse, the r/movie subreddit even had a post that said, could After Earth's failure be down to Jaden Smith? Brutal headline, but I'm inclined to agree to a point. In the same post, they aired him out by saying he had no acting skills. I always thought good child actors are a very rare breed. And this kid is
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all I was saying. Like, child actors are very rare to get because most actors who started off as children was not that great at anyway at the beginning. I think what's her name, Ortega, was in some old movie way back when. I forgot her. Jenny Ortega, Jennifer Ortega. I think Jenny Ortega. That's her name, if I'm saying it right. She was in what movie she was in when she was like 5. She was very young. I forgot what it was, but she was not that great of an actor then compared to what she was now. So it's like, it takes a very rare child actor to be like, whoa, that kid. Like, she was no, what do you call it? Kevin McCalkin. Kevin McCalkin? McCalkin? I don't know.
Scene. And it didn't get better for him here either, because he wasn't only getting clowned on Reddit or by critics. He got so bad that it happened in game forums. Jaden Smith is the worst child actor ever. Even the mainstream media jumped in and made fun of him. He was referenced in the South Park episode.
Jaden Smith lets his parents do whatever they want. You know what? The guys at work, they took a bet on who would win in a fight, you or Jaden Smith, and they all said Jaden Smith could kick your ass.
The character even joked about how easy his life was.
He does movies, and he can sing, and he's totally cool to his parents.
Well, then maybe you should go live with Jaden Smith, Dad.
I wish I could! I wish I could live with Jaden Smith so I could be rich and I wouldn't have to live in a boring marriage.
However, the cast of South Park weren't the only ones who mocked him. Believe it or not, Key and Peele also had a skit titled How Jaden Smith Chooses a Role, and here's how they portrayed him.
I mean, it's hard being Will Smith's son. I just want to make sure my next project reflects that I'm a down-to-earth, normal kid. Am I making any sense?
A couple months after the movie's release, He and his father received an award so insulting that no actor would ever want to be
A Razzie?
associated with it. Will and Jane Smith
A
have
Razzie.
something they can bond over. They were both awarded Razzies for their performances in After Earth. For some context, if the Oscars represent the best in acting, cinematography, direction, and other movie achievements each year, the Razzies are also the complete opposite, spotlighting the worst performances. That's why if you're nominated for one, you know you really screwed up. It was announced that Jane was selected as the worst actor
Oh,
for the
shit.
starring role in the sci-fi flop about
really?
a father and son
I know.
stranded
I
on
can.
an unpaved
Okay.
Earth, while the
I know
elder Smith
that. Halle Bailey got one for Catwoman. I don't know if she still works at all. Maybe that'd be after she got that. She stopped working after that, but I don't know. Halle Bailey got one.
was chosen as the worst supporting actor at Saturday's Golden Raspberry Awards. To make it worse, the online voters all unanimously decided that the two were the worst screen combo duo that year. Someone even called it Stranded on Planet Nepotism. But why was After Earth such a flop, and why did Jaden choose to act that way on the big screen? Well, look no further than his father, Will Smith, who said he was the one to blame for his son's plight, stating, Jaden had faithfully done everything I'd instructed him to do, and I had coached him into the worst public mauling he'd ever experienced. In fact, the movie's reception and how he was basically crucified by fans for it drove a huge wedge into the relationship. Will added, we've never discussed it, but I know he felt betrayed. He felt misled, and he lost trust in my leadership. And one day, Jaden finally snapped and had enough, because at just 15 years old, he asked to be emancipated from his parents. If you're unfamiliar with the term, it means he wanted to be legally independent from them. However, he didn't follow through with this decision. But the fact that Jaden even considered emancipation following After Earth's backlash just goes to show how strained his relationship with his parents was. In the same memoir, Will said, at 15 years old, when Jaden asked about being an emancipated minor, my heart shattered. He ultimately decided against it, but it sucks to feel like you hurt your kids. And it wasn't just his questionable performance in that movie that led him to being turned into the butt of every joke. His fake deepness, tweets, and social stance didn't do any favors at all, which of course only stemmed from his privilege. To elaborate on that, take a look at this clip from an interview with Big Boy. The conversation steered towards the reason why he didn't like hanging out kids his age, and here's what happened. But before playing this video, be warned that it might be a bit cringe-inducing.
On age, and I look and I go around sometimes and I hang out with other people that are my age, and they're just kind of just I'm just like, dude, like, oh my god, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit, because every time I hear this, it's just, oh man, I can't eat shit a brick. I gotta squeeze the cringe on my ass. I can't just. Every time I hear this, it's just like no one talks like that. No one talks like. No one says things in that, even not in that sentence in that order. No one does. I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit. That stew a little bit. That feels, oh my god, every time. I'm not even trying to be over dramatic or exaggerating. That is fucking, out. Why does that hurt so much? Why does that hurt so much? It just, it just hurts. Oh my god. Oh.
The comment section was relentless, as fans didn't hold back after they watched the clip, writing, Jaden is the literal embodiment of the phrase, I'm 14 and this is deep. He'll be an adult and he'll still be that. And don't ever convince yourself that being rich and famous prevents you from being a loser. However, this wasn't the first time that he showed that he was pretentious and fake deep. Here's a few more examples of one of his oldest tweets from the early 2010s, which reads as follows, people tell me to smile, I tell them the lack of emotion in my face doesn't mean I'm unhappy. As well as, it's your birthday, Mateo said, I didn't respond. Are you not excited to be 15, he asked? Reading my book, I uttered, I turned 15 a long time ago. And of course, who could forget this absolute masterpiece where he wrote, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? Now, there are a lot of cringe and corny tweets, but this only added to Jaden's poor reputation. But despite fans constantly mocking him for After Earth and his tendency to write fake deep posts on the internet, he still starred in some television roles here and there, a few brief film roles, but none of them were blockbuster hits like the previous ones. However, luckily for Jaden, acting wasn't the only thing that he had the resources to dip his toes in. He also wanted to become a rapper. Releasing his debut mixtape titled The Cool Cafe Cool Tape Volume 1 in 2012, and following it up with a sequel named CTV2 and an EP, Jaden wasn't a stranger to making music. In fact, you could argue that he wanted to make music more than he wanted to be on set shooting scenes for movies. And in 2016, he finally teased fans with a music video for Fallen, which was revealed to be a single from his first studio album titled Sire. After a year, he finally released a 17-track album, and honestly, the album wasn't bad. You could even make the argument that it was a really good project, especially with the standout track Icon, which was everywhere back in the day. Part of its virality was when fans realized that it was Jaden Smith rapping behind the microphone. One fan was so shocked at how much he enjoyed the song, to the point where he wrote, "What the f***, I'm enjoying a Jaden Smith song." Childish Gambino's manager and friend, Fam, even gave him a shout out on the song Late Night and Quiet, released before Sire, saying, "My guy Jaden Smith dropping jewels, and people don't believe him because he's Jaden Smith, but it's all about packaging, right?" And overall, fans love the song, saying things like, "The fact that it's possible for the most recent banger that might blow up being from Will Smith's son kind of blows my mind." But speaking of Will Smith, he was pretty supportive about his son's recent endeavor into rap, even parodying the music video. So did fans start to take him seriously after he dropped Sire? Well, although they were convinced enough to give him a chance, others were stuck with how they viewed him, as a fake deep and pretentious product of nepotism. And given his tweets, it's not exactly hard to see why, especially in one post where he wrote, "If I were white and not Will Smith's silly son, I would be the most respected philosopher of our time." There was also that one time when Jaden sparked rumors that him and Tyler the Creator were in a relationship after he announced it on the stage of Camp Flog Gnaw, saying,
Us down. So if you could just step back a little bit, just a little bit, just so they don't shut us down or whatever. I don't know what that means. There's a lot of you. Tyler the Creator is my boyfriend. Okay, if you take anything away from this show, that's what you need to take away. Run the next song.
Once the show ended, he took
Bro, was that even real? Was that true? I know that was like a thing, but was that actually like just a stunt? I feel like that's a stunt. I don't think that's true. But then again, Tyler's kind of a weirdo, so I can't even tell. All of Odd Future is fucking weirdos, but like, I don't mean that in like a very mean way. They're just weird. They're like funny weird. It was on a regular show and shit. They were funny weird dudes. I remember watching their show back. They had that like that jackass like rip off thing that they was doing on Adult Swim. That was really funny with the skits and shit. But like, was that really real? Did he really like? Were they really in like a legitimate relationship thing, or that was just a stunt? I feel that's still a stunt, but then again, you never truly know with these celebrities. They be on some weird shit. Holly Weird is not a joke. That shit be weird as fuck. Some weirdo ass shit.
to Twitter and said, "Yep, at Tyler the Creator,
I'm hoping it's a stunt, but then again, you never know. You really don't know these days, you know? But
told everyone you can't
I'm hoping it's a stunt too."
Now. Meanwhile, Tyler just replied by calling him crazy in a joking manner. Their whole exchange is pretty funny to see, knowing that here's what Tyler wrote on Twitter about Jaden in 2011. "Man, I wanna Jaden in the okay, I'm going to sleep." But despite being scrutinized for his ability to act as a child, Jaden still wanted to find a way to give back to the community. So in his own way,
see,
he founded
that's
Just
what I'm
Water,
talking
a
about.
company
I
that
don't see it's shit like that makes me think he's kidding around, because like I sometimes can't never take what Tyler says too seriously at all, because he says some insane shit. But that's usually for just probably shock value half the time, or maybe he's being dead serious. You can't never really tell, because he's that type who likes to do weird shit, say weird shit, be weird, and just make things funny. But like, I don't know. Sometimes you that's how they mask it in front of you, though. So you can never really you can't really tell.
Water packaged in the most eco-friendly manner possible. According to their website, Jess was inspired by a young man's quest to do better. While learning to surf, a 10-year-old Jaden Smith saw a plastic bottle floating next to him in the water, and unable to shake the image of plastic polluting the Pacific, he decided to do something. So that's great, right? However, behind the scenes, something horrible was brewing within the Smith family, and Jaden unknowingly played a huge part in it. At the time, August Alsina, a singer, reportedly struggled with health issues and emotional challenges, and the Smith family was said to have welcomed him with open arms. So, how does Jaden Smith fit into a controversial and messy cheating scandal in one of Hollywood's most known families? Well, in an interview with Angela Yee, August claimed that it was Jaden Smith who actually introduced him to Jada in 2015, sparking a romantic relationship between the two. Although these rumors are unverified and might not be accurate, there were even rumors circulating that he felt betrayed by August after he learned that it was his friend that was secretly seeing his mother. But at the end of the day, it's safe to say that he never fully recovered from the pressures of his showbiz-focused childhood, and paired with a father who relentlessly pushed him to turn him into a movie star, it was a recipe for disaster. Now, another Nepo baby who's had a disastrous career, Coyle Ray. Now, it's no secret that Coyle Ray is the daughter of Benzino. Yes, Benzino, the same guy who co-owned The Source magazine and famously beefed with Eminem back in the day.
I don't think most people know who Benzino really is. To be honest, I still don't know who he truly is. I know he just beats with Eminem. That's pretty much what I know about him. That's it. I don't know if he made any music, producer. I don't know what the fuck this motherfucker has done. Not just honestly, he probably made a song here and there, but it's like I don't hear anyone saying that. Yo, that Benzino move, that song. I just nah.
Anyways, being the daughter of the hip-hop media icon gave her the opportunity to get a foot in the door of music at a young age. If you didn't know, The Source magazine was like the holy grail of hip-hop media back in the mid to late 90s. And with her father being a co-owner, Koi lived a pretty wealthy life. In fact, when she was just 14, Koi was already making music after being inspired by her dad, who was also a rapper. However, once Benzino divorced her mother...
Wait, is this the chick who has the gumball voice? Isn't that her? Isn't this the gumball voice sounding chick that's on TikTok? Don't she look like this? I am so certain that's her. I am so convinced that's her. I think. I think.
The two started to drift apart, and although at the time she put rapping on a hold, she eventually got back into the game after quitting her job, releasing some songs here and there. Then, all of a sudden,
my God,
she started
she's a
blowing up on
Sparkers
YouTube,
girl.
getting features some...
Oh, she is the gumball sounding chick. Oh my God. I would have never known if I just looked at her like, wait. No, I look at you now, you look kind of familiar. Like, you have that familiar face. Holy shit. Oh my God. Wow, I'm here listening to her music and playing and singing her shit, and I don't even know who she was. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Mainstream rappers like Ski Mask the Slump God, Betty Wap, and Trippie Redd, and before we knew it, she was one of the most viral artists on TikTok.
Bro, Lil' Kim is still making music? Bro. She's still making music? That's like Madonna levels of like, I don't want to say weird, but isn't it time to like let it go? Don't you have enough money? Like, oh my God. How old is Lil' Kim? Ain't she like in her 50s?
Despite her moderate success as an artist, many fans say that it was only because of her father, Benzino's connections. However, little do they know, the two have had a horrible relationship. In fact, in the past years, Koi's career hasn't been going so well, and throughout the whole time, she's been beefing with her father. For example, in her song No Parties, she rapped, "My daddy let me down, but I promise you, I won't let up. I want to say F that man, but that shit won't make me better." As a response, Benzino clapped back at her and said that she lived a pampered lifestyle. Lorraine was raised in a mansion and had everything she ever asked for. My other two sons are grown and would never say these things. And what's ironic is that this beef also played into Koi's downfall. You see, as their relationship deteriorated, she took to Instagram Live and aired her own father out for not supporting her efforts, saying,
To top, I'm on Rolling Stone breaking all kinds of records, and this Benzino wants to come online and start to me, bro. Instead of being a father and just supporting from that.
In response to this, Benzino responded by writing, "Now I'm broke and a B word? Really? Really? Me? This is the most disrespectful thing I've ever experienced. The name she just called me can never be forgiven or forgotten." Then Koi had enough herself and lashed out on him on Twitter, writing, "Never said I grew up poor, I said we lost everything, and still to this day it's all about money, just wanted a father, and he never was that. Anybody in the fam can prove it." Afterwards, she followed it up by saying that every member of the family can vouch for Benzino being a liar. "You can ask my grandfather, his dad, all of my brothers, my mom, everybody in Boston, and God himself. That man is a liar." She even said that the reason she needs a guy to love her is because he never did. So, to say that the two aren't
The
on great
psychology's
terms
there.
is
Oh my God. Bro pulled the psychology almost instantly. It's there. That's the shit I was going for. Oh my God. Damn, she didn't even like play it off. She said the exact statistical thing. She's not, either she got psychology or she's being dead honest. Either one of those two things. Because most cases when people, when we bring up statistics, they're like, that never happened. They try to refute all things. The bitch just literally said it. I'm like, damn, okay. Psychology is not crazy. We're not crazy. Shit, that's crazy. The fuck?
Lightly. But despite that, it's still hard to mention her name without Benzino, her father, being brought up. Not just that, if you are Benzino's daughter, it's hard to escape the negative press whenever people associate you with him, especially if he embarrasses you in public like this.
I don't got nothing against some of them.
You don't?
I got nothing against some of them. They can rap, but I care about us more.
You see, Benzino not only screwed himself over by going after Eminem.
Wow. Wow. Well, at least he's honest. At least he's being honest. Most people say, I'm going after him because he's not pro the culture. You know what you're saying is you're just being racist towards him. Like, if you're just being racist towards him, just be honest. But like, if you're just saying he's not pro the culture, I'm like, he is not. How is he not? How is he not? Like, come on, dude. Don't be like that. Like, if you just want, if you're just making it into a race thing, just call it for what it is. Nothing's, well, something is wrong with that. But like, shit, if you know what I'm saying, just like, be honest. Just be honest.
Nam back in the day, he also affected her career in the long run.
Somebody knows
My
that
daughter
cancel
came
you.
into the industry figuring that, hey, I gotta be cool with Eminem because everybody's against my dad. Come on, man. All me and Eminem gotta do is sit down and talk with each other.
Unfortunately, the thought of hugging Benzino wasn't enough to stop Eminem from dissing both him and Coi Leray in the process. In an interview with Papa in 2023, she talked about the beef and made sure to put some distance between her and her father, saying,
I don't know if that was the case. I know that anything that has to do with Eminem, I don't have nothing to do with those times, so don't involve me in them. I'm my own person. You feel me? Don't do that.
Furthermore, she assured her fans and Eminem himself that she wanted nothing to do with whatever beef he had with her father.
The situation, which I don't know, so I'm just saying, because I'm a ride for my father regardless.
She maintained that she'll always be loyal to him as her father.
But what I do know now is all that rap beef, even just today, is just noise to me.
So that should have stopped her from being in Eminem's sights, right? Well, not really. Because even though she tried her best to separate herself from Benzino and Eminem's beef, it still wasn't enough. You see, 2 decades after the peak of his beef with Benzino, Eminem continued to throw shots at him. And at times, those shots ended up ricocheting at his daughter as well. Take for example the time when he released Doomsday Part 2 last year, when he rapped, well, I guess then I regret to inform you, hate to spoil the day. But this doesn't bring me no joy to say. Guess that Coi Leray feeds in the toilet. Hey. A day after Doomsday Part 2 was released, Coi took to Twitter and voiced her opinion about beefs in hip-hop as a whole, writing, rap beef is so washed and tired, exhausting, embarrassing, just corny as hell. 5 minutes later, she posted another tweet saying, I got no issues with no one. I'm so locked in on my own grown and vibes. Anyone don't like me, that's something they gotta take on with themselves. But by that point, it was pretty clear that she was affected.
She got some sense. She got some brains on her head. She got some sense. Because she knows if she goes after M, that just gives him more ammunition to say something. You know he got ammunition. So as long as she's not taking part, everyone's gonna just look at. People are gonna look at M and is like, you're being a bully, bro. So the more she doesn't say anything, the more he looks crazy. Now I wouldn't do that as M. I would leave that alone because she has nothing to do with that. Because he didn't like when people brought up Haley, so I don't know why he's doing the same fucking thing. It's kind of hypocritical, M. Don't like that, bro. Like, you don't like it when people bring up your daughter and Haley and bring up her name, but you're bringing up someone else's daughter. That ain't cool, bro. Leave her be. Like, I like you, M. Don't get me wrong, but like, Jesus Christ, don't do that. That shit, that's hypocritical. You don't like it when people go after your kids. Don't do it to others. And the bitch keeps constantly saying she don't want nothing to do with that shit. So she's like, leave her be. Go after her father all you want, cause, but like, no, I don't approve of that. Don't go after her. Leave her be.
By the song. And she followed this up with another tweet that called out Eminem by name. Man, who the hell said I wanted an Eminem feature? Imagine Eminem and Wanna Come Through. So Coi Leray probably expected that last tweet to seal the deal and further end discussions about an M feature, but the response from fans wasn't exactly what she expected, as most of them just roasted her. Well, first of all, Eminem collaborates with artists he respects, so clearly you wouldn't get a clap from him. Meanwhile, others try to explain that he wasn't directly dissing her. He wasn't dissing you. He didn't say anything bad about you at all. He's saying your bum dad ruined the chance of that ever happening. But whatever the case may be, it's safe to say that Coi Leray and Eminem won't be hopping in the booth anytime soon. But to further understand how intertwined Benzino is with their career and the fallout, let's take a look at some comments on a Reddit thread asking rap fans what they think about Coi Leray and her music, and before I get into it, the responses are wild. One fan wrote, isn't she Benzino's daughter LMFAO? While another fan refused to hold back and said, straight trash, and her dad is Benzino, so garbage music runs in the family. However, with the rise of TikTok, some rappers went all in on the trend and fully embraced the TikTok artist label to gain success, and Coi Leray was one of those artists. He even admitted to using the platform as a marketing strategy to get more people to tune into her music.
I took advantage of the TikTok and all of that, and at that moment,
damn, that's fucking crazy. But I'm about to finish. I'm near done. I just got these 2 buttons in the mouth and I'm done.
However, after fans made fun of her for being a TikTok artist, she kept her head up, knowing that she could use it to her advantage.
I just want to finish it off and get off screen.
Once I knew that the TikTok drove streams, I'm about my money and I'm about strategy. I don't have no time to have pride and ego on people that's gonna be like, oh, you're a TikTok artist, that and the third.
Because of the fact that she used TikTok as a stepping stone for her career, she consistently posted on the app and other social media platforms as well. This move helped her gain millions of subscribers on YouTube and TikTok. So far, so good, right? Well, at first glance, getting that many followers should have been the push she needed to take her career to the next level. However, once she released her second studio album titled Koi, she only sold 10,000 copies in its first week. If only a small fraction of her followers translated into album sales, that might have saved her album. But what she failed to realize was that TikTok was the worst place imaginable to gather a solid fan base. You see, not even a fraction of her 10 million followers gave her album a chance. Sure, her music didn't stand out much, but you have to keep in mind that the TikTok algorithm mostly rides on trends, and in her case, it's not every day that Coi Leray is trending on TikTok. But things took a turn for the worse when clips of her performance at Rolling Loud began to circulate on social media.
Take it off. My brother keep it with him, he don't, and they can't stop right here. SRT, no Audi. Diamonds ain't wet like Dory.
For most artists, this would have been a good thing since it's basically free publicity, but in her case, the clips were being uploaded as a way to mock her for performing to a dead crowd, with the comment section roasting her, writing, "No one is feeling her. Damn, call this rolling class day dead." Look like a classroom full of students just looking at a teacher, no jumping, no dancing, because everyone's staring at her, she a teacher. And after the Rolling Loud blunder, fans continued to make fun of her even more. One time, a fan walked up to her and asked her for a photo. However, what seemed like a wholesome interaction with one of her fans turned out to be malicious, as this fan later uploaded the image on her social media with the caption, "I look more like a celebrity than her, to be honest. Not the fit, just the face. Y'all write in OD." Now, that's just plain disrespectful, so she sent a message to the fan telling her, "Your mother should have swallowed you." But this was a mistake by Coi, because in her anger, she unknowingly gave her the clout to publicize the post even more. And the original poster did respond to Coi, writing, "LMAO, I think this whole thing was dragged out. It was just an opinion, but I didn't think I looked better than you. You shouldn't even be mad at my opinion. Just keep it pushing. Everybody's dragging this whole thing, and I've been defending myself. If you want to take it personal, you could, but it wasn't. If I was you, I wouldn't care." And this trend of constantly making fun of Coi Leray would only get worse as time went on. You see, a short while after her encounter with the
You know what?
disrespectful fan,
In a weird
she
way,
had an
I
interview.
kind of feel bad for her the same way as Diddy's son to a degree. He's an idiot, but then again, like you gotta kind of feel bad for her because most of these bad things are happening to her because of her father not doing what he was supposed to do and staying out of trouble. If he just stayed out of trouble and stopped beefing with Eminem and all that shit, maybe this could have been a lot more less problematic. But to a degree, the Nepo baby thing will still keep going. But like, I don't know, man. I feel bad for her a little bit. That just kind of sucks that it keeps getting like progressively worse as time goes by. That sucks.
TMZ, where the host asked her about the Rolling Loud and the fan situation, saying,
"You've had a crazy year, records all over the charts, and still, you had this Rolling Loud situation where people were, coming at you negatively."
He basically asked Coi what she would do differently if she could reset her career.
If you could reset the game, like reset all this, what's your feeling on all this?
To which she responded,
Ain't no reset. I wouldn't be who I am if I wasn't for me,
He proceeded to ask her if she feels like
question,
the constant negativity surrounding her career was done on purpose.
But it's really weird though, like,
that
do you feel like
that
you're
doesn't
being
answer the
singled
question.
out?
She had a positive outlook and replied,
I feel like not at all. Ain't nobody else doing shit.
So Coi Leray claimed that what she was doing was unique and that it was going to take a while for fans to realize that she's bringing something new to the table.
Yeah.
When it comes to females, male artists, doesn't matter what it is, everybody's done it before. So when you got somebody bringing something new to the table, they don't like that.
But how did this happen?
That's
Didn't
not
she have
technically
millions of subscribers
what she brings to the table or what she comes off as different is that you just sound like Gumball Watterson. I don't mean to be mean, but you actually just sounds like Gumball Watterson. Like that's just how you sound, and that's kind of sucks. But then again, it's like, it's different. We all know you're not doing it on purpose, so that makes it a bit more unique. It's not like you're just doing it on purpose, but like, it's hard to like, I don't know. It's different, but it's not as different.
On YouTube and even more on TikTok, it didn't make sense that almost all her fan interactions ended up negatively. Well, unfortunately for her, the reason for that was because she couldn't escape the TikTok trap, and while some artists are able to translate the millions of TikToks into a fan base, she just couldn't. But not being able to shed the TikTok artist label wasn't her only blunder. You see, while she was on the come up, Coi Leray was actually invited to be a part of XXL, in 2021. Although the hype for each freshman list has died down over the past years, being a part of the class is still a huge milestone for upcoming rappers. So did she seize this opportunity to prove that she had depth and wasn't just another TikTok artist? Not exactly, but first, you know how every double XL has that one artist who's a laughingstock of the class? Well, that was her role back in 2021. Listen to the first few lines in her freshman freestyle and you'll understand why.
I'm not popping out till I got a couple M's sitting right in my bank account. And my family depending on me. I'm the one that's gonna make it out.
Not sure where she's trying to make it out of, but the fans immediately called her out for it, knowing that she grew up rich. It got so bad that whenever you scroll down the comments, you'll see an awful amount of fans roasting her, saying things like, Coi Leray trying to make it out the gated community, and why do spoiled people want to go through the struggle so bad? It's okay to grow up financially stable. But let's hear more of her freestyle. Maybe she'll rap about something interesting.
Remember Brick gave me them hand-me-downs? Yeah, parasitic. These wanna eat off me. I don't really trust.
She doubled down on rapping about her experiences of receiving hand-me-downs while growing up in a stark contrast to that life. But that doesn't mean that she didn't try to build up a loyal following for herself and her music. I mean, she tried everything. For example, hopping on a song featuring Busta Rhymes in 2023 on a track titled Luxury Life. Getting a cosign from one of the hip-hop's legends like Busta is already a big deal, but once the two shot a music video together, all hell broke loose. See, Benzino didn't appreciate her choice in outfits in the music video, saying,
Because the video was already done. I the same thing about you putting fire emojis under her when she has G-strings on.
He claimed that Busta Rhymes allegedly commented fire emojis under revealing images which he posted.
And you can explain it to try to make the people's, I don't give a what the people think.
Finally, he added that Busta had no ethics because he made a music video with his daughter, and he also pointed out that the two had a 35-year-old age gap. He even tried to put Busta in his place, saying,
How would you like it if I would have did a video with your daughter? I don't get it. It wasn't no beef. It wasn't no issues. I said what I said because I'm my father, and I have every right to say whatever I want to say about my daughter.
And he just kept going on and on about how messed up it was for him to shoot that music video with her, and recounted the long history between the two.
You went to the internet and did the video. This ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but it was inappropriate.
Sure, some fans empathized with where he was coming from, but he definitely should have talked to Busta Rhymes face to face about their issues, because Coi was old enough to make her own decisions at the time, and her choice to shoot the video and her wardrobe decisions were entirely her own. One comment said, I get where Benzino is coming from, but Busta Rhymes cannot tell anyone what to do, what to wear, etc. It just doesn't make sense to me. How are you upset with how she dressed in the video? And she dresses like that plenty of times before, and he never responded this way. Benzino needs to have this conversation with his child, not social media. True enough, the fact that he took this issue to social media instead of her directly was another misstep by Benzino. But whatever the case may have been regarding who was right or wrong in the situation, the way that Benzino hovers over his daughter's career keeps on backfiring, and ultimately makes things worse for her. But miraculously, things seem to have settled between the two as they momentarily stopped taking shots at each other. That's the key word though, momentarily. You see, while they appeared to have made peace and stopped airing each other out on social media, Coi Leray sat down with Angie Martinez in November of 23 and shared this about her father.
I was so young, so there's so much like I don't know, but I do remember like
a big house.
I remember the big house. I remember the mics. There were like awards from the source.
Right.
I remember like he had these, it was a silver one and a gold one. Right. Like I remember the mics, but
then she opened up about her relationship with Benzino growing up and what it felt like to have him as a parent.
You know, me and my father never really had a relationship for real where he could sit down and kind of just tell me what was really going on. So I didn't really know what was going on. But, you know, my mom and dad relationship wasn't the best.
In that same month, she had an Instagram live session where she dropped harsh statements about Benzino.
So, for me, yep, I don't have to speak on this ever again. He made it very clear that he never wants to speak to me again. So I just wish that he would respect that.
She also said that her father has a tendency of going online and creating drama and craziness.
Because he gets so worked up having to see him go online and just to create craziness for no reason. Make up things, try to make it seem like I just don't, it just has to stop.
So what did Benzino do after hearing all that? Well, he decided to go online and do the exact same thing Coi Leray accused him of doing, proving her right in the process.
And what I called you for, I called you for some money. I made you didn't make me. Right, I called Ray and everybody else.
He also claimed that Angie Martinez and Angela Yee didn't like him, and whenever she sat down with either of them for an interview, Coi kept disrespecting him.
Angie knew what she was doing. She don't like me. Angela Yee knew what she was doing. She don't like me. But you had no problem with disrespecting the man that brought you here. I had you. You didn't have me.
Benzino did claim that he was proud of Coi's musical endeavors, but he also said that she wasn't able to do what he did.
I'm proud of what you're doing, but Corey, you ain't done it or made the money that I made. You couldn't walk in my Adidas for an hour. How can you get on here and say that you're a clout? I'm using you for clout.
A year after that, there was more bad news, because it was announced that Coi Leray was dropped by her record label, Republic Records. Not long after leaving the label, she announced that she'd be releasing singles and new music under Island Records, which looked like it was going to be her new label of preference moving forward with her career. But what exactly happened with Coi and her label? Well, some say she was dropped by the record label due to low sales and mediocre numbers, while others, including Coi Leray herself, stated that she was being forced by Republic Records to push out music that she didn't want to do in the first place.
Records no more. I'm on Island. When I dropped Blue Moon, Republic, they wanted some Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, which I could do, but I still like to work on my own pace and my own time, and I'm still like developing and learning and my own sound.
She stated that the label tampered with her creative process and wanted her to write more pop songs like Taylor Swift and Ariana Grande. Although she said that she'd be capable of doing that, there was another issue regarding the label.
So I felt like it just, the Blue Moon, they didn't like. I wouldn't say that they didn't like, but it was something that they felt like they didn't want to put no money into.
So she felt like Republic Records didn't see her as a worthwhile investment to dump money on. However, after she left, her music didn't have the same publicity as they did under Republic. And looking at her latest releases, they barely cracked 1 million views on YouTube. Her singles, Heart Don't Lie and Candy Crush, haven't even gotten 1 million plays on Spotify, and although her latest EP, Lemon Cars, has had better numbers, it's still a far cry from the numbers she regularly got a few years ago. And at this point in her career, it's safe to say that she has more TikTok followers than actual fans, which is kind of sad if you think about it. But it didn't seem to be all bad for Coi, because on her Instagram account, she announced the great news that she and Trippie Redd are expecting a child on the first day of the year. She posted a picture of herself with a baby bump, along with the caption, "I'm a rockstar mommy, we're ready for 2025.
Oh, fuck. I was not expecting that shit. Like, what the fuck? I know she was fucking this man. Right? I was like, that threw you off too, right, Brian? Oh my god. Like, hey, if you like him, that's your man. But I'm like, I didn't expect her to be in someone like Trippie Redd, of all things. Hey, Koski, what's going on, bro? Oh my god. I was not expecting that. You can call me Jason if my name is too long. Okay, I got you, Jay. Oh, Jason, Jay. Okay, Jason, I got you. I'll try to remember that.
Although the two briefly dated in 2019, they rekindled the relationship in August last year as she dropped hints online, such as sleeping on FaceTime, waking up on FaceTime, before Trippie finally confirmed it in an
I'm trying to get good. I'm doing more painterly work, so like I'm getting better, but I wouldn't say it's good. Sadly. I'm just being honest with myself. I'm not even gonna play that game.
Interview with TMZ. According to him, here's how the two got back together. Trippie admits he hopped back in her DMs and got that yearning. He says that he got back in sync before going public again in August. They're not just in love. Trippie says that they're also in the studio, so expect even more collabs down the line. So far, so good, right? Even Benzino reacted positively to the news, saying,
"Recently, Coi Leray announced her pregnancy with Trippie Redd.
I'm being a grandfather.
Congratulations!"
I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't think Trippie Redd would be a person that Benzino will approve of, much less like. I'm just being honest. Trippie Redd is not the type that you could. I think will. I don't know. Well, these are celebrity parents, so like, what? Their standards must be really different.
The grandfather, round of applause, Benzino. Wow. I just found out when everybody else found out. It's gonna grow her up. I hope it does, because she'll finally get to know what it is to be, a parent.
Right.
She'll get to see firsthand
what I
was going through.
However, everything came crashing down around the end of January 2025 when she sadly announced that Trippie Redd cheated on her while she was pregnant in an Instagram story, writing, "Nothing worse than being cheated on. I would not wish this pain on my worst enemy, God bless." Unfortunately, experiencing infidelity while pregnant must have been devastating. And from this point forward,
he just proved. No more than 5 seconds. He just proved my point. I didn't think I would, if I was Benzino, or if I was a father. If I was a father and my daughter brought someone that looks like Trippie Redd to me, I would be fucking pissed. I'd be pissed. I would say to myself, and I'm not saying that he has money. I can get that to a degree, but I'm saying, like, if he looks like Trippie Redd and acting like Trippie Redd, and he has no money, nothing going on with him, then I'll be fucking concerned. Not only that, I will say to myself, I failed my daughter. I would say I failed my daughter. I did something wrong for her to end up not only be attracted to this to a degree, but like she's pregnant by this moron. I was like, no, no, like, fuck. No, not only that, because even if they break up, I still have to deal with this moron. He'll never leave. He's permanently around, even if he's not around. Damn it. Like, fuck. That's why most fathers are like, I don't like him. Forever. For the next 20 plus years now. Ugh. Hate life.
What we can do is wait and see where a career trajectory leads next. But speaking about career trajectories, though, let's talk about Willow Smith.
No, I'm not hating on. I'm just
gonna
make something really true. I'm not hating on Trippie Redd as an artist. I'm just saying his aesthetic and how he looks and how he presents himself. And I'm saying it under the veil of being like a poor dad who's just making it through life type situation. Not a rich celebrity father like Benzino per se. But then again, even if he was rich and you can look at this idiot, you can tell like you're a moron. I know for a fact that you're going to fuck this up. And he just did. Like, this is why I don't understand this. If you're rich, I understand people want to get married and stuff, but like, if you're rich, don't be in a relationship like that. If you can't trust yourself to be faithful to someone on a normal girlfriend boyfriend basis, and you're rich, don't be with anyone. And even if you're poor, don't be with anyone if you don't trust yourself being faithful. Just play the game, but don't play people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I do. I don't know, man. I would be so pissed.
In this video. You see, much like her older brother, Willow Smith's acting career was jump-started by her father. As a comparison, many child actors begin with auditions for commercials or small roles, but Willow bypassed those steps entirely and debuted in the blockbuster film I Am a Legend. And can you guess what role she played? That's right, just like her brother, she also
we're
passed
reacting to over my head. So Trippie Redd got, what's her name? Benzino's daughter pregnant. She's the one that sounds like Gumball Watterson, who sang the songs from Spider-Verse and stuff. Love, Self-Love, you know that song from Spider-Verse? She's the one who sang that song. And she's the one who sounded like Gumball. And she just got pregnant by, or I don't know how recent this video is, but she recently got pregnant by Trippie Redd. And then I said to myself, I look at Trippie Redd, I'm like, no. And then if I was Benzino, I would be concerned. But he was all happy that she's gonna be a mom, and then she has to take care of a kid. Yeah, because they don't get along. Him and his daughter don't get along. And she picked a man that looks like who's like Trippie Redd. So I already know by just looking at Trippie Redd, this man's an idiot to a degree. I'm like I said, I'm not jumping on him because of his music. I don't really listen to Trippie Redd music like that. Only if it like comes into a song that I know from another artist that I like listening to, per se. But like I'm saying, as the aesthetic and the overall behavior of someone that looks like Trippie Redd, if they didn't have Trippie Redd money. So like if I was Benzino and I saw someone like Trippie Redd pregnant my daughter, I'll be pissed because I'm like I was his age and I was that stupid and X, Y, and Z. I know he's not thinking of being a dad. He's not. He might say being a dad sounds cool, but he's not thinking like a adult. He's still thinking like a whatever age he's at right now, but he's not thinking like a dad. You know what I'm saying? He's thinking like, oh, I got money, I got fame, fortune, all's good, that type of stuff. He's not thinking of what will my son, daughter will be, X, Y, and Z. The dad might cancel the marriage. I don't think they're getting married. No, I don't think so. Because he was more concerned about she being a mother and being in the torment of being a parent than being concerned of she's getting pregnant by a dude who's not going to be technically there for her, which was proven because he cheated on her while she was pregnant, right? And then what makes it worse is like, they're not married. So it's like, yeah. So I don't think the dad is even going to mention marriage at all, because most of these people don't get married anyway. Most of these celebrities don't believe in marriage anyway. So it's like, they really don't. most people look at marriage as like a status symbol. They don't see it as like a covenant type thing. They see it as like I got married. Cool. You know? So she's fine with being a pregnant without yes. Well no, I wouldn't say she chose to be alone. It's that he cheated on her while she was pregnant. So she went on Twitter and announced that she was cheated on by him. So I don't know if they're together currently or right now, but that's the whole gif of it. And my take on this is that if I was a dad, I would be pissed at myself, not even at the boy, because you already know he's an idiot. Being mad at an idiot is like being mad at a drywall. Like you're mad at the wall for being what it is. You know what I'm saying? Being mad at him, he like Trippy Red is not even the problem. It's your parenting that got your daughter to where she is to think that is what is worthy of her. You know what I'm saying? And she even said it on stream. She said it that the reason why she goes with the men she goes with is because she said she didn't get the love from the father that she wanted it from. She said that on record. She didn't even like hinted that. She said it on record, and I was even surprised because I was going for psychology as a kid. As a college student. I wanted to be a doctor or a psychiatrist. So like it was kind of funny that when she said that, a lot of people like to deny that shit and pretend that that's not the case because they don't like to be in a statistic box. But that is a high statistic. So like she said the very thing that most people will tell you, right? So the fact that she said that just it blew my mind because most of these celebrities don't like admitting things that is actually true like that. So like for her to say that, she has at least a head on her shoulders that she's self-aware. And a person who's self-aware is someone you want to fuck with. You don't want to fuck with someone who's lack self-awareness. Because a person who lacks self-awareness do stupid shit and they don't even know they're doing stupid shit. And when you call them out on their stupid shit, they continue to do it or even do much worse just to prove to you that they're so sane. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. If I was Benzino, I would have been pissed. But then again, I'll be pissed at myself. Not even at that boy. Shit, I don't even be pissed at the girl. I'll be pissed at myself because I failed this woman. I failed this young girl.
Will Smith's child in her very first movie. If Jaden's debut was already a prime example of nepotism, Will's casting only made it clear that Will was willing to do anything to have his children become movie stars. And right after her stint in the movie, he proceeded to land a voice acting role in Madagascar 2, Escape to Africa, which is the highest grossing movie of that year. But getting a role in the most profitable movie of 2008 had to be a breeze for Will Smith's daughter, right? Well, not really. Her connections to her father did give her the opportunity to act in this movie this time.
This is why you gotta be very. This is why I would say to any of my audience, be very careful who you have babies with. Be very careful who you have baby with. And what's weird, and my cousin said this long ago. It's funny how we are willing to sleep with someone almost on the same night, but we'll protect them away from the phone that we don't want them to go through. So let me get this straight. You'll sleep with someone on the first day, most cases, depending on how they look. Put your literal body in danger if they're not even faithful to themselves and they're nasty. But you won't let them read your so-called text messages. Or you don't want them going through your phone. You'll protect your phone with a lock and everything. That's crazy. We Westerners got that shit so backwards it's not even funny. You shouldn't have to think until marriage, but we have it backwards. It's even written like if you're religious, you'll know that if you're a religious person, you know that majority of most religions expect you to be married before you have children. But like once you start talking like this, you sound like a conservative and Republican and all these other things, and people hate you, and you know. But like, you know, it is what it is. I would always recommend people, if you're going to have children, get married first, because if you get married, in my head, this is not for everyone because you may not believe this, but if you get married before you have children, it will solidify to the person that you're with that even if things go wrong or you get your wife pregnant or in case it be, you guys will be fine because he made the solidarity promise that he'll be there for you no matter what, and vice versa for her to you. But like when you have children out of wedlock like this, and the parents don't like each other already, or they got fucking problems, it's like the chance of them staying together and getting married is very unlikely. Yeah, my mom says to be sure you can support if I report. Yeah, it just lets you know that that is solidified to a degree that the person is going to be there. But You know, because I remember my cousin. I remember he got a girl pregnant way back when, and I asked him when you guys getting because right after he told me he got her pregnant, I asked him when you guys getting married. He said, "Whoa, bro, that's too much commitment. What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Wow, it's a commitment to marry someone, but it is not much of a problem. Be 20 years stuck with someone plus because it's not really 20 years. It's 20 years plus with someone with a whole child that you're going to have, and you're going to fuck up that kid nine times out of 10, and not a very stable situation." But that's a problem. Getting a piece of paper scares you, but like a whole child, human being, money, that's money and everything. And then if you don't pay your whatever, you're gonna go to jail. Like what the fuck? Like that's so weird to me. Somehow a whole human being doesn't scare you for the next 20 plus years, but a piece of paper does because you might lose some money, but you're guaranteed to give away the money to the kid who is with the woman you're with who if she don't like you, she can take the money from you and use the money that as she please. Like, bro, are you stupid? Can't you sue for child? No, I don't. Well, no. Well, actually, now since Trump's back in office, I think they made some type of changes where, mothers can't get child support the way they were traditionally before. So, I don't know. That might happen. That could be a possibility. Things has changed now to a degree with family court with that. But like, I'm not gonna say yes. I'm not gonna say no to that. It was like if it was Biden's son, I would say no. But if now there's some changes with that where women can't just like, you know, do that like that anymore per se. So you could probably can now, but before never. No, no. Mm-mm.
Sheer effort and hard work? Well, not really, because she actually got the role thanks to her mother, Jada Pinkett Smith, who voiced Gloria, one of the main characters in the movie. Fun fact, Chris Rock also starred in the movie alongside them, and if you're living under a rock, no pun intended, he was involved in the now infamous Oscars incident where Will Smith.
This is why they before then. This is why I always wanted either public schools, even private schools, teach young boys this is what happens if you got or to young girls. This is what happens if you get pregnant. This is how money you will be spending if you had children, and then they should throw in like if the kid has medical problems or something like that. This is how much you might be spending an average. This is how much money you'll be spending if you had a kid out of wedlock, or even if you was in wedlock. This is how much a kid will cost you. And then young boys won't be so quick to want to like raw dog it all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying? We had to watch a section of school as sex ed. Oh my god, for real? They teach you that in school? They teach you C-sections? What the fuck? I didn't know that was a thing. It must be public school. Wow, that's crazy. I never said no that one. That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. It's a real thing. Oh my god, they should teach. But then again, they should teach young people what happens if you get pregnant. Oh, that must have been terrifying. Is that terrifying? I'm pretty sure that was a bit terrifying to watch. I'm pretty sure.
Anyways, nepotism did not end there, because she also wanted to see if music was her calling. So a short while after her Madagascar stint, she debuted her first single titled Whip My Hair. And of course, it came with great production as well as a music video. And obviously, the production value behind the track isn't something a normal 10-year-old could have gotten. And pretty soon, the song was a certified smash hit, and even peaked at number 11 on the Billboard Hot 100. And to make it even easier for Willow, she signed a record deal with Rock Nation prior to releasing the song. So at just 10 years of age, she signed to one of the biggest management companies at the time. Willow also made history when she inked the deal with Rock Nation, as she was the youngest artist to sign to the label. Obviously, it was hard to ignore the blatant nepotism at play, but at the time, fans were supportive of her decision, considering that Whip My Hair was a certified hit. Along the line, it was also certified 3x Platinum by RIAA. So, a year after her smash hit, she wanted to capitalize on her momentum by releasing a single titled Fireballs featuring Nicki Minaj, a few weeks before her 11th birthday. At that point, Nicki was a well-established rapper already with the release of Super Bass, so putting her on the track must have created an automatic chart topper, right? Unfortunately for her, that wasn't the case, because the song was a monumental flop. Not only did it fail to reach the same type of success that Whip My Hair got, it didn't even chart in the Billboard Hot 100. This was also her first song ever to miss the charts, and although Fireball managed to peak the US R&B charts at 121, the song was seen as a complete commercial failure. and it looked like having the Smith name as well as Nicki Hop in her song wasn't enough to save it. And because of that, she took a hiatus from her music and started to think about its career and trajectory. However, behind closed doors, things were a lot worse than they seemed. You see, as it turned out, Whip My Hair did more harm for her than good. According to her, the massive success she had at such a young age put an immense amount of pressure on her. When you have to work and a lot of people's incomes are on the line if you don't perform well, that's not conducive with childhood. I don't know about you, but the fact that a child has to endure that kind of pressure because of a hit single is crazy. It got so bad that she even tried to quit singing. I didn't make music for a whole year, which is insane for me. And it wasn't just because of the pressure of living up to her first single success. She also experienced wild expectations from both her parents. Will Smith in particular was allegedly hard on her whenever her music career came up in conversation. After they saw that Whip My Hair was a good start for her hip-hop music career, they placed massive expectations on her to keep her going. She opened up in 2018 and told Jada, "I definitely had to forgive you and Daddy for that whole Whip My Hair thing. It was mostly Dad because he was so harsh at certain times. Although she was grateful for the opportunity that was given to her by her parents, she felt like they didn't listen to her concerns at all. So what did it take for Will to take her problem seriously? Well, when she shaved her hair, that's when Will actually started to listen to her. Because keep in mind, this all happened when she was just 11 years old. And knowing she had to do this at that age is honestly kind of
wait. Hey, how are you? Hey, Jackie, what's going on? Okay, later. Thank you for coming in, though. And have fun with your homework. Wait a minute. He pays attention to her when she cuts her hair, but did he pay attention to his son when he was balling off his eyebrows and made his hair pink? What? The fuck?
That. In an interview with Spin Magazine, here's what she said about the decision to get rid of her hair. At the time, she was worried that everyone would think of me as the same kind of person forever. I'm never going to be able to get rid of this. I'm never going to be able to run away from this. Cutting off that baggage felt like the only escape. I can't be the Whip My Hair girl if I don't have any hair. And I'm not going to lie, she was right. Years later, Will talked about the situation and actually said he was doing a great job parenting his children. However, when Will showed up at the breakfast table with the shaved head, that's when he started to see the error in his ways. I'm looking at him like, got it, I got it, baby. I'm sorry, I apologize, you can stop. But Will did something else that alienated Willow even more. See, during Jada's 40th birthday party, he threw her a surprise party, which she didn't really appreciate, to say the least, saying that Will only did it to stroke his own ego. According to Will, here's what happened.
I snapped in front of Willow. It was the only time in her childhood she ever saw me snap.
Because of that, her relationship with them started to sour. In an interview with People magazine, he even thought that the two separating would have been better than the toxic household that they were living in, saying, "It crossed my mind a lot," she said. "I was like, I'd rather them divorced than to keep being unhappy in the same house." So even though her career was aided by her parents' efforts, she still had deeply rooted issues brought back by the issues within her family and Will and Jada's questionable parenting style. Or lack thereof. Anyways, another Nepo baby born to hip-hop royalty is none other than Lil Eazy-E, the late Eazy-E's son. If his name didn't give it away, Lil Eazy-E is the son of the late
What the hell? I didn't know Eazy-E had children?
Eazy-E, who put hip-hop in the West Coast back on the map, together with NWA in the late 80s to early 90s. Like his father, Lil Eazy-E is also a rapper. Despite being the hip-hop legend's eldest son, he didn't have an easy start in the industry. See, by 2003, he was signed with Virgin Records, but he left the record label after 3 years and signed with Background and Universal Motown. From there, he released a few solid projects, but nothing that really made an impact. And even though he hadn't had much success in the music side of things, when compared to his father, that doesn't stop him from referring to himself as the Prince of Compton. However, not only has Lil Eazy had a hard time finding any bit of success, as time has went on, he's been involved in his fair share of controversy. To start off, after news broke in 2015 that Charlie Sheen was diagnosed with HIV, the legendary rapper's son used the actor's diagnosis as an example of how lucky he was, in quotes, to get AIDS in this day and age in an interview with TMZ. According to him, Charlie was lucky because of scientific advances in medical technology that will allow him to lead a long life with the virus that he will get to see his children grow up. However, this statement rubbed people the wrong way. After all, it's pretty insensitive to suggest that someone is lucky to be diagnosed with AIDS, especially since he compared the actor's diagnosis with his late father's case. Speaking of his father, during that time, casting calls for Straight Outta Compton were being organized, and with his father's friend and fellow NWA member, Ice Cube, at the helm of the film production at the time, he expected to get cast as his father and play the role. But the thing is, he never got a call back from the producers or the casting director because they decided to give the role to Jason Mitchell. In a TMZ interview the same year, Lil Eazy-E said that he felt like they betrayed his father by casting someone else other than him to play the part. He argued that if Eazy were still alive, he would have wanted his son to do it, adding, "I am my father. I look like him. I sound like him." Not just that, he also attacked Ice Cube, saying, "Ice Cube has betrayed the wishes of his former NWA crew member by casting some no-name to play Eazy-E rather than his own flesh and blood." And after it was announced that O'Shea Jackson Jr. was going to play Ice Cube in the movie, he was confused as to why he wasn't given the same opportunity, considering that they were both amateur actors at that point. And if it makes anyone feel better, Dr. Dre's son also wasn't casted, so it wasn't like they purposely left him out the project. However, he just couldn't stay out of controversy. You see, after the movie was released, speculations about Eazy-E's death began to blow up, with the most accepted consensus being that Suge Knight was the one who's really responsible for his passing. In a now deleted Instagram post, Lil Eazy said he did not get sick until after the studio incident with Suge. So when he implied Suge was in fact the prime suspect, fans took his word as the truth. He also added, the truth is out there, it's just blinded by the fact that Eazy-E had a lot of sex. Years later, in an interview on the Nothing to Something podcast, the host asked him about how he felt about his father's passing.
Did you and your family feel like it was foul play going on with seeing how fast things happened, or y'all really didn't think about it at that time?
And he didn't hold back at all, and told them that everyone felt that there was foul play involved in it.
Very much. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna hold you. You know what I mean? It's the truth is always what you're supposed to speak. So yes, asking me that question, yes, our family definitely did feel like it was something wrong going on. Yeah, you know, something not right going on.
So clearly, he didn't mince his words and stood by his beliefs that Suge had a hand in getting rid of his father. Understandably so, tensions between him and Suge Knight were heightened. To add to that, he spent some time in Los Angeles County Jail, where he eventually ran into him. So what happened when the two crossed paths? Well, after he was released, he sat down with Steve Lobel for an interview, as he remembered the time when he bumped into the Death Row Records mogul while they were locked behind bars.
And off the camera when you told me you ran the show.
He supposedly told the host about their encounter off camera, but when the topic was brought up again, Lil Eazy-E stated that things weren't exactly good for Suge in jail, saying,
Yeah, I seen him in there. He's don't look too good. I did about maybe like 4 or 5 months while he was going through that. You know, I sat in day rooms and watched it all on TV.
So what did he do to the person who was allegedly responsible for the passing of his father?
And
he did nothing. I bet you he did absolutely nothing, because either two things: he knew he can't really run up on him because he has no true evidence, or he wants to run up on him, but he knows that's going to go left for him. That's either the two things that happen. I bet you he didn't do a thing, and he's going to try to loot it as if like he didn't look all that good, so I leave him a big type of response. But you accuse them of doing something to your father, the man who you claim did something to your father, but you won't do anything. Because you know somewhere down the line either he didn't do it or you are too scared to do anything. And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with being scared. But to talk the way you do, as if you're going to do something, and then when the opportunity shows itself and you don't do anything, you look crazy.
And had a little, you know, when he went to visiting, we were coming. He just on high power, so me being a GP, we had to, general population, we had to turn and face the wall because they, you know, they're high security individuals.
If you didn't know, high profile or high security individuals refer to people who are considered dangerous or have significant influence, like a celebrity. This means that they require extra precautions in jail. And since Lil Eazy-E was in general population, it meant that he couldn't just walk up to Suge directly. Still, being Eazy-E's son has its upsides, because he said that he was well received behind bars and got a lot of love from the inmates because of the respect they held for his father, the late Eazy-E. But while everything seemed kinda okay on the surface, things got much worse for him in 2017. You see, in 2017, Lil Eazy-E was sued by his stepmother for trademark infringement. And before we dive into the details of the case, let's first talk about who she is. Tamika Woods Wright, the widow of the late Eazy-E, inherited his label Ruthless Records after his passing in 1995. Suge Knight also aired her out and said that she cost his estate millions of dollars in a botched deal. I did a deal for Eazy, the Death Row Records founder told Collect co-host Dave Mays. He gets $1 of anything that Dre does. In other words, if you do a movie, if you do a beat, if you promote some type of merchandise, if you do a commercial, if you produce, off his part, Eazy gets $1. Furthermore, Suge claimed that she sabotaged the deal because of her relationship with Interscope Records. Tamika met with Interscope. Interscope said, hey, why do you want to get $1 off everything Dre does? Me and you can do business later on. And just let Dre out of it. We're gonna do business later. According to him, he threw the deal under the bus because of that. She signed off. They didn't do no business with that woman later. And guess what? They screwed over Eazy's kids. His mom—
I can't remember if this is the same woman who screwed over Hobson as well, because I think the same woman who signed Hobson was the same woman who destroyed his situation as well, because I remember Hobson was complaining about this very thing, and I think it was the same woman. I believe it's the same woman who screwed over Hobbs at the time.
And his father at the time was still living. It ruined his family. He also expressed that everyone in Eazy's family and estate could have made so much more money if this deal was inked. But it's important to note that we should all take everything that Suge Knight says with a grain of salt. Getting back to the topic though, he claimed that Lil Eazy-E, Eazy's son, and his business partner were unlawfully using Ruthless Records' name for profit on their website, ruthlessrecordsinc.com. Since she basically owns the Ruthless Records imprint, she felt that it was wrong for his stepson to piggyback off the name for profit. And as messed up as that may seem, the lawsuit does claim that he and his business partner tried to trademark Ruthless Records Incorporated in 2016, but the application was rejected due to its blatant similarity to Ruthless Records. It also says that the duo is incorporated as NWA LLC, which infringes on the NWA trademark. The lawsuit also described Lil Eazy-E's decision to do that as malicious, fraudulent, and deliberate. And although Tomika's lawsuit didn't state that she demanded any money for him, she did call on her lawyer to request for punitive and statutory damages, costs of suit and attorney fees, and further relief as the court may deem just and appropriate. But he didn't go down without a fine, as Eazy-E's son later called BS on those claims in his own filing, saying that they gave up the right to those marks through abandonment, and in any case, their application for those marks was marred by false claims. However, it's hard to call BS on the claims if their official website stated, "Our old school outlook mixed with cutting edge technology makes Ruthless Records a leader in the music business." It also stated that Eazy-E's firstborn son and longtime friend are carrying on the legacy that started it all. And the site also claims Ruthless Records Incorporated was founded by the legendary gangster rap artist Eazy-E. This basically made Ruthless Records Incorporated appear as though this was the same label that his father ran back in the day. So what happened to both parties after the lawsuit was filed? Well, the two thankfully reached an amicable settlement over the lawsuit a year later. At the end of the day, Lil Eazy-E was blocked from ever being able to use Ruthless Records, NWA, Comptown Records, and Straight Outta Compton. Tough. However, it might seem all bad for him, but he apparently agreed to those terms under one condition, and that's to allow him and his business partners to use Rich and Ruthless. But Eazy-E isn't the only rap legend who faced a similar issue. The Rev Run's son, Diggy Simmons, also faced similar hurdles in his career. You see, being the son of Rev Nunn, who's part of the legendary hip-hop group Run DMC, has to make you some sort of hip-hop royalty, right? After all, the hip-hop group was the first ever collective to go platinum and gold, as well as the first to have their music videos on MTV and appear on the cover of Rolling Stone. So if you're Rev Run's son, you definitely have to—
hell no. This is too long. Well, luckily, I am done. We officially finished the drawing. Thank God, we are done. This shouldn't have taken as long as it did, but because she picked the painterly version, which I hardly ever get, and it's one of my weakest things, we're done. We're actually done. It's over. We finished. Everything is done. And this is an hour long. I did not know it was an hour long. We do have 50 minutes left, but I don't think anyone wants to sit through this any more longer. I'll probably bring this up another day. So with that said, I'd like to say thank you for all who came in and watched today. Thank you guys. I do appreciate it very much so. It was fun watching this with you guys, doing the reactions alongside getting work done. We are done. I finished Bean's drawing. Hopefully she likes it. I'm just gonna add a few things here and there, but it's not worth sitting down doing a whole stream over. I just gotta put the bells over here by the ear, and then we are done. So with that said, have a great night. Keep safe. Thank you all for coming in who watch from YouTube, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Let's go. So with that said, have a great night and stay safe, guys. I don't know if I'm going to be home tomorrow. If I'm on, I'm on. If I'm not, then I'll see you guys on Monday. So with that said, I'll see you guys next one. Bye-bye, guys. Boop, 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 boop. Later, Bri. Thank you, guys. Night-night.
Different.